All right, folks. Welcome back to day 71. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu, konnichiwa, yosoko. So we concluded Unit 16 yesterday, which was discussing college stuff, related stuff, and actually I need a little bit of a memory bump. Oh, counting aminals, right? Counting aminals. And customary of every conclusion of a unit, we're going to try to do some total recall writing Japanese. So let's go for it here. This is usually a lot longer before we enter a new unit. All right, so let's slowly, once again, the left side is very uncomfortable. Actually, you know what? We're gonna change the color now. Let's change the color. We haven't used red. Oh, have we? Kind of. Let's use orange. That's not very orangey, is it? Yeah. Ugh, I don't like brown. Okay. This works. Oh, I need to accept it. How do I? There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see what we can scrounge up. Let's start with going backwards. Aminals. Simi, right? Simi, which is introduced as a nook or a corner. And because of that, we know Eya, right? Room, so corner room. And because we know that, we also know Chairo, right? Chairo and Karafuru, right? Karafuru to describe Sumi, Eya, right? I guess we can put this in here too because I don't know where else I'm gonna associate this. Yep, that's what happens when your pen doesn't lift properly. Ninki, right? Popular. This was thrown in there. And then when we know popular, we know kahe. Kahe. We know two more items. These ones are kind of rough. Oh, that's a little steep, but that's fine. Yeah, we gotta... I'm trying to keep it in a small pile here. Hey, Toby. Hello. pankeki, right? Pankeki. I'm not sure about this next one, but we'll go for it based on what I hear. Oops. That's not the correct stroke way, but that's fine. Oh, wait. No. Wait, yeah. Maybe something like that. I'm gonna, honestly, I'm gonna double check this one. Maybe. Let me think. I can't do a backflip. Okay. The other way around. The other way around. So more like oops. I think I've been saying it incorrectly. I think it's more like cappuccino? Wait, did I cheat it? Yeah, cappuccino? Yeah. Cappuccino. I think I have regular myopia. Alex and Ace. Hello. Hello there from YouTube. Okay, so we have that leads to the cafe, right? Which we were introduced to pankeki, and cappuccino. 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 Yeah. And then we're gonna go to dobutsu. Yeah, dobutsu. Which then we have oh wait. That's meh. Or that's not meh. That's new. Wait. That nah. That's new. That's new. Neko. Yeah, I think I did new there. No, I'm actually kind of curious about this next one. No, I think yeah, we're fine. Inu, right? Inu. These next two are kind of rough. Chameleon? Chameleon? Yeah, chameleon. Oh, that's not it. Hamster? Yeah, hamster. So, chameleon, hamster. Am I missing an aminal? Do I have a fifth? No, I think those are the four. Hey, Indy. Hello. Hello. I think we're okay with that. Now we have the other category. Whoops. Fine. I think that's all we have. So we have kutsu, kutsi, kuchi, kuchi, hana, mimi, and me. Okay. I feel like I'm missing a category. Oh, I am missing a category. the whole point of that unit, right? So oh, I don't have, yeah, there's no kanji for this yet. So let's use old school. Oh, wait. I screwed up. Am I traveling to Japan soon, or what has got me into learning Japanese? Do you like manga? Let me answer them in a rapid fire situation. I have an immediate family member that has now resided in Japan for a couple years now and will continue to reside in Japan, so that will be probably the future travel plans. I have never been to Japan, but this would be the first time, so yes, I soonish. And what has gotten me into learning Japanese? The shortest way to answer that is my entire life's exposure to the Japanese culture has influenced a lot of my creativity and entertainment and hobbies. And why now would be what I mentioned about having an immediate family member in Japan. And then, do I like manga? I like the concept and idea of manga. I do watch anime. However, manga, I would love to in the future be able to read manga in the sense that it would be cool to have like audiobook kind of thing. I don't necessarily have the luxury of balancing manga reading, but I do like the concept of manga. Most of my reading per se now comes in audio form, so maybe in the future I'll have like audio tracks from manga, and then I can like flip through it while listening to manga. I know of a lot of manga, but usually anime is the main vehicle for consuming that type of related content. Hopefully that helps, Jimmy. That answers your question. Right now, I'm doing Total Recall. Total Recall at the end of third day, when I complete a unit in Duolingo, I try to write Japanese from all the vocabulary in the previous unit. And I do this for probably 30 plus minutes before I start the new unit, just to get in some practice. Man, it is so hard to reach that side of my tablet. So we had nan, right? Nanhiki, ipiki. nihiki, sanbiki, sanbiki, and yohiki, right? For the counting thing, up to 4. And then I think that's good enough for the second half of Unit 16. And next one, we're doing the college section. So the college section, I think I have a lot of them sorted out in my head right now. So we're going to start with the thing I missed actually on the total recall of the college section. We'll start with... Oh no, I think I messed one of... I messed one of these up. But that's okay. So, sakuru, right? Sakuru. And because we know sakuru, we were given 3 new things to modify sakuru. Sakuru. This one kind of sucks. Alright, I gotta make sure I don't let my English take over here. This next one's a diphthong, so I'm not sure how... Maybe it's like, Barantia. Yeah, it's probably this. It's a diphthong, so T. Barantia. Take care, Toby. Thanks for stopping by for a bit. Barantia. Sorry. Borantia. Borantia. And then we have... Oh, is this a diphthong too? It is. So it's like, Chesu. Chesu. This is a diphthong too. All the diphthongs in katakana has a half character with the second vowel to accommodate like the English diphthongs. Chess. We have one more. Oh. Try to prevent myself from Englishing myself. Bodo game. I think that completes the clubs. And then we can go into the other group. The last unit had great grouping. I think the grouping helped fantastically. It reduces the number of items I have to remember. I only have to remember club to remember the other three. Like, for example, I only have to remember one of these two. If I remember Sumi, I remember Heya. If I remember, and then because of that, these are places that can be popular. I know it's supposed to modify cafe, but Ninki is popular. And then because I know room, I know how to describe a room. So karafuru and chairu, chairo are the descriptors. And then we have because of popular cafe, we know pancake and cappuccino. And then we have dobutsu, which are animals. And then we have all the animals. Neko, inu, chameleon, hamster, right? Hamster. And then we know body parts. Kuchi, hana, mimi, me. Then we go to counting. And then there are 4 numbers of counting, including how many. Nanhiki. So I only have to remember one of the things to remember the rest. That's kind of how my memory works. Usually it's in clusters. So anything that's related, I only have to remember the first thing or any of them in that group to remember the rest. And this is the same way. So I remember club, then I remember the other 3. Or if I remember chess, then I'll remember the other 3, right? And then there's more now. So we have another group. Incense. Sorry, that's an inside joke, but I'm sure all of you can appreciate incense. Starting by being able to write what that is. Whoops. Senko, right? Senko. Senko or incense, right? Okay. Major. So we have lots that fall into this category. And I'll write the longer version of the stuff. They're technically separate things, but... I guess. Wait. Let's see what it looks like first. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure they go with doing it this way. Right? Yeah, Deutschko. Yeah. So they use the go from hiragana at the moment because I don't have the kanji for go. So Deutsu is introduced, then Deutschko, right, as a subject, as a major. Hey, Cozy. Hello, Cozy. And then we have my toxic friend. Oh wait, do they still keep the no? Wait a minute. Oh no, I'm not sure. Hmm. Do they put the go? No, they don't, right? Do they? I guess. So maybe they do use this. Okay, so I'm not sure here on this one as well. So we'll put this in parentheses. I'm doing pretty well, Kosi, thanks. What are we on today? Well, we're gonna discuss outdoor activities today, apparently. But we haven't started yet. We're doing a recall right now. So, Takaro-kuko, right? Takaro-kuko. And this is related, but it's not a subject. But Takaro-kuko was the thing we were given. This one has a diphthong in it too. Like this. Philippine, right? Philippine. And then I'm pretty sure they also do the thing. We're gonna put this in parentheses, but because I'm not sure. So they also did the Philippine gene, right? Philippine gene. Philippine gene. And I think gene is also kept in Hirakana for now. Since gene, we don't have the kanji for gene. So Deutschgo, I'm not sure because Deutschgo, this looks with the go from Hirakana looks okay. And then when I'm thinking about what I see in Takaro-kuko, I want to do the go in katakana, but it's a little bit of a mixed bag here. Eventually this will not be an issue because I will probably convert to using the kanji, but nevertheless, I think those are our language / yeah, so they're doubled over as majors. Language learning or coding first for you? I see. When do you start doing Japanese or Chinese vertically? Oh, vertically? That's an interesting point. I think it's kind of a misconception that they typically read vertically, but yeah, I haven't decided on that. Actually, vertically might be nicer than horizontal. Oh no, I will have sizing issues. So I'm probably gonna have sizing issues on the height, but we should try doing some vertical ones. That would be kind of fun, actually. I'll probably do it when I start drawing. Like drawing prompts and stuff. Probably sometime in October. I'm missing stuff. So we also have say kyampasu. Kyampasu. And because we know kyampasu, we also know ryo. Ryo, which is a section or dorm. They use it dorm. You don't know whether to do language or coding first? Flip a coin. Cozy. Flip a coin. The time deliberating versus the time to start. You'll probably flip a coin. Get those both. Hit them both up prior to your indecision. Maybe? Find a fun way. I mean, flip a coin is kind of fast, but find a fun way to do a 50-50, you know, let the universe decide. Cozy. Every once in a while, that can be very fun. Or spin a wheel or something, you know? Let's see. So we have the majors. Oh, and then we have more counting stuff. I think we're allowed. Yeah. We got these stuff. So. So non-nensei, right? Non-nensei. Ichi-nensei. That's a little up. It's fine. Duolingo is distracting me. Duo is distracting me. I blame Duo. Ninensei. San-nensei. Oops, I went out of stroke order there. Yonensei. So these are our counters for freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior as a interpretive use. And then what school year? Introduced to using ordinal use of nen, and sei. So these are ordinal uses, and which are effectively counters, by the way. Counters within the group of counters. I know someone made a remark about this, and I want to address it again. Even though counters, if you're specifically specifying and conditionalizing a counter, you're creating more specificity. So nen and nensei here is considered ordinal, but ordinals belongs to a family of counters, in my opinion. So ordinals are counters. Not all counters are ordinals. So when it comes to like a counter being measurable and not measurable, order is not technically quantifiable. It's order, like alphabets and whatnot. So in my opinion, when I use the word counter, it's due to the functionality of the counter is a marker of identifying and attributing something to a number. I'm not a linguist, so I do not use terms in that regards, but more from a functionality standpoint. So when you're counting something, you are also counting not for the sake of measuring things as well. So when you count days and count years, not all the counters are measurable or quantifiable. They're more order. They're ordinals as well. So when you're counting up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you are both measuring something. You could be measuring something. You can also be ordering something, like putting them into an order, like ordinal stuff. So this would be an example of ordinal, even though someone wanted to be very, very technical about the technicalities. Technically, counters still describe the superfamily of these uses, in my opinion, from a non-linguistic standpoint, I suppose. You're starting your Japanese learning journey? Nice, Hunter. What are you doing to start your Japanese language journey, Hunter? Oh, hey. Are you the same Hunter over on the other side? Saw your YouTube stream, thought I would head over. Nice. How are you starting your Japanese learning journey? Let me know. I love hearing different people's approaches, or what they want to start off with, you know? I'm ending my sentences in prepositions now in English. I think this is pretty good for the college part. I don't think there's any more college things that are really that important. Oh, and another comment, of course, I've made this comment before. In higher education, you do use ordinals. Use ordinals and counters to describe people's stay at a college. So you do use first year, second year, third year, fourth year, etc. instead of the junior, instead of freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. That's more of a when the school system has a 4-year system, but in graduate school it might not necessarily be 4 years in the United States anyways. Let's see. I feel like there's some hodgepodge stuff in there somewhere, but I think this is pretty good. We're not going to need too many things. How about, let me see, predicates? There's some special mention of predicates. We got to do a shout out to one predicate that's being used differently. Oh, and some expressions. Let's make some notes of some expressions. The expression no. The no chikaku is a use case expression. The nearby something, near something. So it's a nominal. It's being used as a nominal adjectival phrase to modify the object before it. So like near campus, and it's being used in a way that is very helpful and has a lot of utility. So the no chikaku thing. Oh, I also forgot to mention that karafuru is a non-adjective, so we got to keep that in mind. Also, chairo is a no color, so those are new as well. You first started with Duolingo, but you've been watching a lot of YouTube videos to expand where I'm getting my knowledge. Very nice, very nice. Killing a lot of birds with one stone. I'm very fresh, only know some basic readings and trying to understand sentence structure. Very nice. What type of YouTube stuff engages you about Japanese learning? I'm assuming you are, yeah, you said Japanese, yes. What type of YouTube have you encountered? I dabbled a lot. YouTube threw like massive algorithm videos at me, so I've dabbled in quite a lot of them. Some I didn't keep, some I did keep. So I quite like the smaller things that are like very bootstrappy. It takes some of the mechanical work out of looking for them on YouTube. Like YouTube content creators have collected a lot of body of knowledge where you don't have to go around and look for them specifically. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're good with college. I feel like there's a few words in there thrown somewhere that I have it. Oh, and predicates. I think the shout out for the predicate would be we'll just pick one. Like the use of asobimasu, but in the sense of playing with something. That's kind of interesting because asobimasu had been previously being used to hang out, but you can kind of interpretally say to play with something. So a lot of times to play with like an animal, right? That's the way they used it. So that's an interesting way. I don't think we got any new predicates. Yeah, no new predicates. I think that's pretty good. That's a pretty good summary of the stuff. As per usual, I still feel like I retain 95%. I'm going to say modestly 90 to 95% of the kana is in my head. And kanji, whatever, limited kanji. Oh, wait, we totally forgot. Unrelated stuff to the cafe and stuff. I totally forgot because we did nensei. So nensei is related because kanji. Kanji constitutes a special group. So whenever I know one kanji, it reminds me of all the kanji in the unit. And the one that we're missing is eki. The kanji for station. I think I missed a stroke here, but that's fine. It's too smashed together. But yeah. Eki. Eki would be the kanji next to nensei. And that's pretty much. Eki was introduced, I guess, with the cafe, the counting animal things. All right. Did I get... Oh no, I missed one. I missed Oh, this one's kind of... I think whoops. Oh no. Right. Business. Business major. Oh, and that reminds me of one as well. Because we know business. Sugaku. Math. Math is the other one. Yeah, there we go. That looks a little bit more comprehensive. Yes. In school and college, is school and college the same in Japanese, or is there separate words? There are separate words. Gakko is the word for school that Duolingo introduced. And daigaku is college. I don't know if they have a word. I haven't been introduced to a word that separates undergraduate education from graduate education, and that's what I'm referring to. So, in English, we have oftentimes the vernacular tends to be like college / university. However, oftentimes there's a slight nuance to the word college and university. However, if you go on to what we call I would say higher education as a very like euphemism. When you enter higher education, you separate between undergraduate, and graduate. So graduate education is post undergrad. So when you go into college, you're an undergrad, and then when you graduate college, you become a graduate. Or there are other words too, like post baccalaureate, as in you have your bachelor's degree, and then this would be graduate school. So in the United States, you would be referred to as an undergraduate by someone who has gone on to graduate school. That's prior to being a graduate kind of thing. And post-baccalaureate is the period after getting your bachelor's, which that can be a period where you do not end up going to graduate school, but it's your post-baccalaureate stuff after getting your bachelor's degree in something. And then master's is in between, which that's kind of a very nebulous place for master's degrees. So higher education tends to talk about postgraduate, or not postgraduate period or post-baccalaureate period. And then beyond that, it's doctoral. So the phrase would be postdoctoral period, things that you do after becoming a doctorate from graduate school. And that's what I would fall under. I would fall under postdoctoral stuff. Although postdoctoral really refers to what my education is in. So I'm not a postdoc anymore because I don't work in the science field anymore. So anything outside of the science field, or even that particular thing, I'm not a postdoc in anything outside of that. And since I'm 5 years out, I'm not a postdoc anything, because education is dynamic, right? Knowledge is dynamic. As much as I want to read and do things in the field of interest, I also have to be in the field or exercising the field. So I try to use it very loosely. However, the PhD, in my opinion, stands for the ability to learn, problem solve, and critically think, not necessarily the knowledgeable field, because you can catch up with knowledge at any time you want. You cannot supplant experience. And that's kind of my take on that. But yeah, I don't know if Duolingo will go into that kind of thing. I think that's too specialized and is used very uncommonly in casual speak. Colloquially, people do not use these terms too often. You will probably be able to find someone who's a graduate who might be in higher education if the moment you talk about college, going to college, if you say college and university, that person will mention terms like undergraduate and graduate. Then you'll know pretty confidently, like I would say 80 to 90% of the time, you'll probably know that they went to higher education, because I typically refer to college and universities as undergraduate education in order to separate it and to dispel any confusion. Because a lot of times when people say, oh, did you go to college? And I didn't want to be as confusing and say which one, because technically I went to more than one college or more than one university, because one is undergraduate education and one is graduate education. So oftentimes I don't want to be make things confusing. So I asked them, are they straight out of high school or they're going to graduate education, right? Yeah. Anyways, very nice. Thank you for the question, by the way, Cozy. All right, there you have it. That's Unit 16. So now we go into our new unit. All right, I'm excited. We had a teaser from yesterday about discussing outdoors. I'm hoping the outdoor activities include things like cycling. Cycling. What do you mean last unit in section 2? There are 2 units left. Oh, wait. The last unit, Unit 18, is shorter. Wait. Unit 18 is only a half unit. Wait, I will get I will get it done, actually. I think I take it back. I don't have to extend it. I think the review will be on day 76. It's a half unit. Look at it. It's a half unit. Yeah. Oh, I feel like I kind of got gypped. Unit 18 is a half unit. Communication at hotel. I feel like I got a little robbed there. Your secondary school was a college? I see, Cozy. Yeah, there's a slight nuance between college and university, but I think that nuance is a little bit arbitrary. It's quite arbitrary. So for example, I went to a college for undergraduate. I went to a university for graduate school. However, the nuance and separation is college is often smaller and possibly specialized, or like it's a more niche type of establishment, and then university is a larger institution. That nuance I don't think is really all that important. But a lot of back in the day when I was selecting colleges and universities, that type of like arbitrary line between using the word college and university was felt. It was like non-verbally or indirectly communicated based on how people used it. So I went to a college for college, and then I went to a university for graduate school. Yeah, college confuses some people. Yeah, it's understandable, especially when now you're talking about people from different countries, and then you're going to start talking about different countries, and they have different words and gradations of the words. So it's not worth it. It's not worth getting to know a stranger by talking about the pedantic nature of the word college and university. Meaning secondary school or third level. That's fair. Counting up. Thanks, Nojo. Thanks for the daily. Not a great way for being robbed, by the way. Some ethnic connotations behind it. Yeah, but this is a stream, and this is also Twitch, and this is internet culture, and I'm also someone who likes playing video games. So, great and not great words depends on the competency of your audience. So, in fact, it would be the opposite if you talked with a particular audience too. So I would disagree humbly. I would humbly disagree with done dirty and getting robbed, but that's fair enough. Yeah, there are some ethnic connotations, but I'm well aware of. I'm talking about getting gimped. Yeah, I know. Gypsied. Yeah. Sorry, not gimped. Sorry, gypsied. Yeah. I'm talking about a lot of things, but at the same time, I don't think anyone here. If you're pre-selecting into the Twitch community, then you're probably gonna have problems if you're worried about that. But yes, this was also brought up when I abbreviate when I'm writing Japanese, this was brought up too. When I'm abbreviating Japanese, like sometimes I don't finish writing stuff, and then this came up, right? That also has connotation too. And it's a deep cut because my family are Chinese. So we're talking about geopolitical stuff and racial stuff. Yeah. It's good to know. So what do I do usually with these things? I would apologize. I would apologize if I offended anyone. And then expect a mutual respect. Because counterculture is a thing. So counterculture is a thing. So that's kind of the idea, right? So I would apologize if I offend someone, but then I would expect that person to exercise mutual respect for my awareness or lack of awareness. And that's how the world, in my opinion, grow from it. So it's not about what can't be said. To me, it's about understanding. And I'm well aware of the whole robbing thing. But that's not my place to say. But yes, I'm aware of what you're referring to. However, we're talking about Duolingo here, because I contextualize, much like the Japanese language, right? I've already contextualized that I'm referring to duo. Not only that, I even said duo. Robbed me. And duo itself, it's not a gypsy. I don't even know how to spell gypsy, actually. So we have to be very clear here. Much like if you're focusing on Japanese, context matters. And just to be clear, I provided a context, right? So that's kind of the idea. As much as I want to keep on belaboring the point, it's probably, we can probably move on from here. If I do offend someone, it's a lot easier for me to apologize and expect mutual respect. But oftentimes, when people are hyper focused on like geopolitical things, what happens is there's always a victim. In my opinion, there's often a victim and a I guess violator. But the thing is, if the victim always gets the benefit, then the person who violated the rule is being oppressed as well. So the idea is I promote the idea that it's not a double standard. So if someone is offended, I will apologize, expecting to understand that we are all learning things at the same time. Right. And that goes into a heavy topic that I probably won't digress into, and that's censorship. And yeah, that's a big talk right now. I mean, I don't have to say anything because both you and I are Americans, right? Both you and I are Americans. So this type of discussion occurs a lot. And I'm pretty well aware of it. So I use those phrases in a way of endearment as opposed to meeting that type of individual or representation anytime soon. Okay, so let's jump into the outdoor activities. A backpack. Baku. Baku. Hoku. Paku. Backpaku. Backpaku. Paku. Backpaku.
バックパック
Backpaku. Backpaku. Well, that is certainly one way.
バックパック
Backpaku. Backpaku.
バックパック
Alright, well, there's your choose for the day. Backpaku. Backpack.
バックパック
I don't know if I would pronounce the ku, but backpack. Backpaku. Backpaku. Okay. Okay.
バックパック
Backpaku. Backpaku.
新しいバックパック
Atarashi backpaku. A new backpack. All right. We're starting off.
ハイキング
We're starting with 2. Oh, hey, hiking. I was just talking about this yesterday. Hiking. So we finally got hiking. That's 2 katakana today so far. Hiking. Hiking.
ハイキング
Okay. Hiking. Hiking. Okay.
ハイキング
Hiking. They look really weird. That artwork's a little weird. What do we have? Friend? Tomodachi to.
友達
Tomodachi to hiking ni ikimasu. Have I looked into WK? Wanikani? I have not, but I've looked into people talking about Wanikani.
どこがいいですか
Doko ga ii desu ka? Oh, the other part. This is like good, right? Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Ngai. Or the e, really. E. Because the reason why I think it's good is because not because of nice, like ii desu ne kind of thing, but more atama ga ii desu. Atama ga ii desu is a thing. And now it's doko. Interesting. So ngai is being used to modify a demonstrative. Wait. Yeah, where is good?
どこ
Yeah, where is good? Doko ga ii desu ka?
どの山がいいですか
I could get behind that. Oh.
どのがいいですかどの山がいいですか
Which is good. Interesting. I think this deserves a grammar point. Yeah, this here deserves a grammar point. I like it. I'm gonna have to look it up how flexible this phrasing is though. Dono ga ii desu ka? Sure. Oh, yama. Whoops. I forgot what. I didn't add an object.
いつがいいですか
Honestly? Did I get away with that? Oh no. No, I didn't establish the context yet. Good job. So what makes you bring up wani kani, Cozy? Itsu, oh yeah, itsu ga ii desu. Desu ka? When is good. Fair enough.
キャンプはちょっと
Kampu wa chotto. Kampu, we got another katakana. So far we haven't gotten a lot of hiragana so far. Kampu, kyampu wa chotto. Kyampu wa chotto. I don't really like camping. Sure.
キャンプ
Kyampu. 来週キャンプに行きます。
行きます。北海道に行きませんか？
Just got recommended one of my YouTube videos in your feed? Well, hello there, wonderful dev. I hope that recommendation was interesting. I imagine I'm hearing this a lot. Is that I'm not sure if that is nice or not. What are your thoughts? How are you? Are you learning Japanese too? How are you learning Japanese if you are? Are you Japanese? What languages do you know? Lots of questions. Lots of questions. Wonderful death. I like the kind of I like your name. A little contrast. Internal subversion. A wonderful death. Perhaps a warrior's death, even. Just wondering if I have. Am I gonna try it? I could. I'm not sure. Is WaniKani is a free app, right? Or a free thing? I'm pretty sure it's Tofuku's thing, right? Yeah, the reason I know about WaniKani is probably Tofuku. I already used Tofuku's thing. I'm pretty sure it's Tofuku who made WaniKani. And it's a web-based app. I wonder if it's free. It uses space repetition system. Sure, SRS. Fair enough. Free for the first 3. Oh no, it's paid. I can't. Well, I could try the first 3 levels, and then the rest I can't stream. So the WaniKani would be something not sustainable. I could try the first 3 levels for a special day. We could do a special day for the first 3 levels of WaniKani just to see. It's the same thing I'll say to LinQ. The same thing I'll say to LinQ. People who use LinQ. I can't use it because, well, you can do it up to the free thing, but streaming copyrighted content is gonna get me slapped in the face. Eventually, probably. And I can't test the other like industrial things like Rosetta Stone or Babbel. So, Duolingo that's why the accessibility of Duolingo, right? It's completely free, and they also made an attempt, hence the section for Duolingo. Yeah. So we can definitely maybe do a half day on Duolingo and then use the 3 level free thing on WaniKani. Sure. You downloaded an Anki WaniKani deck, so I get to use WaniKani for free. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Anki, the mod, the community forward tool for that. Hokkaido. Oh yeah, Hokkaido. And yet I guess the only hiragana we have so far is the name of a place. Yeah. Hokkaido. Hokkaido ni ikimasen ka? Would you like to go to Hokkaido?
北海道はとても大きいです。
北海道はとても綺麗です。Or is it oki? I thought it said 綺
北
麗。
海道はとても大きいです。
Okay, oki, sure.
はとても大きいです。
The first thing I probably say about a place is probably kirei. But yeah, oki, fair enough.
北海道はとても大きいです。
I don't usually look at the word bank. I try to fill it in on with my own head a lot of times. My noggin. Campus. Campus.
キャンパス、数学、
数学。
パンケーキ。
We got that extra emphasis, right? 動物。
動物。
And hiking.
ハイキング。
ダニエルさん、北海道はどんなところですか？
Oh, hey. Tokoro desu ka? Yeah, that's very, very useful phrase. Dona tokoro desu ka? Kept that in back pocket too. Hokkaido no yama wa totemo kirei desu. Yeah, that's something I'd probably say. Describe something as pretty. Think about something that's pretty in a location and talk about it. Maybe even use skina or steaky. Sorry, use steaky as a way to describe lovely things, possibly. So far, at least. Ampasu. Yampasu. Whoops.
キャンパス。
Orange.
オレンジ、
口。
Oh, yeah. For a moment there, I thought I talked over it. And chairo,
茶色、
and oh, wait, kyampu. Kampu. Yeah, kyampu.
キャンプ、
I paused because I was going to try to say camping as opposed to camp.
どの山がいいですか？
Dono yama
がいいです。
ga ii desu ka?
どの山がいいですか？
Ga ii desu ka? Dono, I still think.
山。
Oh no, it needs an object. Yeah. Dono yama. Unless the subject or yama
Yama?
was already established, I guess you could get away with it possibly. Dono yama ga ii desu ka? I think for this one, I think it's a personal choice for me. I kind of like nasalization. I kind of like the nasalization for this one. Ga ii. Dono yama ga ii desu ka? I kind of like it because it kind of rolls into this. But ga ii is fine, right? Dono yama ga ii desu ka? Okay, next one. This lesson took over 14 minutes. Way to power through. What do you mean it took 14 minutes? I was just chilling. Calm down.
5月。
Gogatsu. Oh yeah, classic. Gogatsu. The all reliable Gogatsu. Go is so reliable. Okay.
5月。
I think Rok probably hasn't changed too, right?
6月
Yep. Roku. All reliable Roku.
5月
What the heck is this?
毎月
Maitsuki?
5月
Okay.
5月
Gogatsu. Okay.
5月
That's a teaser.
1日1日
Oh, this is the one that was teased yesterday. And I heard sweet. Yeah. Yep. Sweet tachi. Man.
1日
Tachi. Ooh. Okay. Ones, they're different. Have you encountered the unreliable way of saying 5 things in Japanese? Yes. Yes, that's the exception to the rule, yes. The tsutsu. Are you talking about general things, right? The general counter, tsu? Yeah. We can count for general counters. I think we're up to 7. I think we're up to 7. Datsu, 2つ, 3つ, 4つ, 5つ, 5つ, 6つ, 6つ, 7つ, and we are missing 8 and 9. Yeah, 5つ. Yeah. Oh, and of course, 1つ. I skipped 1. So we're up to 7 for now. Have not gotten 8 or 9. The first 4 were introduced to order things, so I reckon people don't order 5, 6, 7 things a lot of times. And thanks, like I'll get it when I get it, but yes, I see it's yatsu and konosu, kokonotsu. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I was just gonna wait until it happens. But okay. To contextualize 5つ, or 5, 6, and 7 was for classes, and spoiling a 1,000-year-old language. Yes, lots of people spoil the 1,000-year-old language. It's a habit formation for most people. Yeah, spoiling a 1,000-year-old language would be it. This is where I throw you into the storage locker, into the coin locker. Quickly saying hi. I added 30 minutes for each Japanese and Norwegian study on Duolingo on top of my 30 minutes. Nice. Hello. Nice. Well done. Very well done. Very, very well done. Okay. My day is I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing very well today. Recall went pretty well. Met some new peeps. Again, thanks to the courtesy of YouTube. The YouTubes. Did you learn in terms of the Japanese front? Give me what word sticks out to you from your 30 minutes of Japanese. What word? Shizumi. You can spoil a 1,000-year-old language too, before I shove you back in the locker too. Or a phrase or something. Kaimasu.
買います
Okay. Yasumimasu. Gogatsu. our newest one.
Kakimasu.
Kakimasu. And tsuitachi.
1日
Tsuitachi.
5月31日
Of course you would put it that way. Gogatsu 31 nichi. That's duo for you. That's duo for you. Sticking to the introductions. May 31st. Gogatsu 31日.
8月1日がいいです。
Okay. 1日 8月1日がいいです。Okay. 1日がいいです。8月 Ooh, I see what they're doing there though. 8月1日がいいです。Okay. August 1st is good. Fair enough. Mizu? Okay. Mizu, I'll take it. Water. Love it. You didn't like you weren't a sushi didn't jump out at you? I mean, water is great. I feel like nowadays water is a little overrated. I'm talking about like memory stuff, sorry. And maybe not so much the word itself, but I don't know. Water is kind of overrated now. But sushi, come on. I'm just kidding. Just making some fun memory associations, right? In the world of Duolingo, Mizu will forever be associated with sushi. Forever. From your textbook, is that jikan? Or I don't actually know what or just ji? I actually don't know what that little character is yet. But it looks like ji. The kanji for ji. Can you explain that to me a little bit? Oh, it's Itsumo. Oh, interesting. I see. Oh, I see how the G fits into that. Oh, it's Tokidoki. Yeah, Tokidoki. Oh, okay. Oh, and Itsumo is the other phrase. Yeah, Itsumo is something else that you from the textbook. So that's Tokidoki. Oh, sometimes. Oh, I get it. Yeah, sometimes. That makes sense. That G would have something. G would have something to do with that. Fair enough. Yeah. Tokidoki. I'll keep that in mind. Tokidoki comes way later in Duo. You'll have fun seeing the kana version of Tokidoki. Yeah, Itsumo is always. Indeed. I don't have the kanji version of Itsumo as well. I'm not sure if Itsumo has a kanji version, but yeah, always. And then Tokidoki, it's still in kana. So I'm looking forward to finding out how weird it is, or like what your thoughts on when you're gonna see the kana version of all the ones that you already see in textbooks in kanji. For Norwegian, you have Velkommen. Oh. I have no idea how to pronounce Norwegian words, so we're just gonna go with English enunciation for that. You do Duolingo every day, but I study 10 kanji vocab every day, so I'm sad to not see the kanji versions of the words. That's fair enough. That is fair. That is fair. You're sad, huh? You don't like seeing kana? Kana is pretty sad too. Kana needs some love. Come on, let's raise some love for hiragana. Man, hiragana gets neglected all the time.
いつがいいですか？
Well, here's the silver lining, Death. You know both. Isn't that amazing? Oh, you're gonna leave? You're peacing out? Shizumi, good luck. Good luck. Good luck with everything. Thanks for stopping by. Well, Death, I suppose you know both now. Isn't that amazing? Or isn't that lovely? Can I say, I don't think that works, right? Steaky desu ne. Take care, Shizumi. Thanks for the share. Yes, thanks for the share. I'd love to hear what you learn tomorrow, the day after. Stop by for 5 minutes. Tell me something interesting. Welcome, man. You know, I wonder if Madness Meatball ever speaks and says that. Huh. Good luck, good luck. All right. Itsu ga ii desu ka? Itsu ga ii desu ka? You're learning Japanese in college and it's a lot of fun? Yo, that's pretty sweet. May I ask what type of like college or something you have? Japanese, huh? In college. I don't hear that very often from where I'm from, right? So I'm curious like where college and regional and stuff being having access to Japanese. And is it the first time you're learning a language, like a secondary language? Or do you know like multiple languages already? Oftentimes when people talk about college and choosing to learn another language, they tend to have a background in multiple language exposures. What would I rate myself out of 10 on what metric? On what scale? Like the number is quite meaningless without context. Looks? How do you evaluate looks? You're in New York? Oh, really? Really? New York colleges offer Japanese? That's awesome. Wow, times have changed. That's pretty rad, actually. You know, usually it's a trifecta of Spanish, French, and German to throw in. You've learned some Spanish and Italian, I see. Italian? Man, New York's pretty hoppin'. New York's pretty hoppin'. I'm a millennial baby, so Spanish, French, and German are the offers, and I pursued Spanish into college. You would rate me a solid 10 out of 10? Well, I will take that as a compliment. Do you want me to baa as a goat too? It's kind of funny. You're my goat. That has a funny dad joke involved. Like, do I look like a goat? I'm just kidding. I know what you mean. My high school had Japanese. Oh, on the elective list. But there was no Japanese teacher. I see. Did you want a Japanese teacher? Hunter, you had few Japanese clubs, but no classes at your year. I'm a -10. Oh, I'll take that too, Cozy. I'll take that under advisement. It's interesting. So how do you guys evaluate looks? I have a response for you. However, I'm curious. So how do people evaluate looks? Yeah, I wish I could have started learning Japanese in high school. I see. As opposed to any other language, Death? What is your passion for Japanese? I kind of want to pick your brain a little. And ban him from all social media, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Give me like a short description of how people evaluate looks, or how you personally evaluate looks. I'm actually curious. If it's not too personal of a question, I will reveal my priorities as a I guess something that comes to mind when I look at a person's face. That was a queso reference, by the way. I'm not familiar with that person, but I'll take your word for it. A reference, huh? I don't know if it's strange, but I enjoy reading and understanding Japanese for using in the search for old retro games. Dude, that sounds amazing. I happen to empathize with that quite a bit. It's certainly not strange to me. Sozuka. Sozoka. 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 Why does that sound so familiar? You took 3 Spanish semester classes, but I didn't care for it. Only wanted to learn Japanese for job opportunities in Japan. A better understanding of English, even though I'm a native of Japan or Spanish. I'm a better understanding of English of native of what of the 3, and obviously anime. Fair enough. Fair enough. My jaw is well structured. I can see you have a long. What the heck is mewing streak? All right, yes. Enough with the platitudes. I understand. Oh, native English speaker and job opportunities anywhere because I've heard it's better on a resume to learn Japanese specifically, but not Spanish. It can be a icing for sure. I don't know what mewing is, but good luck. Good luck explaining that to me. Oh, it's a jaw practice? I see. Well, I am the Yap King, apparently. Yapping does involve lots of jaw exercises, you know? While I'm yapping here, I excel at yapping. The recent Psychothon from E-Dog showed me the range of beauty in Japan. I see. If I were to ever travel, I would want to show respect towards their culture, like being learned in the language. Yeah, that sounds great. Yes, I'm the Yapathon world champion. That's where I get my mewing, I suppose. Obviously Spanish would be better, but like I said, I didn't care for it. Fair enough. I'll learn it eventually, probably when you're old. When you're an old man, sure enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Very reminiscent of the passion. That's those who resonate with the Japanese culture tend to be quite passionate, as reflective of the Japanese culture. So when one resonates with Japanese purity and monoculturalism, it can be very strict, right? Very passionate people resonate with Japan. In my daily life, disregarding my hobbies, Spanish would probably be more useful, though it doesn't come up too often. That's fair. Would like to learn it at some point, yeah. I have that same type of exposure. So, for me, since I'm in the United States, right? When you're gaming online and stuff, you encounter a lot of Spanish use. So that's what kept my college Spanish intact for the most part. Yeah. Online, you tend to encounter a lot of Spanish things if you are like interacting with people from a specific region too. So it's prevalent. I haven't restudied Spanish or anything like that. It's on the list though. After this is Mandarin, and then Mandarin comes Spanish. I'm going in the order of familiarity. So in my life, all three of the languages are ever present: Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish. However, the most unfamiliar one is Japanese in terms of like formal schooling and stuff. So I chose to start with that as opposed to starting with something most familiar to me, which is Spanish, actually. Yeah, I also plan on learning Spanish and Mandarin after Japanese. Well, there you go. Guess what? Join the crew. Actually, it's not a big coincidence, but 3 or 4 other people have this line of thought too. Oftentimes the Spanish is regionally dependent, so like for pragmatism. So some people choose French because French is more prevalent. Some people, but the whole like Japanese and Mandarin thing kind of go hand in hand. A little less love for Korean though. Hats off to all the Korean language learners. Mandarin seems very difficult. I already have my eyes glaze over when it comes to the density of Japanese text sometimes. Yeah, the density. That's a great point. The density is of Japanese text. I don't know if you're westernized, Seoul, but there's this design language. There's a lot of design language in terms of like density. And oftentimes, due to the advent of our giant overlords like Google, and mainly Google, but we'll throw in Apple too, Apple design, westernized density tends to be minimalistic. Minimalistic in nature. And even to the point of like text, spacing, writing. So if you're a westernized person, you become normalized to this. It doesn't mean you won't have potential to do that, but in the Eastern Front, like over in the Eastern Front, they still embrace the age-old like pre-2010 designs where it reflects their kind of writing situation and stuff, and there's high density. Like in general, most of they're still normalized high density stuff, even in texts, like articles. There's seemingly high density. I disagree with the unfamiliarity concept because you can have design language that is highly dense to contrast, but familiarity may exaggerate or exacerbate the feeling of being overwhelmed. Yes, the feeling of overwhelmed. But objectively, or like observably, density is actually statistically higher on Eastern content when it comes to like text presentation, outside the gigantic pull to reduce minimalization. After learning a lot of kanji, I find that perhaps somewhat counterintuitive. It's a bit easier to read a lot of kanji close together than a long string of kana. That's fair. That's comparing Japanese with Japanese, which I'm not really talking about, but yes, that's comparing within Japanese. That is fair enough. When you're saying it's counterintuitive, I hope you're not making a comment with this. That's we're comparing two different things. And I'm not assuming, I already asked you if you're westernized or not, because minimalistic design is not dependent on the density of the written language. You can have a full screen of text as well in the Western language. However, the designs that most people look at are incredibly minimalistic. I've heard that's why they kept kanji around, because it breaks up long strings. That's my appreciation for it. Yes, one of the reasons. That is my appreciation. death. Actually, Duolingo highlights this. I talked about this a little bit. Duolingo highlights this increase in efficiency. So you work a lot harder because of the way Duolingo introduces things, because they introduced by kana prior to kanji. So you actually work quite a lot harder, or inefficient, which most people talk about all the time, like inefficiency, space and time. That happens a lot. But eventually you learn the kanji and you can see the actual action happening. The idea that kanji makes a break, even the particle system makes a break in the stuff. So when you raw dog the kana, just raw ham it, right? Just ham the kana. Eventually when kanji is introduced, you'll naturally see how it breaks up and appreciate the mechanics of having kanji to break up the density. My comment about being exposed and thinking it's dense and overwhelmed is a little bit further step back. And that's the contrast between Western and Eastern predilections for presenting texts as well, right? Like when you're consuming live media and like newspapers and screens, you can also have the carryover of exposure to what is constitutes as very dense and what is not constituted as very dense. So oftentimes you look at Duolingo's interface, for example. Even this string, if this string was double lined, it can be seen as very dense, right? But when you go on something like NHK's site, if you go on NHK's site, the whole space is what you would call efficiently used. Much representative of the culture of Japanese. So you would have lots of things in all of the space. It's kind of a very big psychological culture shock, in my opinion, when it comes to how text and stuff is represented. Just a thought. Just like an extra thought outside of your standard appreciation for Japanese's writing system. I certainly can resonate with that. The appreciation for Japanese's writing system. Japan's writing system. Okay. Sorry. It's a very interesting topic, actually. Super interesting. Do I find it dense? I do at times. I do. Although, here's a funny slight deep cut. I play video games. I don't know if people notice that. It's worth establishing. I play video games, but the type of video games I typically play are things like deck builders. And I'm commonly used to your whole screen with like text here, UI here, some text here, and then like meta levels of search engine here, right? So it can be very sensory overload in terms of things that you're used to seeing all the time. And that's kind of normalized as well. So when I look at kana, I don't have the same emotional commentary when it comes to how dense things appear. That's worth mentioning, I suppose, if we continue down this line of discussion. Let's see. Itsu ga ii desu ka? Let's see. So when is good? Gogatsu. That's what one way. Gogatsu. Tsuitachi ga ii desu. Fair enough.
5月に一緒に出かけましょう。
5月に一緒に開けましょう。 Oh, that is
出
interesting.
かけましょ
Dekakemashou. Oh, dekakemashou. Oh. Dekakemashou. We haven't used this in a long time. So they brought back hang out in the last one, but reinterpreted as play with. And now they're bringing back going out. Going
う。
out
出か
with
けましょう。
going out still. So it's not highlighted. This is a weird sense. Imagine if you said like we should go to konbini, konbini in July. Yeah. It's weird from the standpoint of translating it from Japanese. Yeah, because of the in. Yeah, the ni. I can't read that kanji. I don't remember what that kanji is. That's haji de okay. Dekakeru versus gaishu suru. I don't know what the second one is, so I can't even answer that question. They both made, so I don't know the second one, so it wouldn't be a choice. So again, spoilers for a 1,000-year-old language. I can't answer that question if I don't know what the second thing. So I guess by default it's dekake mas or dekakeru or yeah, dekakeru. I am in English hanging out actually, and that's interpretive interference actually with going out. However, those are the only two terms, two predicates that I have, so no comment until I actually know what the words are. So 5月に一緒に出かけましょう。Okay. We should go out. We should go out together in May. Yes. Yeah. Duo interprets. Yes. Duo interprets asobi as hanging out in a particular context. Yes. And then they also interpret it as playing with in a different context as well. So Duo does both. Typically what Duo does is they try to hit one meaning, one interpretation, and then they hit the other interpretation. And the idea is you will have to negotiate that with a third party thing. So it's both hangout and play. How they introduced play was with animals in the last unit, and hanging out is with people much earlier. So the answer is usually both. Sometimes it can feel like it's strong arming or like heavy-handedness, but the idea is to tackle any possible interpretation of it. That's kind of how they go about doing stuff. Whether it might be nuanced, occasionally it might not be nuance appropriate. However, you find that out with extracurricular interest. Like you go outside of Duo to discover that. Yeah, so we should go out together in May. Yep. This is this expression of being in like a preposition with dates often come off as a bit weird. In both directions. So for Japanese learners, for Japanese who are learning English and then converting this interpretation for English learners into this, it'd be a little weird. Do I only use Duolingo? As I hinted already, I don't only use Duolingo. So the answer is no, I don't only use Duolingo. It would be a little bit preposterous. I also don't only use whatever everybody else is doing. I don't avoid things. I tend to include all of them. So.
アンドリューさん、いつがいいですか？
アンドリューさん、いつがいいですか？ When? 8月. That's a fun way to practice all the months we know so far. 8月. They didn't go with the exception ones. 8月1日。1日がいいです。August 1st is good.
楽しいバーベキュー。
We could slip the unrelated comment in about Hana-san though. Sure. Which one are you gonna talk about? The kanji, the double meaning, the name. You can go a lot. I've been doing this for quite some time now, so which one are you gonna go with? Now the other choice was Hana-san ga kawaii desu. Yeah, you can go there. That has nothing to do with Hana, but more to do with article choice, I think. But unless you're talking about the honorific, no, that's all part of the choices. No. You're not introducing something new, but yes. Sure. Hana-san ga kawaii desu. Yeah. Tanoshi, what is, let's see. Barbecue. Oh yeah, barbecue. Right, barbecue. A fun barbecue. Tanoshi barbecue. Barbecue. Okay.
Barbecue. 午後1時にピクニックをします。
午後1に Let's sound this out again. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, interesting. Oshimasu. Another suru. So, let's see. Paku ni ku. Picnic. Oh, picnic. Picnic. Picnicをします。Picnicをします。
午後1時にピクニックをします。
Picnic? Perhaps that has also been said too. Yep. Hana wa hana ga suki desu. Or ga whatever you want to place after. Yep. You got the haha in there. Lots of ha's. You could even say hana. You can even do haha if you want. You can throw in a haha if you want. That's also a thing. My mom. Let's see. I was gonna make a joke about this. So picnic. Picnic. Let me listen to what they're saying.
午後1時にピクニックをします。
Yeah. Picnic. Picnic. Right. Picnic. Right. Ku. Picnic. Ku. Right. For the longest time, I've always joked that picnic sounds more like picnic. Picnic. And the way this is sounding kind of sounds closer to picnic because of the extra mora in places, because you're like softening this, so it kind of feels like there's an extra here, and then they added an extra here. So I don't know, like a napkin, like napkin. I used to joke about this, but this one, picnic ku. Picnic ku. Picnic ku. I always thought there should be an extra mora there.
午後1時にピクニックをします。
Yeah. Picnic. Yeah. Picnic. Picnic oh, shimasu. Fun times. I don't know if I'm gonna get that every time I read it, but we'll see in the future. Boring. Oh, hey. Suranai. Sumaranai. Yeah, sumaranai. Go. Wait. What are we doing here? That's a lot of interpretation. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, sure. We're going to do a picnic at 1 go. Sure. Oh, we're going to have. Oh no, they went with have. Duo, why? Okay, sure. Fair enough. That's some interpretation there. Alright, we'll remember that. A duo doing duo things. Alright. Blank to tomodachi? Girlfriend, boyfriend? Someone's name? Oh, and we have two blanks now. Nice. Who are you? What are you doing with? Wine? Oh, actually maybe. No. Kare.
彼氏、
彼氏とピクニックにいます。一緒に something drink. Wine works. That looks like wine, right? It looks like a fancy bottle. 一緒にワインを飲みます。彼氏と picnic ni picnic ni imasu. 一緒にワインを飲みます。You gotta get used to saying that stuff.
バーベキューをしましょうか
Hey, I can get behind barbecue though, even though yakiniku exists.
バーベキューをしましょうか
Barbecue.
Oh.
Did you say しましょうか?
しましょうか
Okay, that's fair.
バーベキューをしましょうか
And I'm guessing they're going with, we should have a barbecue here. Should we have a barbecue here? Yes, should we have a barbecue? Fair enough. That's that one will get some eyebrow raises from other Japanese language learners. Barbecue.
バーベキュー
Barbecue. I don't like this word, but let's see. We're gonna go with like tour.
ツアー
Close enough. Tour. Senko.
先行
量
Picnic. Picnic. Well, I'm supposed to say it a bunch of times. I don't think I've ever seen... Oh. Tua. Yeah, Tua. Maybe in a video game? Yeah. Tua is what they want. Yeah, you have to repeat it to establish, you know, the sound. And I'll say it as many times as I have to.
バーベキュー
because
とピクニックをしませんか
you put in the work.
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんかバーベキュー、ピクニックをします。
Barbecue.
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんかします。しませんか
Barbecue とピクニックをピクニックをしませんか Would you like to have a barbecue and picnic? Barbecueとバーベキューとピクニックをしませんか
午後1時にピクニックをします。
Yeah, this is the do versus the have. That's fair enough. We'll remember that. We're going to have a... Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the word have or do, but that's kind of the way of learning foundational words. I would choose more descript English words. However, that also means learning the more descript Japanese words instead of the more utilitarian phrases. We're going to have a picnic at 1 p.m. 午後1時 午後1時にピクニックをします。ピクニックをします。Is there a verb for to picnic? That's a good question. Is there a verb for to picnic? Huh. That's a great question. I don't think so. Or I can't think of one off the top of my head. I'm talking about suru, to replace suru. So to hold a picnic. Like as opposed to like the generic have, like something like to host a picnic, or I don't know, something outside of have, or to do a picnic, like to do a picnic, like go to a picnic. Oh yeah, go to a picnic. Yes, 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 that's true. Yeah, niku. Or in this case, duo uses the mas form. Yes, that's a great point. To go to a picnic. Yeah, the phrase is to have a picnic. Like like I'm not saying like I represent the common, like the majority, but most people say let's go have a picnic, but they say let's go have a picnic, right? So it's like kind of like a mix of the two. Like if we're gonna have a picnic, we're going to have a picnic, and then the go is the verbiage part. However, since Japanese have non-past, right? It's both future and present. Then the phrasing would already imply, like you can already said going without changing the phrasing because of non-past. They don't. Japanese doesn't distinguish between future and present, just non-past. So it's interesting, and Duolingo does both, by the way. So I don't know what everyone's experience here with Duolingo, but they do both. In the beginning, they only word and translated everything in present tense, as in the only sentences you can construct with the word bank is present tense. And then now they're doing going because there's context of days or planning, or like a slight inference of planning. So then everything is being translated into the future tense. And in English, you have a separate phrasing for future and present, which you get to choose your poison. Duolingo is going to slap you for not choosing their answer. That's kind of the point, I suppose. Like it's part of the design, and it's a game, you know? It's a game. You gotta know your correct answers.
Ame.
Ame. Oh hey, ame. That's our first kanji for this unit. Kind of looks like a windowsill with or a window pane with things dripping off of it.
Ame.
Ame.
雨。雨。5月1日は雨です。雨。
Rainy. Ame. Yeah, it's a pretty distinctive kanji. Yeah, definitely. So far, it's one of the more distinct ones. Indeed. Although it's not as toxic as at the moment. My award for toxicity goes to whoops, that's too far out. Let me try that again. The award for toxicity goes out to this so far. Yeah, for to write gakimasu. It's not about the stroke count. So I'm not I'm not trying to give you the impression that I care about stroke count, but it's the formation of the image. So pictorially, I am not. It's not interesting looking. You were talking about how distinct this is, distinctive this is. And when I'm talking about that kanji, I'm talking about it's non-distinct. And then you focused on number of strokes. Well, number of strokes doesn't quite lead to distinction. There's not a very, like, for example, this is very distinct, but it's not dependent. It's not correlating with the number of strokes. So we are focusing on two different properties of distinction. Kind of like a sphere versus a sphere. When you say it's not particularly distinct, what do you mean? That is not quick to recognize. It doesn't look interesting to me. This looks interesting. This doesn't. This doesn't look as interesting. That's all. It's not like not very quantifiable, I suppose. Lots of parallel lines. I mean, it feels like cross-hatching, like this thing, cross-hatching. It does look interesting in the sense of sometimes, you know, I like this over the hamminess of number of strokes, because you're emphasizing the number of strokes, as in like, oh, there's gonna be a lot of strokes, but it's not really the strokes that made it less interesting. Not per se. Like the way it's arranged, it's like it's okay. It's not as exciting as this. This one looks nice. That's a subjective nature. There's like, it's not quantifiable is what I'm saying. Yeah. Going on the F rank in the tier list, I think it's ironic, in my opinion. I think it's ironic that the phrase "to write," like illustrating to write, they decide to choose something like this, you know, right? I find it really comical, as opposed to like, oh hey, we gotta learn how to say "to write." Why don't we just like, I don't know. All right, guys, this is "to write." It looks like a piece of paper with lines across it. It's probably what I'm thinking right now. Like, hey, let's draw a piece of paper with lines. Don't write on my paper. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what is it, by the way? What did I accidentally draw? What is that? I don't know of a kanji yet with these many strokes. Oh, this is I? Oh. What? Oh, come on. Fair enough. I see. That was unintentional, by the way. I didn't know the kanji for I. Okay. That's hilarious. This one looks nice. It looks like really interesting. Like I like for example, go, right? Go looks like a diving board. I don't know. Like for example, doke, right? wizard, right? Roku, you know? Something about this looks nice. Ame, but I don't get to use ame too often since it's rainy. It means rainy. All subjective. It's all subjective. I think of pictures when I look at pictures. I find it a bit funny that numbers start with ich ni san and then just completely drop that pattern. Yeah. Imagine if the future would be like, oh, we're just gonna go with 1. Like, all right, this is our kanji for 8. or they go with the whole like, okay, you know, we have this. It's like, all right, so we're going to all right, that's gonna be 4. All right, and then we're gonna do, okay, this is gonna be 5, and then all right, we're gonna do this. That's 6. You know what I mean, like that. It didn't quite follow through with that. I think it's fun though. I don't think it's bad or good. I like how humans work around things as they go. It's obvious that one thing I want to dispel is it's easier, quote unquote. Sorry. I'm gonna put it in quotations. It's easier to view things post fact, right? Post facto, or in retrospect. However, human history, so to speak, or inventions happen as it goes. Like as it goes. So when you think about it in after the fact or in retrospect, hindsight is a process, not a goal. So when you think about things in retrospect, it's easier to see all the idiosyncrasies and like dropping patterns and stuff. But usually we have to remember that human history is being created as they go. So naturally, even writing systems themselves is bound by hindsight when it comes to human things. So yeah, we have to keep that in mind. Humans have the human condition is it's much easier to see patterns and things and make suggestions in retrospection as opposed to as it's happening. There are actually some more complicated kanji that basically represents the same thing as 1, 2. Don't recall ni, but 1 and 3 are okay. They're more archaic but used in legal documentation. I've heard that, yes. Are easy to change by adding or removing. I see. So it's hard to create forgery. Yeah, I heard about that. Yep. It's a great piece of trivia. I'm aware about the documentary the document thing. Yeah. There are special occasions for like reports too. Like news reports and stuff tend to integrate a lot of specific things that are for written stuff. Even literature, former literature and creative literature include specific kanji use and even grammatical things that are almost now nearly exclusive to creative writing and formal documentation. This is also true for English. Actually. In fact, I have yet to meet anyone who writes in that capacity most of the time as a speaking thing, because we're online, so we're typically chatting. So you're rarely gonna see those types of diction being used in formal writing. That are informal writing. Those complicated ones are not archaic, it's just traditional. Both, but that's fair. In places like Taiwan, those complex numbers are used all the time, where traditional is used all the same time. Again, now you're qualifying that's in Taiwan. But technically, archaic doesn't necessarily mean, doesn't have to imply very old as in literal old, but old-fashioned as in not commonly used anymore. So when something is just traditional Chinese, right? We'll be fair to both parties. When you say something is traditionally Chinese, or it's just in English, let's talk about English a little bit. Just would imply only or exclusive, in my opinion. The answer, in my opinion, very reasonably, is both. It is both archaic. It is both archaic and traditional Chinese. Not the other, not particularly. These two do not counter each other. Something that's archaic, actually the irony here is something that's traditional tends to be archaic, but that's besides the point. Something that is traditional in a different country, and Taiwan, right? And Taiwan can still be archaic in Japan. The answer is both, because you're changing the context. You're changing your context to qualify your stuff. So this would be confirmation bias. You're looking for all the cases that support your claim that it's just traditional Chinese or not archaic. But at the same time, that person who made the comment about archaic can qualify that's in Japan because it's not in everyday use. It's in specialized use, for example. Just as a fun logic debate compromise between the two ideas. Usually when someone has an opinion, brushing off their opinion by using exclusive words would imply that you are not acknowledging that person's message and embracing your own. So oftentimes to reach the compromise, what if they're both true? Because someone has an opinion, so it has to be based on some sort of perception, and then you have an opinion. So naturally, they're probably both. It's in both cases. It is both traditional Chinese. It is commonly used in Taiwan. It is also archaic in Japan's common day speech because it's only found in documentary, in like formal documentation. All of the above. Interesting blank is to go. I didn't realize it's the archaic 3 as well. Oh, interesting. You think archaic only means old? Yeah, most of the time it's used as old. Now it also is used as old-fashioned as well. It also means old-fashioned, as in not used anymore, not used every day. So like, for example, I use a word that's archaic all the time, like idiosyncrasy or robust. Robust might be an archaic word a lot of times. It's used a lot in scientific writing and statistical writing, but robust is not commonly used. Like people don't just break out robust anywhere. It's in specialized uses. So it's an archaic use for colloquialism. You don't use those words very often, but you do use them in formal writing. Statistically significant, for example. A lot of times when people say, oh, this makes sense because the majority of people do these things, saying it's statistically significant that people do this, it's archaic, as in it's only in formal writing. Having to constantly say statistically is probably very pedantic as well, and esoteric along with that. So oftentimes the word archaic also means not really used every day. Sometimes as an extension, right? I'm not like I think it's wonderful that you guys are exploring words and whatnot. I'm not saying right or wrong here. It's fun exploring the use of words in both Japanese and English all the time. Don't get me wrong. We could spend all day not learning any, not doing any Duolingo, and I'd be really happy about it because we're talking about language. Language is amazing. Archaic is archaic. It's actually a nice word. I like the word archaic. The irony here is archaic is an archaic word as well. People don't use archaic anymore. and sure enough, language learners though, like Seoul is pretty breaking out the special words. Looks like it has a, what is that? I see the thing from yo and mi. So yo, the kanji for like yomimasu. But I don't know the kanji to the left of san. So maybe that just comes from Chinese. Interesting. What does that mean, Lotus? The left kanji next to yomi. I don't even know is yomi, but it's the same kanji from yomimasu. Like to read. No questions here. I'm qualifying everyone's opinions and whatnot. I think the greatest challenge when it comes to linguistics. Onyomi. Oh, onyomi. Sound. Read in this context as on. Okay, onyomi. I see. What the heck is that? Kunyomi is also the word. Oh, okay. Also the word for kunyomi. Oh, interesting. Oh, that looks like the left side of anashimasu and yo mixed with river. We just got teased in this unit by coincidence. The kanji for river is going to be introduced. So it looks like it's the combination of the thing from yo and in yomimasu and hanashimasu. Smash river into the two, and you have kunyomi. Onyomi equals reading originated from Chinese. Okay, we're gonna be seeing. Okay, I don't know if you're gonna. I don't know what that is. Why are you kappaing? I have no idea what that is. Oh, reading made in Japanese. I see. I wonder why they chose these two. These two elements. I'm curious what the origin. Oh, is a second kanji for river. You see it often in place names. Okay. Spoilers, but all right. So like, okay. Okay. So you'll see it in names. Okay. Oh, it's red kappa. Oh, I see. Well, now you guys are just making inside jokes that I don't understand. But here's another one. So you're saying this phrase means reading made in Japanese. I wonder why Japanese people chose this and this slapped together. I know what. Lotus, are you? Lotus, I'm going to slap you for telling me that Kappa is a water demon. We just got over the fact that I play video games, Lotus. How dare you? How dare you tell me what Kappa is? How dare you? Man, you're throwing some shade at my knowledge here. I don't know, man. I didn't know it until I learned in Japanese. Oh, you weren't a gamer then. Oh, Lotus. Lotus, why? You just revealed that you're a boomer in the gaming. In gaming. Have you had a childhood, Lotus? I'm just kidding. I'm being a little rude now. Sorry. You not play Japanese games when you were I didn't learn what kappa is. I always knew it. My first exposure is a water demon or kappa. Before I knew like the kappa as in the English kappa, the emote kappa. You were top 1% in StarCraft 2. I am a gamer. Listen, there aren't any kappas in StarCraft. Get out of here. There ain't no kappa. You're heckin' Western gamer. Actually, I played StarCraft as well, but not StarCraft 2 because that's like Gen Z. Gen Z is StarCraft 2. I played OG StarCraft, and I was a punching bag for the top percentile. You're welcome. I thought I could compete in StarCraft 2, but I got in StarCraft, the OG StarCraft, but I was a punching bag. Not bad, but also not great. Not bad, but also not great. Punching bag. But there aren't kappas in StarCraft. You heck? What about Final Fantasy? There are kappas in Final Fantasy. Where's your Dragon Quest at? Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, JRPGs, there's kappas all over the place. They're gonna kappa you before kappa was a thing. Honestly, I thought it was really funny. Before Twitch was around, and then the kappa emote, right? And then Twitch came up, and then kappa happened. Kappa happened, and then my only thought was, why is everyone calling each other water demon? You kinda can't stand JRPGs, TPH. I tried playing one a few years ago and got so bored. Yo. Yeah, Justin TV. Yeah. Justin.tv. I'd get through all the Uraimu. Wait. Uraimu. Uraimu? Uraimu. Siri? I don't know. I'm actually pretty bad at. You're not a boomer? Well, Lotus is a boomer. He doesn't appreciate JRPG. Oh, slime. Oh, yeah, you gotta get through all the slime. Yeah. Suraimu. Oh my gosh. And yeah, I can't figure out a lot of I'm terrible at figuring out katakana words. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Even though I, like, sound them out. Have you ever played... Oh, wait. You said you're American, Tsuka. Have you played this thing called, like, Mad Lib or something, like a game called Mad Lib? Yeah, Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher is a great game, by the way. I haven't played the sequel yet, but Slime Rancher. Yeah, when you were young, I suck at this thing. You know how like they make the English words, they string together English words, and then I sound it out like 30 times. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, it doesn't sound like anything. Like, I don't get it. Like, and then someone says it and they immediately get it, and I'm like, okay. I mean, I get it now. I hear that it sounds like it, but man. Man. Your girlfriend played Slime Rancher for 12 hours straight? It was so dizzy. Slime Rancher was fantastic. I played it through the EA. So I played it through early access. Like, I like a lot of early access games. Maybe we'll go back to playing some early access games soonish. But since this Duolingo thing, I haven't been playing. Like, I like following indie developers, and occasionally when they're close to like 0.9, version 0.9 or 1.0 launch, I tend to play them. So I buy a lot of early access games that I believe in, and then I wait till the 1.0 launch. And Slime Rancher was definitely one of them. I quite enjoyed Slime Rancher. And then Slime Rancher 2 nailed a production crew. So someone hired them. I think Microsoft. So someone paid them for the sequel. And then there's, by the way, there's a Slime Rancher movie coming out as well. But Slime Rancher 2, it took off. The indie group is probably doing pretty well. The OG pre-patch PC version was awesome. Yes, yes, it was kind of unhinged, really. It's kind of, yeah, relearning English words by looking at katakana. Wasai ego? Oh, yes. I think someone mentioned that term before. Anyways, we gotta learn. We gotta learn some stuff. Gogatsu 1日は梅 oh no 雨です I said 雨です By the way, Lotus, we can't be friends anymore because you don't like JRPGs. The heck with you. Get out. Some Japanese fan you are. Can't believe you threw a dig. Actually, JRPGs aren't the same anymore. So I don't know what to tell you, Lotus. Modern JRPGs are not that anymore. Actually, I am playing a modern RPG right now. Like a Dragon is a modern JRPG. Yeah, I'll wait till a stable update to get games unless I play the alpha or beta. Yeah, if I'm involved, if I was approached for beta testing or alpha testing, I'll do it. But generally speaking, I like to pick up titles because I believe in their project and then wait for it really close to 1.0 launch. Yeah, really close to 1.0 launch. Okay, some of them are recorded for your viewing entertainment, for your viewing pleasure. Okay, May 1st will be rainy.
6時は早いです。
6時は早いです。
早い。
Okay. I see where they're going with that. Early. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this is Duo doing Duolingo things. This is marked as new because it's a new interpretation. I was like, interesting. Has anyone ever used this phrasing before? That a time will be early, or like early time. Sometimes I use late, often. Like, man, that's late. But specifically saying like 6 o'clock is early. Yeah. The reason why I don't use this phrase anymore too often is because of internet, right? Cue the memes. It's early somewhere in the world, right? It's early somewhere in the world. But it's also simultaneously late somewhere in the world. Or just right. You see what I mean? So over the years, like the last couple years, since I'm online a lot of times, I stopped using these phrases. If you know what I mean. Yeah. Like the deep cut here is I'm illustrating like how the English language has these expressions has kind of been like demarcated as, ironically, sorry, I want to throw this back to relate to what we said earlier. This type of phrasing is becoming archaic in the internet in the internet period. Because oftentimes it's too difficult to know if it is early or late, regardless of what the time is, because there's no universal internet clock or anything like that. So it's funny I thought it was pretty humorous. Sorry. I know, I'm beginning to sound pedantic. But all of this is connected. It's so beautiful. I think discussing and arguing or whatever you want to consider this when it comes to like learning Japanese or learning whatever you want, and then your native language, you're exploring your language again. I'm always exploring English again when I'm trying to learn Japanese. That's kind of the reason why I'm retaining most of my Japanese at the moment. I think about these things and sometimes I share it. Sometimes I don't. Most of the time I don't. However, in this case, it's pretty funny. 6 o'clock is early. I don't say that very often on the internet anymore. Because, yeah, is it? Oh, that's a good question. Is it 6 a.m. or p.m.? That's a good question, because as far as I know, the Japanese people don't use a 24-hour system, right? And then we have the phrase AM and PM here, so there's not enough context as well. Yeah. That's funny. I like that. Oh, JP is usually 24 hours? Oh, interesting. Are you sure about that? Oh, okay. Well, color me corrected, I suppose. I guess my only impressions that I have are JP to English productions. Oh, I see. So then this would be early. If you know what I mean. So if it's 6 o'clock, then 6 o'clock is early. So does that mean I can say so are you telling me then I can say like Hachiji, right? Oh, okay. Good to know. Excellent. Well, that explains a lot of things. I'm pretty sure Duo has some 24-hour examples. Oh, okay. Excellent. Nice. That clears the confusion. Yeah, if you don't get Gogo or Gozen, they probably assume it's 24 hours. Okay. Good. That's nice. You know what's now I'm feeling a little betrayed, Lotus and gang? Why didn't they do that for video games? As far as I recall, oh, they might have done it for convenience instead of authenticity. Oh, that's kind of... Oh, now I have to go back. I have to go back to... I actually have to go back to some of the Like a Dragon games. I'm very curious now if I can find examples of 24 hours. Like, that's a good point. Oh, that's so interesting. That's so interesting. I'm curious if they took the liberty of using AM and PM versus keeping the 24-hour thing. I kind of like the 24-hour system, just so you guys know. I prefer, actually, a lot of times when it comes to talking on the internet, I prefer the 24-hour system. But it's not in vogue. It's not trending yet. 24-hour format is not trending in online. Yeah. Imagine the confusion when someone says, "Oh yeah, man, it's early." You hear this all the time. Man, it's early. It's early. Or like, man, it's 6. It's 6. It's early. And then someone responds and say, "Oh, 6. That's kind of late." And then the person's like, "Oh no, I meant 6 a.m." And then the person said like, "Oh, well, that's early." And then the other person says, "No, this is late. I haven't slept." So you're right. It is late. This happens all the time. guys. On the internet, it happens all the time, because not only does late and early assumes, in Japanese, you make a lot of assumptions in order to provide context, right? But in English, lots of people have expressions, right? Using English, and early and late are subject to cultural differences. Even even like smaller subcultures like the internet. You could say the internet is a subculture of everyone else, right? But it constitutes as a large enough thing that creates cultural differences. So you always have this thing where, oh yeah, it's about 3 here. It's kind of late for me. And then a person's like, well, that's kind of early. It's only 3 p.m. It's like, no, it's 3 a.m. And I'm like, oh, etc., etc., etc. Because the perception of early and late is referencing to that person. So some people talk about reference to sleep time. So when something is early and late is with respect to sleep time. Yeah, some people wake up late and think 6 p.m. is their morning, etc. Yeah. So these words, what I'm saying here is these words have become, I don't use them very often. I ask. So instead now, when someone says, oh yeah, I'm tired, it's 8 p.m. now. And I'm like, how do you feel? Is that early for you typically? Is that late for you? Like, what is 8 p.m. like? Or like 6 p.m. like for you? As opposed to saying this phrase, as in 6 o'clock is early. I could say, I think 6 o'clock is early for me, right? That's how English needs to be explicit in terms of your opinions often. And in Japanese, it's kind of funny because you don't usually use like watashi wa and stuff all the time if you know it's coming from you. So you're inferring it's your opinion most of the time. So I think that kind of works out. But a lot of times, some people, when they say 6 o'clock is early, they're talking about most people. Most people think that. And I have to clarify that I think that, but not most people. Oh, you will say that it's your opinion, yeah. I love this stuff. I legitimately, I kid you not, guys, if I have enough time and I'm not streaming Duolingo, I sit there and watch people chat. That's all. I love doing that. And if it's something that I'm interested in, like say a video game that I can't play or no, I would watch the video game. But I would watch the people talk to each other, because to me, it's important to understand how people interact nowadays. And all these examples come from chats and comments. That's how people interact these days. It's so funny. You could spend, like what I'm doing now, like 50 minutes talking about what is late and what is early. So I stopped using relatives. So when I'm talking and I'm trying to get the idea from someone, I ask questions. So in Japanese, when I'm learning Japanese, I'm focused on learning how to phrase questions as specific as I can, because ultimately I don't like making statements like these things anymore, especially if I'm not in Japan or if I'm online. The expression is to ask questions as opposed to use words like easy, hard, late, early. Insert emotions. Right. Favorite. Best. Worse. better. Just to throw back to the recent one. Just, only, always, everyone, no one. The list keeps going on. I know, Lotus, you and we just talked about the whole like making sure of ethnicity, like being correct and whatnot. All this stuff files under that too. All these things have connotations. Like, so the English language has ballooned to the point where there's got to be someone who will be disagreeable about your perceptions. And we're using English as the language to bridge these perceptions. So all of your relative phrases and words, and any word with double meanings or triple meanings or historical cultural dissonance, will come with quotes. They will come with quotes. And I'm curious if the Japanese people ever be like in school, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna spend the next year talking about words we can use in specific contexts because they are not acceptable or dissonant in other contexts with everyone else in the entire world in very specific cases. So these are the following words, and it's like 1,000 words of your 2,000 words that you have learned in English. So for me, I apologize. Sumimasen, Japanese learners who wants to learn, like Japanese people who want to learn English. This sucks. This really sucks, honestly. Like, and if you're like using social media, right? If you're using YouTube, it's not the it's very not the same. Like, I actually quite love seeing Japanese YouTube content, as in like teaching Japanese stuff. But when I see the English version of it, it's like, well, no, you can't really, no, but this, and I kind of feel the same way as the native Japanese people who are critiquing like, oh yeah, this phrasing's weird and stuff. But they have a very crisp understanding. Like, they can say, oh, we just don't use this. We use this. And then that's fine. And occasionally they would say like, well, it kind of varies slightly with dialect, you know, like regional dialect. But in English, when I'm saying is, oh yeah, we don't use this, it's not because it's not being used. It's because it's dubious. It's ambivalent. So like, many people use this, but it will be confusing. And not in the sense that it's confusing because you don't understand the meaning of the phrase. It's confusing because it means different things to a lot of people. And that sucks. Like, we talk about Japanese all the time in the way like, oh yeah, what are your choices, right? What are your choices? Like, do you like asobimasu, right? We talked about this, so like asobimasu, or the other phrase that I still don't know. It was like kai something. But the idea is you still have like a clear distinction of the stuff. And in English, it's like, I don't know where to start. Like, do you hang out or do you go out? Do you hang out or do you go out? Like, is dekakimasu and kaisha shu. Ooh. Kaishu tsushim. Oh my gosh. Kaisho shimasu. Kaisho shimasu. Oh. Is kaisho like an outing? Kaishutsu. Oh, kaishutsu, sorry. Oh, that is a U. Yeah, gaishutsu. Sorry, gaishutsu. Sorry. Gaishutsu. Gaishutsu. Is it like an outing? So like to do an outing? I see the sudo linker. I do see the sudo linker. The sudo linker on this, but gaishutsu is a kind of like a trip or pleasure, maybe, or like maybe get together. It's a get together or something. G Show says going out outing. Okay, yeah, outing. That makes sense. So it's a pseudo. It's a pseudo link. A pseudo. I call this linking. I call this is not what it's called. I know. But I call it pseudo link. Whenever I see pseudo link, it's kind of like ryoko shimasu. Ryoko shimasu, right? To travel. However, travel is an interpretation of pseudo trip, right? To do a trip. So then it's travel. Yeah. The pseudo verbs. Yeah. Oh, lots of places call it just pseudo verbs. Okay, that's fine. I call it a linker because linking verb. You know what I mean? So I can get behind pseudo verb. Pseudo verb. You know what I mean by linking verb, right? Like am is our been being been being, and it's like you add the thing to a verb. Yeah. Usually a noun without the pseudo, and pseudo makes it a verb. Yep. Yeah, it's verbalizing. It's verbalizing the the noun. Yeah. And then I just refer to it as a pseudo link, but you're linking it with pseudo. Gonna start replacing pseudo with yaru and not elaborating. It's okay, I already know. It's fine. That's a spoiler by someone else. You have to you're probably gonna hear me say this a lot, so since it's already been 71 days, but there has been a lot of 1,000-year-old language spoiling. It's a very common experience for someone who is learning something. It's usually equivalent to like backseat learning. You find it a bit funny discussing words as spoilers? We're spoiling the, yeah, a 1,000-year-old language. That's the inside joke, right? It's not even, it's not technically, the current writing system's technically not that old, but that's the joke. I chose 1,000 because 1,000 seems like an arbitrary number enough to know that people is a joke. Yeah, we're spoiling the, and this would be backseat learning. Backseat learning, or not backseat learning. I'm backseat learning off of people who have already spoiled the learning process. An example, one example would be when Lotus said something like, "Oh yeah, hey, did you notice? Insert." At the time, the thing that he was inserting was the noun version of Yasumi. And in the previous unit, Yasumimasu, to rest, was introduced. But then Yasumi, as in the act of a break, was introduced. And there was other versions too. And that was kind of the idea. And then there was a pseudo one as well. There was also a pseudo verb. So, first playthrough without watching vids. Yeah, first playthrough without watching vids. That can be a gray area. Yeah. I already talked about this, about spoiling. And I talked about this on video games all the time. It's probably not where you think this is going. But for me, life is a journey. Life is a journey with knowledge or without. And if you don't seize the opportunity to resonate with strangers, resonate with people, it may be a non-spoiled non-spoiled journey. But it is a very lonely one. And also, with and without knowledge, this journey is different. When you say, if you spoiled something, I say, it's now a different experience. It's not a... I understand when people get angry when their expectations, their non-spoiled journey is what they want. I'm not that kind of person. The reason, if someone spoiled something for me, then they're part of the journey. So my journey incorporates that person's memory. As in, would you wish that person not to be there? Then it's going to be a very lonely journey for you. Would you want that person there? That's usually me. So you can spoil away all you want. Keep in mind that I will probably push back too. Like we'll have conversations, and then there'll be less like immediate learning in a sense. So I try to remember everyone's spoils. Right? I try to remember everyone's spoils. One that I remember, I'll go with Lotus. Sorry, Lotus, you're the punching bag today. When Lotus leaves the closet, my storage closet, when he leaves the closet, where I throw all the handy tools, when Lotus leaves the closet, the first time I learned this word, kiji, or post, I had a habit of saying kuji or kaji, because that's related to something else. And he basically say, oh, by the way, it's kiji, and then he ran back into the closet. And forevermore, this is Lotus. Kiji. Here's another one. Indie. I know these guys the longest from learning language. Indie. Here's one. Indie snuck out of the closet. And we're talking about proverbial closet, the tool shed closet. And he said, oh, hey, dai. So when I started learning restroom, right? Started learning restroom, I keep interchanging and o, because there were a lot of like o, or like the honor version of things, right? And then there were a lot of ahs in front of everyone. So occasionally I would say atearai instead of otearai. So by chance, just by pure coincidence, somehow indie were there when I said atearai, right? Atearai, and he like said it's otearai, and then he runs back into the storage closet. And I'm like, this is it. That's how you spoil things. And every time Duolingo introduces something new, there's a high chance that I already know something about it. And it reminds me of all the people who are taking their time out of their day to change my journey. To change my journey. So when it comes to a video game, right? When it comes to a video game, say someone says like, "Oh, did you get to X?" Right? Did you get to X yet? And then they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry. That might be spoilery." I'm like, "That's perfectly all right. How did X make you feel? How do X make you feel? And what did you like about it? Because when I get to X, I will see how I feel about it. And then we can talk about it." And what happens is I will have this person's motivations with that. You're experiencing something different now. It's no longer like some unadulterated. I'm not there's one last thing that I want to say with the like Frien and recent anime is that life, I view life as a collection of people. I prefer not to see myself as a main character. Like an MC. I prefer to see myself as a collective. And the collective is as strong as how many people are in it. Not an MC. An MC is a lonely character. If you view life constantly as the MC, you're going to be a very lonely person. And oftentimes, like I actually make fun of spoiling things all the time. Okay, let me catch up with some stuff. Okay, oh no, I triggered it. Spoil it for me, daddy. No, don't say that, Cozy. That's kind of weird. When you're learning it, you're spoiling it on yourself. True. There's tools in the closet. You should really invest in a light. I can't see anything here. Nah. I don't invest, okay? You're paying, okay? All right, I'll get a light. We'll see about how we can get a light in the closet. I totally forget the locks. Assert dominance, say gotearai. A gotearai instead. Oh. So is that like the super popular, super polite form? Go be even more polite. Yeah, even more polite than, oh, okay. Gotearai. Go matsuri. Like go matsuri, go furo. Dude, go furu. Like that's some polite stuff. Anyways. Yeah, did you like learning X? Exactly. Talk about what the person learned. It's all me, myself, and yeah, the main character. So I usually make it so that, okay, in the end of the day, I think I have a very comfortable life, right? You put in a lotus closet. No, the closet. The closet is like the lounge, you know? It's like a genie in a bottle kind of deal, you know? It's ever big. Only all of you get shoved into that closet, you know? And then you mark your own territory. Like, Lotus just has to share. But, what you call it? I think in the end of the day, your life gets a lot more brilliant when you make other people care about themselves too. So when you get them to feel like you care about them, everything is history, in my opinion. When you start talking about yourself a lot and worry about what makes you feel good and whatnot, that comes from a place where, yeah, you can probably, people will know like, oh yeah, this guy needs attention, or like this guy needs some encouragement and stuff, right? And that's cool too. If you're streaming because you need affirmation, like you need attention to feel good about yourself, and then there are lots of encouraging people out there, that's incredible. That's awesome if you can find people who will encourage you to do the things you like. I am streaming to do the opposite. I personally think I'm really happy and confident about things that make myself happy. So instead of doing things for the sake of entertaining myself, I prefer to use things that makes it so that I get information from other people because I'm interested in what they know. So definitely feel free. Feel free to spoil some stuff. Be warned though. if you're very reserved and you're not, if you're uncomfortable in being talked about all the time, now is the chance not to say anything. It's a fair warning because I want people's actions to paint endearment. So I try my best not to forget what people say. But it also means that I might take it really, really seriously. Like spend an hour talking about it. Right? Does indie pay? I can't reveal bills. I can assure you that the rent for the storage space varies between people. If we spend enough time talking about it, it may no longer be Rokuji. And we don't have to worry about it if it's early or not. Oh, that's good. That's good. I forgot. You already revealed that we're in the same time zone. Yeah, you mentioned already. You said you're the one that said New York, right? Yeah, we're in the same time zone, so it's almost 7 o'clock. Good. Well played. Well played. Well played. Well played. Oh, should we switch it? 7 o'clock is early. Should we switch it and then get it wrong? Okay. It's gonna be Shichiji, right? Shichiji. Soon. All right. Anyways. All right. Let's get with it. So definitely don't feel like if I push back, it's because I'm emotionally ignorant. But I don't want to discourage anyone from sharing. If I wanted to study and be like efficient and learn Japanese, I wouldn't be streaming. Right? If we have to really be serious, streaming is a distraction for learning. I know you can get hints and tips and stuff, but ultimately, in my opinion, it's best served to create links and rapport with other language learners. And that's a great way to build and invest forward. Like, I might not learn Japanese the fastest, but I sure as heck will have lots of people who can collaborate together and make something bigger than one person. So learning together is very different from learning by myself and taking advice from people. Not really about that. It's okay. If I learn by myself, I'll probably get to that position anyways. It's about learning together or learning about each other together. So if I'm disagreeing, yeah, it is daijoubu. Yes, daijoubu for emotional well-being. I think there has been very few things in my life that has stripped me down of my personal well-being. I've already gotten people that told me I have a stick up my butt all the time, so like, you know, it's really daijou. Why does everyone want Jobu to die anyway? Wait. Is this related to something you said earlier? No. Oh, I know that one. Ima ni mo shichi no yo ni naru. Okay, I recognize most of that, but not from Duolingo. Ima was introduced by someone else. Lotus is the reason I know Ima already. Like the kanji for Ima. I already know Ima itself. And then the phrasing naru is still new to me. The predicate naru, or in that case, how that works. Anyways, let's keep going. We're gonna go now.
8時は少し早いです。
It's all about Japanese. I don't want to make another video. I was thinking of going to digress, but digressions are kind of hard. It takes a really long time, so I don't want to make another video for a digression.
8時は少し早いです。
If you're wondering what a digression is, I call these things called digression. And people asked, they're usually greater than 2 hours. A lot of times I aim for 2 hours, or between 1 and 2 hours. And then they're usually like clipped into something else just because I wanted to digress about it. But let's not do that today. I do want to complete my 11 lessons. It'll become 7 o'clock any moment now. Yeah, the rant. Which, by the way, much like Cozy mentioned, digress. Funny enough, digress is an archaic word. Digress is an archaic word. Rant would be the new age replacement for digress. Much like if you're criticizing someone, you could also use diatribe. Diatribe is also an archaic word. Or if you're like super criticizing someone, you could say chastise. Not if YouTubers use it. Yeah, that's fair. An edgy YouTuber, I suppose. But you could use chastise. or my favorite, when it comes to like aggressively doing something, you could say ridicule. Ridicule is a great archaic word that I still use to describe people's actions. Ridicule. Slam. Oh my gosh, yeah, slam. Good one. Slam. I'm not sure about nuke. Nuke kind of reminds me of the boomer phrase. Going nuclear. Going nuclear. So when you go nuclear on someone, right? Or postal. Going postal on someone, as opposed to like being ridicule someone or chastise. Chat ridicules you. Yeah, speaking of words that aren't used very often anymore. I did see nuke recently in an article titled that was something like Liz Cheney nuked the... Oh my gosh, nuked? Oh my gosh, nuked. Yeah, you know what's funny about nuke? It's not even new. Or what I mean is it's retrending. Because has anyone in the United States, I used to say this, or I hear people use it, to nuke something is to microwave something. And I think people still use it, right? Do you still say like, I'm gonna pop this in and nuke it for 2 minutes? Right? Microwave. When you microwave something, you nuke it. Sorry. All right, we're really done now. We're definitely done. Stop. Cease and desist with back into the closet, everyone. We're done with like English stuff. I can't even. I would love to talk to an English learner someday about all the stuff thing. Like, I would love to talk to a person who acquired English as a second language and they already succeeded, right? They're already done. And they reach to the nuance of what we're talking about now, where like they're talking about like the etymology, trending and non-trending words. I would love to meet someone who is at that phase and just talk about the weird idiosyncrasies that they've embraced or rejected or something. My main source of that type of thing right now are usually British people who came to the United States and compared the intricacies of British English and American English, like Lost in the Pond guy. So they get really deep and sweaty, and I enjoy that in a very encouraging way. Gaff in Ireland is slang for house. Yes, I've heard that once. Yep. I had where I live, Cozy, there are quite a few people who are very, very in touch with their Irish heritage. And we're not talking about that Ireland, your Ireland. Yeah, it's not quite a pop. Yeah, it's not quite a. It's kind of like a dive. The way dive used to be used, but not used today, but slightly different. If you know what I mean. And it's still a very common word. Or like a place. Like a place, but it's also an ownership place. And a place people visit. Like a dive. I don't know if dive is still used in over there, overseas, over the pond. But dive is like kind of endearing now. But it has notes of being run down. Right? Run down. Like subpar, dilapidated. Oh, speaking of a word, dilapidated. Or sketch. Right, sketch. Oh, I don't even know if that's how you spell sketch. Haoya? Yeah, Haoya. Okay. Did you eat yet? That's what my parents say in Chinese. It's like, how are you? Instead, did you eat yet? I haven't taught my parents to say did you eat yet, because they just say, ni siro moi. Did you eat yet? That's usually how you greet someone. Ni siro moi. Have you eaten yet?
8時は少し早いです。
8時は少し
早いです。8時は少し早いです。
8 o'clock is a bit early. 8 o'clock is a bit early. Let's add more slight relatives to it. 8 o'clock is a bit slightly, but also kind of early, guys. You know? Just slightly, but not too much, but just right, a little over early. Like, yeah, well, yeah, no, it's kind of sort of early. Right, guys? Right? We need more. We mean like shikoto no sometimes like toki yeah. Hayai desu. I don't know.
来週は多分雨です。
Sorta chotto. Sorta chotto. Yes. Yeah, no, but not really. Sorta chotto. I'm sorry. This is too good. I hope one day I could do that in Japanese, but not with Japanese people. Like what I mean is, I know that it might turn off Japanese people a bit, right? Because they're being very concise. But I would love to talk to like other people who use Japanese and like put in all that, like tabun iroiro toki hayai desu. Because it's a very common English thing. When you're unsure, yeah, similish word, yeah. So, and then you'd be like, but, you know, like, but, and then you put in demo tabun iroiro dona, yes. just throw in all the maybe, I don't know, I'm kind of unsure, but maybe sometimes what kind, which yeah, that is it. I want to be able to do that both in Japanese, like be able to mimic being unsure in English but using Japanese. That would be kind of cool. Like be so comfortable that I can kind of mimic my personality in English, not just being like Japanese. A lot of times people, what they do is they immerse so much that their Japanese persona, like they're like, when they talk, their Japanese mannerism reflects the assimilated culture. But it would be really, really funny to hear what it's like for like a English person to be like an English speaker but still be comfortable with Japanese. What does that even sound like? Are there lots of ums, likes? Like, put likes in everywhere. Actually, what is likes? How do you even express that? You know, like the SoCal thing, what I'm doing now. Like, this is kind of like that. Like, I think, like, it's kind of like this, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know? Like, lots of likes. How can you get that essence but while speaking Japanese? That would be really funny. I would love to see that type of expression. 来週は雨か。Oh, は雨。Oh, 面白い。No, wait. かもしれない。I don't. That's hard. Sorry. This. I get the first one. 来週 next week is going to be rainy. Oh, is sometimes rainy. Tomorrow, next week is potentially rainy or maybe rainy also. And then isn't it? Yeah, maybe. We just covered kamo. So the ka as a marker of the unknown. And then kamo, oh, the whole phrase. Oh, the whole phrase means maybe. Okay. The only thing that I could gather from the end was that ka was the unknown marker. So it might be rainy next week. It may be rainy next week. Yeah, I see. My mom hates me saying like all the time. You know what I mean. Yes. The way I say you is different. Yeah. Fair. Yeah. Ye. Yeah, ye, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know? Yano? Is it Yano or Yino? I go with Yano sometimes. Yano? You know, like Minnesota. I don't know if you've heard the Minnesotan accent, but Yano. Don't you know? Don't you know? I'm bad with impersonations, but yeah, you know that. Or the how do we do no, right? No, like no, no. I don't know what Japanese people put in place of use in place of no. This is not yes and no. We talked about this a couple of times. It's not yes, no. It's no. It's a it's like a disruptive phrase for conversation. Oh, I guess the closest one is be like adding yo at the end, right? If you add yo, a conversation, yo at the end of Japanese, that's probably closer to the whole no. But no is in the beginning for English. I mean, that would be really poetic. You add yo to the end of a statement to mark more conversationalism, and then you use no in the front in the beginning to mark conversationalism. That's kind of funny. Sorry. Oh, and you were doing this phrase. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. Got it. All right. So next week will be be we'll probably next week will probably be rainy. Ne? I see. I know you're not reading these stuff, but fictitious uses yeah all the time. Fictitious's response to a lot of things is yeah. 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 My response is omoshiroi. That's my response most of the time. Whenever you like type to me and I need to type back, I would say omoshiroi most of the time. Or indeed. I still haven't got et. I think the Japanese would be like so. Probably so is probably the capturing of my indeed or right. It's either so or omoshiroi is my response most of the time, as opposed to saying yeah or yeah or how all the permutations of like yeah.
月曜日はちょっと
Indeed. Yes, quite right. Indeed. 月曜日はちょっと
はちょっと
Oh. Wow. That is different. Doesn't work well? Okay. That is interpretation. That is some
はちょ
massive.
っと
Doesn't work very well. Wow. Oh. You could say ryokai. Ryokai if you want to be weird. It's like Roger, or a stiff way of saying understood. My talk to that is if someone is like very affirmative action, like, oh, hey, do this, I say Roger Dodger. So that's probably the same thing. Or okili dokili. Okie dokie. Usually. Sometimes. So I say okie dokie sometimes. Or Roger Dodger. When someone is like really stiffing, like being very stiff and telling me things, I say Roger Dodger. So I think ryokai suits very well based on how you're describing it. Yeah. Roger Dodger. Roger Dodger is something I picked up from people around me. Okay, Roger. Roger Dodger. Or okie dokie. Okie dokie. And I don't say okie dokie artichoke. If you say okie dokie artichoke, I'm gonna kick you out and put you in a storage closet. In the secondary storage closet. You're gonna call me Roger from now on? That's perfectly fine. Acceptable. Indeed. Very acceptable. Language is funny at times, the more you know. I know, right? I know it can be confusing and it can be weird, but hey, if it's gonna be confusing, weird, complicated, why not have fun in the process? And what's more fun than sharing the moment of being confused together? Like, I understand it can be very overwhelming, especially dispense the overwhelming and join in the confusion, I suppose. Like, if you have people around you who are confused with you and learning with you, it becomes less overwhelming. The burden is kind of like spiritually or emotionally distributed. So why not be stiff, weird, confusing together, right? At least that's why we share things, right? Online. At least that's how I'm doing it. So be quirky, be shameless. My favorite part about the internet, like especially YouTube, the most endearing quality was people were unapologetic. They were incredibly passionate and unapologetic. Although recently it has become hyper insecure. Like there's a lot of rampant insecurities, and I can understand that. Like being the rights and wrong things, whatnot. But yeah. Gas means funny here in, in Ireland. But USA, it's lit or something. I don't know. I don't know if lit that's a gas. I love that's a gas. Gas is archaic as well in the United States. That's a gas. Like having a gas, that's a gas. I've heard that before actually. But lit, yeah, I don't use lit anymore. Someone called me a boomer for using lit. Someone, what is it funny now? How do people express that's funny in English? Oh, or on the internet now? I think people like using the word hilarious. Like hilarious is coming back. That's pretty hilarious. Like it's hilarious that hilarious is coming. But I don't know. Yeah, that's gas. Yeah, I used that's lit once in the past like year, and then someone called me a boomer, basically indirectly called me a boomer. So it's not lit anymore, but lit is slap. Most people say it slaps, but it doesn't mean, it doesn't equal gas. Gas is funny. Slap is good, which is also lit before it became slap. So that slaps, right? Something slaps. Not so much lit anymore. Maybe it'll come back. I don't know. Monday doesn't really work well. I try very hard to stay. Someone called me a boomer for saying hip too. I try to stay current. The word I would use is I try to stay topical. But the problem is topical is an archaic word as well. So I use the word topical. I try to stay topical, as in relevant. However, occasionally I would say, I try to say hip. And then someone will reply, okay, boomer. Nope. Still gonna try anyways. Monday doesn't work very well. Okay.
はちょっと
Beef? Beef. Oh, remember when beef was a thing? I don't know if beef is still being used in that way. When you got beef with someone. You know, when you're starting beef.
ナオミさん、水曜日はどうですか？
Naomi-san, 水曜日はどうですか? Oh, I see. 水曜日はちょっと fair enough.
午前7時は早いですか？
午前午前7時午前7時は早いですか? Ugh. Okay. Hydrate. Gotta hydrate. It's still used? Okay. Okay. Is 7 a.m. early?
ケンさん、火曜日はどうですか？
火曜日はちょっと。火曜日はちょっと。Tuesday doesn't work very well.
日曜日の10時がいいです。
Do you remember the pound? Yeah. Internet slang? No. I don't think I was ever aware of it. 日曜日の 10時がいいです。
の
I see. Interesting. uh 10 o'clock on Sunday is good. Yeah. So it's the other no. I think we've touched upon 3 no's now. Three no usage. 10 o'clock on Sunday is good. 雨の日 nice. Use the other no. 雨の日が something. What do we have? Kantoku? No. Botaniku? No. Daisuki. Daisuki. Sorry, Daisuki. Daisuki. Nanbiki. Oh, wait.
監督
Wait. Orc.
大好き
You like rainy days? I mean, she is smiling. She loves rainy days. And this is non-biki. Alright. I love rainy days. I personally don't. It kills my allergies. But I do like the day as it's raining. I guess the later part of the day, because then the allergies go away.
土曜日の何時がいいですか
Temporarily. Okay. Alright, we need to focus. What's older than Boomer? The silent generation? I don't know. Is there are you going for a joke? I kind of took it literally. What's older than Boomer? The generation before Boomer? It's fun jumping in puddles. Oh boy. It's fun running in the rain. I enjoy running in the rain. I guess that's kind of like jumping in puddles. You're kind of slamming into the puddles, you know? 土曜日の何時がいいですか? What time on Saturday is good? I love this phrasing. Or like, I like if that's what it means. I kind of like using this. This is good. This is good.
5時は多分暗いです
Okay, kurai. Sure. And you can use that with this phrasing. Oh, interesting.
暗い
Oh. Alright, I'll have to mark this. I'm gonna have to make a note about this usage. That's different. I'm like, wait a minute. It doesn't quite make sense in this context. How are they interpreting it?
暗い
Kurai. Ah, okay. 5 o'clock is probably dark.
Kurai.
Wait a minute. I need G. Give me G show right now. Dark, gloomy, murky. Okay. Kurai. Interesting. Oh. Aha. I got it. Makes sense. Yeah. It's what we would call, I mean, it's what I would refer to as a homophone. It's a homophone. Or a homonym. And since we don't have kanji yet, it's an overlap in sound. Fair enough. I was looking at the G show just now. Okay, 6 a.m. is still dark. Dark.
6時
Oops.
6時
午
午前6時は
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
暗いですまだ
Mada.
まだ
Mada kurai desu. Gozen rokji wa mada kurai desu. Fair enough.
午前
午前4時はとても暗いです。
おっと
That's not it.
とて暗です
午前4時はとても暗いです。Ooh, I'm not getting along today. I'm gonna be curious how much I actually remember for tomorrow.
高い山の景色
Keshiki. Keshiki. Views. Keshiki. That was teased in the guidebook. Takai yama no keshiki. Tall mountain views. Fair enough.
景色
Keshiki.
山を楽しみます。
Tanoshimi is brought back. Tanoshimimasu.
楽しみます。
Oh, but now it's now it's a predicate. Or like it's not like a predicate phrase, but it's more like an actionable thing. Going to enjoy. That's kind of neat. The other one was the cluster usage was ni or particle tanoshimi tanoshimi desu. Tanoshimi desu. Tanoshimi desu ka or some question. Yama o tanoshimimasu. Sure. So we're going to enjoy the mountains. Where's my hiking at? Picnic? Picnicu. 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 I'm gonna say it a couple more times. Everyone picnic. Everyone picnic. I used to say that too. Whenever something goes wrong, nobody picnic. Everyone stay calm. Nobody picnic. Picnicu. Pikniku. Okay. What are we doing? Kanojo?
彼女
Kanojo to... Kanojo to... Kanojo to... Pikniku o tanoshimimasu. Cool. I will enjoy a picnic with my girlfriend.
外は綺麗です。
Soto.
外。外。
What's wrong with your synthetic voice?
外。
Soto. Soto wa karei. Karei desu. Okay. The outdoors. The outdoors is pretty. You have returned. How much progress have I made? We derailed so hard for 2 hours. Not very much. Everyone picnic. I'm picnicking now. I'm gonna tell you now. I'm gonna show you some picnicking. Oh, okay. The outside is pretty. Okay, that's fair. Here's a question. Do you commonly use the outdoors? Or do you say the outdoor? Is why I'm pausing here. This is where we have to revisit English again, which I'm not sure anymore. Because I would say the outdoor is pretty. But the outdoors, yeah. I use the outdoors, but only in a super specific context. Yeah. So like, for example, this S, you know what this S makes me feel? When people say, I walk towards. I walk towards something. And in the formal sense, this is not there. It's I walk towards something. So it kind of feels like this. It's kind of a similar feeling for me personally. The outdoor is pretty, as opposed to the outdoors is pretty. But I get it. It feels nice to put in the S. So I get the whole I walk towards something, as opposed to I walk towards something. Kind of, it's not the same grammatical thing, just the feeling is the same or similar. The feeling is the outdoors, and then you know, here, right? Is it the outdoors are pretty or is pretty, and then you go into the whole non-countability of specific words. So the outdoors are pretty or the outdoors is pretty. I'm not sure anymore. English is I'm not sure anymore. These days I have no idea. I don't know what is natural, what is norm. It's the outdoors is early. It's pretty. Soto de. You know what's funny about these things? These images? I know, I'm digressing so much today. I'm having a blast, by the way. What's interesting, you can tell what are older concepts. You can tell what are older image concepts and new image concepts. If you know what I mean. So Duo, whenever they're changing stuff, right? When they're updating, you can tell their artists took different shifts. Like there are different iterations. And the images is often reflective of the design language. You might be saying like, oh yeah, but all these designs are superficial and, you know, like very basic and stuff. But you can definitely tell there are different artists and at different time periods. And this one's, to me, it's a reminiscent of an older design. But, you know, I might be reading a little too much into it. it's kind of like when I'm playing video games, you can kind of pick out like, oh yeah, this asset was definitely generated before this asset, because these two assets aren't related anymore. They're very distinctively different, so they occurred in different times, unless it's the same artist that somehow compartmentalized their abilities, right? You just gave me ACT PST. Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, it's fun. I know it's PTSD, but you might as well embrace it, right? You've survived the ACT, Hunter. You've survived it. At least I think, right? Soto de... Oh, you know what would be a fun thing to do? For the future. Duolingo... this is related to Duolingo. Duolingo refreshes their English competency tests, like from year to year. So it recently got refreshed. I'm curious if I fail the English competency test. You might be thinking like, nah, you're not gonna fail it and all that stuff. Like, but I can't be so sure about that. I really can't. If I sat down and do a English test now, I would probably struggle way more than most people think I would. I wouldn't rest on my laurels that it becomes so apparent, because complacency really takes hold when you speak a language and use a language for so long. You become so complacent that you might run out of time doing an English test. If that English test is timed, I'm screwed. It takes me like 15 minutes to decide if it's the outdoors or is it the outdoor. So if you put a timer on that, I'm pretty screwed on an English competency exam. I have still young, but just survived my first year of uni as well. Oh, congrats. Freshman year. You know what they say about freshman year at uni. Actually, I don't know where you're from, so it might not be true there. In the United States, oftentimes the first 2 years determine if your grit to stay, because it's a weaving year. The biggest incoming population is usually the first 2 years, and those are the general education years. So you get swamped with things to see if you make it through, right? Because it's tough. It's a changing environment. You're adjusting to new things, and at the same time, the school is like, should we invest more into these kiddos? And they just slam you in the first 2 years. The reason why I say that is I used to really love talking and helping with teaching for first years and second year at universities. And you see it. The bright shining faces on the first couple weeks. The first couple weeks is like super bright, enthusiastic. And then when you see them return for sophomore year, the second year of university, you see a slightly more, like, you can see the ones that are like, yeah, they're gonna make it. And then the other ones are like, that's a coin toss. And the ones that are struggling, they're less enthusiastic. That's where my focus ends up being. Like, I'm like, yeah, we need to help out these kids. So oftentimes that's why I enjoy working with kids, like younger people who are transitioning, like getting between the first 2 years. The first 2 years and wherever high school was, it can be really, really strenuous. And the ones that are like, ooh, the next year, it's like a ghost. Like they're the former enthusiasm, so try to pep them up and help them out, right? The ones that are like peppy and still happy, and the coin toss ones, they'll come to you with problems, and they do. And the ones that are already peppy, they're probably good to go. It's kind of difficult to. They're not as receptive, the ones that know what they're doing, because they already know what they're doing, as opposed to the ones that you can kind of see they paled out a little. Yeah, I like working with getting people over them, because the ones that survive, I know I'm not trying to diminish the ones that are successful or like happen to be very skilled. The ones that survive, they're very strong. So congrats on surviving the first year. using language like survive, or it's rough and you know it was rough, but you got through it and you learned more from it, you're a survivor. It's gonna be, that means that lots of other things can be thrown at you and you'll be a-okay in the future, provided it doesn't grind you down before you get to start. So I love being in a position where I get people to start, and then when they overcome the stuff, they're unstoppable. Sometimes I do worry about the successful ones, the ones that knock it out of the park and they continue to knock it out of the park. Like, when will they hit their first roadblock? Usually when you hit your first roadblock, it comes at the college stage. But there are lots of brilliant kids who are incredibly well prepared, so their roadblock comes much, much after me. I haven't been in education that long to advise kids who are way past college, like when do they hit their roadblock. But speaking to adults, like other adults, like colleagues and stuff, I have witnessed lots of colleagues hit roadblocks in their lives, and their first roadblock came around middle age and they hit a midlife crisis and they do a career pivot. So it can be very tough. It's much, much tougher later when you hit a roadblock, or if you hit a roadblock much, much later, you have all your busy lives, lots of people depend on you, and then you hit that roadblock and you haven't really ever hit a roadblock before. It can be really, really difficult to develop the skills to recover from that roadblock later in life. So survivors early, you get them up, push them along the way, help them out. Kids that get knocked down and get back up, and they show that they know that they got knocked down but can get back up. Oof. It's so awesome to see them 5 years later and 10 years later, because whatever knocks them down, you punch back. It's pretty engrossing, in my opinion. It's very auspicious once you get the kid back up, though. Sometimes things can kick you down really, really hard and you don't get back up. So that's kind of what I do most of the time. I love being that potential person to pick the person back up, only briefly, so that they can do it themselves in the future. You enjoyed your first year, got good grades, and hopefully I can continue. Awesome. Awesome. I was the kid knocking it out of the park. Turns out my roadblock came in different parts of my life. Oh, yeah, Lotus. My roadblock came in different parts of my life too. Like the specific one, the one about schoolwork. Yeah, I got slapped really hard in graduate school. My world got much bigger in graduate school. In terms of other things, like the other parts of life, I got I hit roadblocks way before. And that's the whole like growing up multicultural thing. Those roadblocks were, it was like riding a bike, dealing with like that type of thing where someone would consider you something but you're not that, and then they consider you this and not that. They always call you weird because you do something slightly different from either thing. That's pretty much great, but academically, like career wise, I got slapped really hard around my mid-20s. In my mid-20s is when it happened, where like, oh yeah, I can't just cruise along and do things and everyone relies on me because I can do things. Then I got slapped really hard. Got brought back down to ground level. And sure enough, you have to deal with it, It makes you stronger. Another reason why I want to learn Japanese, to train my brain to be more active. Yeah. Learning a language is it's a life skill, in my opinion. It's forever and ever and ever. Also English is part of your life forever. So I don't stop learning English most of the time. I don't stop talking about English most of the time. And learning Japanese is making me get closer and closer, even to appreciate all the things that English does as well. So both, everything. And welcome, Hunter. I think you are the most common age group that I've experienced or encountered during these 71 years? 71 years? Ugh. 71 days. I'm dead. I'm not that old, sorry. 71 days. 71 days. Around like anywhere as young as 16 and as old as Lotus, who's like 86. Lotus is 86, just so you know. I'm just kidding. He's not 86. I'm the older one person here. Usually around college age. So in between high school, almost concluding high school, or already completed 1 or 2 years of university at the upper end. And that's very common. Hey, have some respect for your elders.
遊びましょう。
Asobimashou. There it is. Asobimashou. We should hang out outside. Oh, I get it. We should hang out outside. That does check out. What are our other choices? Araimashou? Oh no. Oh no, where's Indy at?
洗いましょう。
Where's Indy at? This is his phrase. Araimashou right here. We should wash outside. We should wash outside. Sorry.
遊びましょう。
Haraimashou. That's pay. Oh, owarimashou. We should sit outside. I mean, that's pretty good. Whoa, no, wait. Owarimashou? Wait, is owarimashou? No, that's suwarimashou. Owarimashou is we should end outside? Is this to end? Owarimashou? Yeah, right? Respect for elders in Japanese. Keiso. Keiso. Okay. Listen, I'm your elder, okay? Respect your elders. Oh yeah, we should play outside. That's right. Because asobimashou is play as well. What the heck is this? Soto wa Suzu? Suzushi desu. Suzu? Cool? Like cool as in like literally cool, right? Not cool as in cool. I know how that sounds, folks. It's an English thing. Are we talking about cool as in like lit? Or a slap? Are you talking about cool as in not atatakai? I'm just kidding. I know the answer. I'm just making some funny observation. It's fine. I know what it's referring to. I'm just kidding. The outdoors is cool. Cool as in weather, yeah. Cool as in weather. Soto wa suzushi desu. Suzushi desu.
涼しいところはどうですか？涼しいはところ。
Tokoro something.
どうですか？涼しいところはどうですか？
Oh.
は
Suzushi Tokoro wa dou desu ka? How is what? How about the cool place? How about a cool place? Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
秋は涼しいです。
Aki wa suzushi desu. There you go. Fall is cool.
涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。
Picnic. Picnic. Picnic.
涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。
Picnic. Picnic. So something sasashi is
涼しい
suzushi.
ピクニック
Picnic. Picnic. It's a not a na adjective.
涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。
Oh no wait.
山
Yeah.
Yama.
Yama.
で
Picnic.
Oh.
Oh. What are we doing? しましょう。行きましょ
行きましょう。
No.
行きましょう。
う。
しましょう。
しましょう。Picnic. Picnic. No one picnic.
涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。
ピクニック。ピクニックをしましょう。ピクニック。ピクニックをしましょう。Okay.
どの川がいいですか？
Kawa. We got Kawa. I see rivers and rivers. Which? Oh, come on. Really? Really, Duo? Which river or rivers? Come on, Duo. Which river is good? Come on. Speaking of ACT PTSD, which river versus which rivers are good? Sorry. Which river is good? The reason why Duo can get away with this is there's no keyboard function. So no keyboard function. So you have to rely on helping verbs, right? Or helping verbs. Yeah, you have to rely on the helping verb tense to figure out if you're gonna use rivers or river.
カイさん、どこがいいですか？
Yeah, Duo definitely heard me rant, and then they're just pulling it out now. Kai-san, Kai-san, どこがいいですか？川の、川の、wait, what? Kawa. It's saying kuwa and kiwa. Kawa. Kawa no chikaku. Nice. From last unit. Kawa no chikaku wa dou desu ka? How about the nearby river? Or near the river? How about near the river? Fair enough.
山の景色も楽しみましょうか。
山の景色も楽しみましょうか? Ooh. Okay. Should we also enjoy the view? I mean the mountain views. 山の景色も楽しみましょうか? Oh, there's Indy. There's the guy. You can blame Indy for everything. Yep. There he is. 山の景色も楽しみます。Oh my gosh. 楽しみましょうか? 楽しみましょうか?
どこがいいですか？
You just finished watching it. Are you still watching Rent a Girlfriend? Wait. What are you watching? Yesterday we finished Frien. 4 episodes a day. Oh yeah, that's right. You're regulating. Right. But listen, Indy. You said 4 episodes a day, but is that per anime? Because honestly, I need you to watch the other like 3 or 4 we mentioned yesterday. Cuz you need to be more efficient here. I'm just kidding. 4 a day sounds good. And you discuss it with friends or with a friend. Sure. I haven't considered watching that. I think the title is something. You're getting around to Frien eventually. Maybe by then there'll be like a renewal of Frien. Frien is it's a cut of 1,000 needles, man. Stabbing of 1,000 needles. どこがいいですか? Hokkaido no kawa wa kawa wa dou desu ka? I can see why they didn't introduce kawa as the kana, and they immediately introduced it as the kanji because of wa. So every time kawa shows up, it's gonna be kawa wa very early on. So they decide, yeah, you know what? Let's stop doing hahas where there's not hahas, and let's just go with kawa wa dou desu ka? Oh, it's not that kind of hard. You're fine. I always thought the idea of Rent a Girlfriend was interesting for sure. You know that's a thing? Not the Rent a Girlfriend thing, but I mean, let's not try to be too adult here, but that kind of thing is a thing. But it's kawa, not kaha. Sure, I know. Kawawa. but it's still kawawa. I know. You need to calm down, Lotus. Back in the closet. I was talking more an actual girlfriend, not that. Yeah, all right, Indy. And I'm talking about it more likely. I'm talking about like hosting. Like I'm talking about hosting. I'm not talking about that either. You're going too deep, Indy. Pull back a little. Pull back. I'm talking about hosting. Hosting is still a thing in Japan. Like hostesses and hosts. Yeah, host clubs. Yeah. Pull back a little. Pull back, Indy. Pull back. I'll have to watch the show. I'm actually kind of curious what the synopsis. You piqued my interest. You have piqued my interest. And I'm gonna take a massive dump on the music just to spite you. I'm just kidding. I'll do that. I held it off for a little bit. Wait, have you seen the old school Oran Host Club? I'm talking about it, that stuff was popular in America, not Japan. Yeah. So the reason why that is a big deal to me is if you play Like a Dragon, right? The Like a Dragon series, that comes up a lot, and there's a lot of misconceptions. Like there's a lot of cultural misconceptions, right? Cultural misconceptions, and it does deal with a lot of hosting related things. Like I'm gonna put this in a very, very big quotes. Adult entertainment, right? There's a lot of historical like things involved in that, and it's steeped in Japanese culture. So, you know, there's a lot of depth, especially if you're interested in like even, you know, the feudal times, right? Even feudal times, like shogunate periods and whatnot. And if you go back even in like Chinese history to like dynastic periods and stuff, it goes pretty deep. The United States is young, right? It's relatively younger when it comes to what we're talking about. But yeah, and even then, the United States have their own branches, like burlesque. You know, burlesque. I don't know how to spell burlesque. That's as close as I get. Burlesque. Even cabaret, still. Like cabaret. I don't know how to spell cabaret either. French words. I'm assuming these are French words. But yes. Adult entertainment. In big quotes. Adult entertainment. We're adults here. Sort of. Hopefully, sorry kids. Rated 18 plus. Does America have cabaret clubs? They don't have cabaret clubs per se. They don't have cabaret clubs, but they have cabaret entertainment. So like it's more like cabaret shows. So things that elicit the cabaret. So the United States still have cabaret as an art form. Cabaret as an art form. And it's a little different from burlesque. And the emphasis is whether it's like the language, the artistic language is what distinguishes it between a burlesque or cabaret. Not to be confused with, you know, we're going to be adults about this. The whole idea of like strip clubs, right? It's not these two. These two are not this. So adult entertainment versus adult entertainment, right? In a very, very serious note. A lot of them are art forms outside of our adult entertainment kind of thing. Yeah.
川
There's your kawa. Where's Lotus? There's your kawa, okay? You little heck. Hey. Indie. Don't art shore me and then go away. You're not allowed to go back into your closet yet, okay? What is the most common foundations of art, like visual art? Don't you at me. You watch anime, okay? Don't you at me, okay? And this is universal. This is international. Because Western art, like sculpting, you know, portraits. Don't you at me, okay? The human body is the centerpiece and foundation for most arts. So cabaret and burlesque is like an extension of that, I suppose. I know you're a singer, but you said you like dancing, so don't you at me, okay? Now, how dare you at me, okay? Dancing about the human form. Oh, heckin'. I was gonna ask you now, have you watched Dirty Dancing? Is that the classic? Is that the... Yeah, that's the name of the classic, right? It's called Dirty Dancing. I don't know if you watch old cinema, like old Hollywood cinema, but my mom used to love that movie. Yeah, Dirty Dancing. Yeah. Kawa. Okay. She would put it on all the time. So what you're saying is, yes, you at least know of or have been exposed to the movie Dirty Dancing. Yeah, the human form. The human form is I mean, we can like take a shout out to some of the famous sculptors, like, you know, David, right? David and stuff. The human form. Oh, and Grease. Yeah, Grease. Musical, Broadway is often dealing interpretive dancing. Interpretive dancing. It's usually the art form is about the human body, right? It's the form. And yeah. And anime's root, by the way, most of the anime roots, like the ones that do all the great motion and stuff, starts with the human body. Even though my anatomy sucks horrible, like I actually avoid the human, like I'm an amateur artist because I avoid the human body. I suck at anatomy, like how the body moves and how to draw it, and like even though I stare at dancing videos all the time, I haven't applied that to artwork. Anyways,
Kawa.
Kawa no kawa no chikaku.
近く。山。の。
山の川の近く。
楽しみます。
楽しみます。Yeah. Yeah, you show him. 山の川の近く楽しみます。楽しみます。
楽しみます。
No. Oh, it's the other way around. Oh, near the mountains. Oh, no. Oh, I thought it was near the river. Whoops. I don't want to talk about it. One day. Oh, right. Cozy. Dancing. That's right. Cozy. You talked about getting back into dancing. That's right. I forgot about... You said that yesterday. Yeah, one day. Soon. Maybe one day. With a smile on your face. The heck with trauma. Okay, enjoy the mountain. Oh, what's happening? Oh my goodness, what the heck? I think my tablet might be... It's almost time to replace my tablet, I think. It's been doing some weird double tapping things, even though I'm not tapping anything. We should also enjoy the mountain view. Should we enjoy the mountain? Okay. So, Yama no...
Kirei.
Oops.
Kirei. 景色。
景色も Yeah. 山の景色も
楽しみ
楽しみ
ましょう。
ましょう。Oh, is that how that's broken up?
か
Okay. 山の景色も楽しみましょうか楽しみましょうか I don't know the order of this. I think this is fine. I'm gonna find a gym and get fit again to do it. You don't need a gym to get fit, I know, but they got the dumbbells and barbells. Yeah. No need, but encouraging. Or accessible, I suppose. And space. Oh, that's fair. Space. Mindset is what I would say as well. I would throw in mindset. I lived in an apartment building where there was a residential gym, right? Like it's part of the apartment. It's part, yeah, environment. No one uses it, even though like it has a lot of equipment and space and like a wall mirror and stuff, right? But none of the like hundreds of tenants exercise very. They like going outside and stuff, so it was very convenient. And whenever I get down there, I have a different mindset. It helps. It creates a psychological space for switching gears. So sometimes that can be very empowering to have a different space, not just like literal space to do exercise, but also have a psychological space. And it can be very cathartic and engaging. Like for example, lots of people find what I do with streaming very red flag if you're not in the mental game to compartmentalize. My bed is right behind me. Like it's actually on the floor. I sleep on the floor, by the way. Not like literally on the floor, but I sleep on like a futon on the floor, and usually they segregate the environment so that you're not like psychologically mixing a place of activity with a place of rest, or a place of exercise with a place of relaxation, right? Things like that. So from time to time, it can definitely be helpful. Not necessary, but also helpful. Well said. The river near the mountain. Oh yeah. Right.
Kawa
Kawa
の
no yama no
近く
chikaku
楽しみます。
tanoshimimasu. How do you say I sleep on the futon in Japanese? Shut up, Lotus. I know, I thought about that. I sleep on the futon? Okay. On the futon. Okay. Maybe like futon de... Ooh, do you need this? Futon de aneimasu. Neimasu, sorry. Futon de neimasu, or do you need it? Do you need it, or do you day it? I think I would day it. I would totally day it. Have I done positions? I don't know in what capacity. You can also do no futonde. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, I would totally day it. Day the futon. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I've done positions yet still. Something no. Something ni. I'm gonna say that's neimas. Something mas. Futon no uen. Uen ni ue ni neimasu. Interesting. First part is kanji for futon. Okay. And then it's for uen. Okay. For above. I see. And then that's for neimasu. Yeah. So futon no ue ni neimasu. I see. So futon looks like that. Futon, and then that's above ue. Okay, ue ni neimasu. Yeah, man, Indy, way to sucker punch me with how terrible Romaji is without spaces. way to be toxic, Indy. Heckin' toxic with that non-spaced Romaji. Like, oh yeah, that's helpful. Oh, I'll show you helpful non-spaced Romaji. Oh no. Oh, I didn't. Ah! Oh, gaimasu. Oh my gosh, it's good. Oh no. Oh no. Now I have to. I blame everything. It's all done. Everyone picnic. Everyone picnic. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh, what? Yama no shikoto, chikaku, yama no chikaku no... Are you serious? Hold up. The river near the river near the mountains? So near the mountains of the river? I disagree with that. Oh yeah, but the river is the one that's saying it's good. So okay, yeah. It's all Indy's fault. I'm blaming Indy. Everything's kaput. Now I'm barely halfway and now I have to earn It's all your fault, Indy.
塩かわいいドーナツ
I'm angry learning now.
今日
Time to angry
具合が
learn.
悪いです
I'm angry learning.
ドーナツ
火曜日です
Angry learn. Ah.
塩はありません
It's okay.
山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？先生の授業は火曜日ですか？山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？
I'll just stop pronouncing for now and like relax. If I relax, I can do these a lot faster.
あのお菓子屋は有名です。あのお菓子屋あのお菓子屋は有名です。お菓子屋は有名です。
テストは火曜日です
具合が悪いですか？具合が悪いですか？
I bet you haven't heard silence in a long while, right?
あのお菓子屋は有名です。
今日は授業が4つあります。山
おしゃれな財布を買います
ネック
彼女は元気な人です
Oh.
彼氏はとても元気な人です。
元気な彼女。
Hmm. That one was interesting.
ここは本当に綺麗なお寺ですね。は、本当に、高い、高い、綺麗。な、ここは本当に綺麗なお寺ですね。ここは本当に綺麗なお寺ですね。
Oh, what?
ここは本当に綺麗なお寺ですね。
Oh.
お寺ですね。
優しい彼女。
彼氏は優しい人ですか？それ、それ。彼氏と。彼氏は優しい人ですか？優しい人ですか？
Oh. Whoops. Wrong particle.
花さんは彼氏は優しい人でか？
かわいいネックレス。かわいいネックレス。
妹がいます。
妹。は、中国語ができます。
彼氏は優しい人ですか？彼氏は優しい人ですか？
Okay. Let's get 3 hearts. I need 3 hearts. I'm feeling the 3 hearts.
怖い。
I'm a little kawaii.
S サイズは200円です。
When I'm quiet, huh? It's very scary. It's kawaii desu. Kawaii desu. Janat kawaii desu. Okay. Oh my goodness, I forgot about this one. Esu. S saizu. Oh, I forgot about S saizu.
S サイズは200円です。
す。
私も1年生です。
Oh, hey. This was from last unit.
木曜。
ビジネスの授業はいつも面白いです。
Okay.
ホテルで休みましょう。ホテルで休みましょう。
カイさんは1年生ですか？
入り口。入り口。
What the heck? It's just Iriguchi.
とどこは はどこ
Uh,
入り口はどこですか？
休みましょ
just
休みましょう。
Short. I should be saying that. Yasumimasho. Okay.
スーパーで醤油を買いましょう。
う。ビジネスの英語。ビジネスの英語。
怖い。
Jet coaster.
ジェットコースターが大好きです。
Jet coaster.
S サイズ
S サイズ。
お、
ください。
ください。
木曜日に何を
作りましょうか？
作りましょうか？
No kanji. What the heck? All right. We got 3 hearts. I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, that feeling when you feel a whole liter lighter. You know? All right, maybe it wasn't a liter. It's more like 500 mils. Okay. All right. Okay.
川
Kawa. Let's go. Ame. Ame. Zero.
川
Gogatsu. This is Suitachi.
1日
Suitachi.
玄山
Oh,
玄
interesting.
山
Yama. Why did I click on Yama? Oh my gosh, I'm. Oh,
高い山の
no.
景色。
It's all ruined. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. We can't even complete today's lesson. It's over. Washed up.
景色
外は綺麗です。
Soto. Oh, it's the same unit too. The one with all the terms. Soto. So, soto wa kirei desu.
遊びましょう。
外は寒いですか？
12-hour stream. Oh no, I'm not that young anymore. Is the outdoors? Soto wa. Oh hey, samui. Samui desu ka? They changed it up.
山を楽しみます。
Okay.
Kanojo.
どの川がいいですか？
Okay. Kawade. Aww. Wait, is that supposed to be the beginning of is that supposed to be the beginning of Falstaff? Because that doesn't look like Falstaff yet. That looks like an old concept of Falstaff. Kawade. You know, this is a very sussy situation. I don't know how people feel about this. But we're gonna assume this is the beginning of Falstaff. I don't know how I feel about this image. Because I mean that's a bear. Right? Kawade. Unless it's supposed to be Falstaff, then we're gonna suspend our disbelief that Falstaff is the exception. You know. Kawade. Kawade oyogimasu.
泳ぎます。
Oyogimasu. They really pigeonhole that. Swim in the river with the bear.
カイさん、どこがいいですか？
どこがいいですか？川の近くはどこですか？ Or どうですか? Sorry. How about the river? How about
秋
near
は
the river?
涼しいです。
And then we have Suzushi です。Fall is Q?
涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。涼しい。涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。山で
ピクニック
ピクニックをしましょう。
しましょう。
涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。
Let's practice that a little bit. 涼しい山でピクニックをしましょう。
どこがいいですか？
どこがいいですか？涼しいと頃は涼しいと頃はどうですか？Oh, Kodo. Yeah. Tokos. Tokoro. Whoops. Sushi, Tokoro. This is why spacing would really help. Yeah, it really would help, wouldn't it? Some spacing before the kanji. Tokoro. Tokoro wa dou desu ka?
山の景色も楽しみましょうか。山の景色も楽しみましょうか。山の景色も楽しみましょうか。の景色 山の景色も楽しみましょうか。も、楽しみしましょうか。山の景色も楽しみましょうか。しましょうか。楽しみ山の景色も楽しみましょうか。しましょうか。ましょうか。
Oh. Oh. Right. Ooh,
しましょうか。
duo being
しましょう
duo.
か。
Oh no. Yeah.山の景色も楽しみましょうか。Ooh.
川
Alright, I want that heart back.
Get more with Super Dual.
No, not right now. I already had my break. Hang on, I need my hearts back. I need one more heart back. I'm okay with 3. Not okay with 2. A fried potato.
フライドポテト
Potato.
今日はフライドポテトを食べます。
今日はフライドポテトを食べます。Today I'm going to eat French fries. French fried. Yikes.
バー
Okay.
午前のミーティングは9時からです。
ミーティング。
午前のミーティングは長いですね。この後友達とバーに行きます。
Spacing.
京都はとても綺麗な都市です。京都はとても綺麗な都市です。京都はとても綺麗な都市です。
昼休み。
Oh, that's combined. I was like, where's the other?
は12時半からですか。
大人のチケットは少し高いです。 大人のチケットは高いです。少し。大人のチケットは少し高いです。
金曜日に何をしまか。
大阪は綺麗なところですか？大阪は綺麗なですか？本当に大阪は綺麗なところですか？ところ。
はい。昼休みは12時半からです。山口さん。何ですか？
Oh, what is that?
あれは
Okay. All right, let's get back to this. The beef. Kyuniku. Sorry, Indy. Kyunyun? Kyunyun? Sorry, Kyunyun. That takes us back, doesn't it? Doesn't that take us back? Oh my gosh, it's been so long, Indy. Q-new? Q-new? Alright. Gyuniku. Gyuniku.
牛肉。
Oh, that takes us... That's so long ago. It almost feels like a century ago. No, I'm just kidding. It felt like last year, but it was less than 3 months ago.
牛肉。
牛肉。
牛肉もいいですね。
牛肉もいいですね。Okay. Beef is also nice. Oh, okay. I see how they did that. Isn't it? Pepper. Kosho. Kosho.
胡椒
Kosho. Okay, kosho. Sho. Okay.
胡椒。
Kosho.
胡椒と醤油。
Kosho to shoyu. Fair enough.
シーフードと野菜。
Seafood? That's seafood, right? Seafood. Yeah, seafood. Seafood yasai. Seafood and vegetables?
シーフード。
Seafood to. Seafood to yasai. Yasai.
野菜。
Yasai. Seafood to yasai.
シーフードはどうですか？
How is the seafood? の、すみません。シーフードはあまり食べません。This is continuing the streak of like introducing seafood like sakana and saying amari tabemasen.
魚を焼きませんか？
Oh, there it is. Sakana o yakimasen ka?
焼きません。
Won't grill? Oh, yeah, grill? Yaki? Oh, yeah. You know, I got barbecue, but I didn't get yakiniku. But I get yakimasen. Come on, duo. Make up your mind. I'm sure I'll get it at some point. So, sakana o yakimasen ka? Would you like to grill fish?
トマトは焼きません。
Okay. I don't know what this fascination about grilling with tomato, but I'm surprised it wasn't grill a tomato salad, tomato salad.
トマトは焼きません。トマトは焼きません。
田中さん、シーフードカレーはどうですか？
Oh, that was just I don't grill tomatoes. Tanaka-san, seafoodカレー seafood カレーはどうですか? Ooh, that sounds fantastic. すみません。シーフードカレーはあまり食べません。
魚は大丈夫です。
大丈夫です。I don't need. Oh, subtlety. Oh no. They're doing the daijobu in like the subtlety interpretation stuff now. So like the non-translatable stuff. Yeah, I'm okay with fish. Exactly. I'm okay with fish would be a little bit better. I'm okay with fish. Which is what they went with. I'm okay with fish. I'm processing this image. Something wa daijoubu desu ka? Yasai?
Yasai.
They're holding veggies. Which, by the way, I know you guys are probably gonna... You guys are probably wondering about the age-old question, right? What are vegetables and what are fruits? Well, I'm gonna tell you now that it's all a lie. Okay? It's a rhetoric. Trust. It's far more confusing than you might think. Since we're talking about language, right? Language also has qualifications, right? Qualifications. And I can't spell qualification. It's fine. And I can tell you now, if you dig too deep, a lot of things we call vegetables are not really vegetables per se, and a lot of things we call fruits are actually vegetables, and a lot of vegetables are actually fruits. Speaking of language, but I will let anyone who's interested go into a deep rabbit hole yourself.
エリカさん、
I've been there.
卵は大丈夫ですか?
Like, it always spawns with the You know the, oh, did you know tomato, right? They use tomato, right? Tomato. Of all the things to use, it always starts with like, oh, did you know that tomato is not it's not a veggie, but it's a fruit? Well, maybe both? Maybe neither. And then it goes on from there. So one day someone was talking about that, and if you go enough deep enough, it's actually really, it's very confusing. English. Okay. And science. Erika-san, 卵は大丈夫ですか? Okay. Are you okay with eggies?
ビールは大丈夫ですか? ビール
That's a good question. This is a very useful question.
は大丈夫ですか?
This is a very great, useful question. Yeah, ビールは大丈夫ですか? It is very essential.
ビールは大丈夫ですか?
We should use pepper and sauce. What about pepper and salt? What about salt and pepper? Okay? What is this? Okay? Are you guys a pepper and salt kind of guy or a salt and pepper kind of guy? Let me know. Let me know, folks. Are you salt and pepper, or do you pepper and salt? And I'm not just saying, and I'm not just talking about the language, salt and pepper versus pepper and salt. Do you actually pepper and salt, or salt and pepper? You know? And to be real, I actually do pepper and salt. I don't salt and pepper. You salt and then pepper your salmon? Or do you pepper and salt your salmon? I am a salt and pepper guy though, in terms of wording. But I find myself peppering before salting a lot of times. You salt then pepper? Interesting. Well, you follow through, man. I also have to make some disclaimers. I season my salmon, and then I pepper, and then top with kosher salt for texture. So not so much salt for flavor. So that's why I pepper and then salt. The salt is just like get that little crunch, some slight, like add a little dimension of texture. But usually the salmon is seasoned beforehand. Imagine explaining to someone seasoning is seasoning can be, I wonder how you describe that. Like, oh, what does it mean when an English person say season your food? I can't even describe, like, I don't even know how to describe that in English, let alone like describe it in Japanese. Okay. What was pepper again? Koshio.
胡椒。
胡椒。胡椒。胡椒。胡椒。と
ソース。
ソース。
お
Sauce or use is 使いましょう。使いましょう。
使いましょ
We should grill meat too. Hey, hey, they're bringing back the mo, the different mo. Niku.
う。肉。
肉焼きましょう。Wait, 肉も焼きましょう。肉も焼きましょう。Okay. Oh, that lesson was kind of short. What the heck? 川。
川。午後1時にピクニックをします。
I'll show you a go-go. Okay, go-go 1、午後1時にピクニックをします。ピクニックをします。Okay. If I don't look at the kana, it's easier to say pikniku. But if I look at the kana, I slow down, like pikniku. We're going to have a picnic at 10 p.m. Oh, not 10 p.m. 1 p.m.
どの山がいいですか？どの山がいいですか？どの山がいいですか？
How did I get this one wrong?
どの山がいいですか？
Oh, yeah, this one. I lost all my hearts, and I blame it all on Indy. It's all Indy's fault.
山の近くの川がいいです。
Well played. I can't be mad. It's a skill issue. It's a skill issue. 胡椒。胡椒。
北海道の景色を楽しみましょう。
They still haven't said, like, 胡椒と塩. Like, they still haven't said salt and pepper. What the heck? Or 塩と胡椒. What is up with Japanese people not saying salt and pepper? I'm just kidding. It's Duo's fault. It's all Duo's fault. Technically, though, if you have shoyu, you skip on the salt, right? That's kind of the idea. So they went with pepper and soy sauce as opposed to pepper and salt. Shoyu is more than sufficient. It's a more, I feel like soy sauce sometimes, if you don't want that extra dimension, it is a salt substitute, technically. But if you're not into the other elements of the soy sauce, then you can replace it with salt, because salt is also one of the primary uses of shoyu. Yeah, you don't put soy sauce in salt, right? Yeah, that would be, ooh. I can't even tell you how often that happens. People really like soy sauce, but they put soy sauce after they salt their food. And I'm like, I think that might be a little too salty for you guys. And then, but to me, like, I like wads of salt, but man, yeah. Sometimes you hand them, in my opinion, a lot of times at like places that have soy sauce, I hand them the soy sauce first before they reach for the salt shaker. Oftentimes I do see people salting their food, like seasoning their food and then adding salt. And I'm like, woo, that's a lot of salt. Lots of salt. Even for me. Hokkaido, no. Not everyone's into the... I don't know if anyone's ever made... yeah, I'm just a very salty guy. Yes. Have you guys ever made soy sauce? It's a pain in the butt. But usually, to make it... my parents used to make their own soy sauce for the restaurant, right? For the restaurant. It's definitely a lot cheaper and more customizable to make your own soy sauce. But a lot of times, I think the note that some soy sauce have that people are very regularly not a big fan of is the celery. There's diced celery a lot of times, and celery can be hit or miss for people. So oftentimes, if they don't like soy sauce, hand them salt, right, in response. And it's often the notes of like celery that's in the prep a lot of times. I'm okay with celery. Celery's like, it's kind of boring. It's very refreshing to the smell. I don't mind the smell of celery, but it doesn't really add much to the palate. Like the physical palate thing. It's very smelly, freshy smelling, like kind of like cilantro. What cilantro does for it. Ooh, don't get me started on cilantro and like Vietnamese food. Ooh, or throw in some lemongrass instead of cilantro. Although I'm not a stranger to like parsley and stuff in Italian food, but I don't want to offend any Italian people too much. Like basil and parsley, like maybe some fresh dill. You got all the what you call it, the floral aromatic stuff, right? Aromatics. What is better than soy sauce? As a salt substitute? What do you got? If you say MSG, I agree. No, just kidding. Hoisin? Okay, hoisin. Hoisin is also fatty as well. Hoisin is rich, much like oyster sauce. Although, what do you think of oyster sauce? Oyster sauce is very rich. The hoisin is a good alternative. Or dashi works too. Dashi works too in Japanese. I know it's not the same type of salt, but if you have like dashi powder and stuff, that can replace soy sauce as well. If you add dashi for the saltiness and the umami. So many nice alternatives these days. Yeah, lots of alternatives. We often picnic. We often panic. No, there's no picnicking here. Hokkaido no keshiki o tanoshimimashou. Okay. We should enjoy Hokkaido's views. Picnic. Yeah, picnic. Or napkin. Or pumpkin. I do napkin, you know? Just think of it as a Napa cabbage, but a small Napa cabbage. You know, napkin. It's a young cabbage. Napkin. Or pumpkin. Pumpkin. I usually add an extra A for funsies. For funsies. In any P's and K's. like a munchkin.
いい天気を楽しみましょう。
Pickle Rick. Yes.
いい天気を楽しみましょう。
E tenki. Oh.
いい天気
Tenki. E tenki.
お
Oh.
いい天気を楽しみましょう。
Oh, tano.
楽しみ
Tanoshimi.
ましょう。
Masho. Tenki.
いい天気を楽しみましょう。
Oh, interesting. I look for. We should enjoy the nice weather. Nice.
来週北海道は雨ですか？
Naishu Hokkaido wa ame desu ka? Will Hokkaido be rainy next week?
魚を焼きませんか？魚
Sakana. What?
魚を焼きませんか？
Oh.
焼きません。は、か、は、
Would you like to grill fish?
北海道はとても綺麗なところです。
北海道はとても綺麗なところです。Okay. Hokkaido is a pretty place. It's a very pretty place.
午前4時はとても暗いです。午前
4時
は、
暗いとても I lost what happened.
午前4時はとても暗いです。とても
とても暗いです。Oh, right. Right, 暗い for dark. Something is that E or ski? I don't remember. Oh, that's ski, right? No. Is it E? Ski. Okay. E. E desu. I don't remember what the first kanji is. You like something. Snow. Oh, that's Yuki. Okay. Oh. 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 I finally understand why'd you type the 2 really, really fast. I see. You were telling me that Yuki was the first thing, and then E is the second thing. You like snow, huh? You know, it's funny coming from a Texan. I'm just saying. Indeed. It's funny you say that being a Texan. Yeah, I bet you're an oddball. I bet you're an oddball.
午前4時はとても暗いです。
I was making sure. I thought I had it, but oh no. Did I mow? Did I get wait. Oh, did I miss an article? Yikes! I missed an article. I missed wa, didn't I? Yeah, I missed wa.
シーフードサラダはどうですか？
I blame you, Indy. I blame you for everything. Seafood sarada. Seafood sarada wa dou desu ka? Sumimasen. Seafood sarada wa amari tabemasen.
午前4時はとても暗いです。
I'll show you a goji. I mean, that's not what he said.
午前
show you a gozen.
4時
Yoji
は
wa
とても暗いです。
Okay. Kanji time! Kanji. I know I have at least 2 kanji. Yeah, there it is. Alright. What the heck? Kuchi. What's Kuchi doing here? Tsuitachi. Tsuitachi.
1日
Oh, ichi. Wait, whoops. That's an error!
1日
That's an error! At least I know what Suitachi is.
口
Disappointing.
9口
Disappointing. Disappointing.
口 9
Q.
1日
It's so wrong! Wait. Is it?
分
I'm so confused now. I mean, that could be Ichinichi. Couldn't it? On a standalone?
口土曜日
Wait. I need some clarification.
口
It could be Ichinichi on a standalone. Couldn't it?
1日
Oh my!
1日
Okay, no, it's an error. It's an error. Because this is saying Ichinichi too. Instead of Suitachi. Oh no.
口
Can someone explain? I need help.
1日
I'm confused now.
父
Chichi.
口土曜日山1日1日
Now it says Suitachi. Oh no. Suitachi is the first day of the month. Okay. And then Ichinichi standalone. No, that's not. That doesn't explain what. Ichinichi is the duration. No, that's not helpful. No, sorry. I'm.
口
I know. We know that, but
土曜日
in this case, would you use both, or what would you default for that standalone? I guess I could do both at the same time now that I think about it.
1日
Although it's not consistent. Because technically this is Suitachi, the first day.
6半
Yeah, that doesn't, like, we already know those, but okay.
口1日
Oh wait, now I have to.
31日
Okay.
口
Sure.
9駅
No, I'm talking about, yeah, pronunciation of this in this thing. What would the default be? Like here, for example, I don't know what to put here. I don't know actually what to enter here. Literally, I have no idea what to enter here because there's only a right answer. So I'm gonna go with the I guess I'm going with Suitachi. Okay.
Get more with super.
It's Suitachi. Okay, alright. We solved it. They basically follow my heart. Oh my gosh, Indian, you're such a otaku. Follow my heart. I'll show you a follow my heart. Alright, okay. Gogatsu. We're just gonna
Gogatsu.
assume it's supposed to be Suitachi. That's hilarious.
1日1日
Yeah, we're just gonna select Suitachi the whole time. Right? Except for that.
8月 1日
Stop ichi-niching me. Oh, no. I can't. I should guess. I should guess if they are going to say ichi-nichi or suitachi.
来月
5
5月
5月
9
9
月
月
1日1日
Oh, it does come up? Like, look at this.
1日1日
Ichi-nichi.
1日
It's so random. Elisha got randomly recommended to me. Aw, thanks. Hello. Thanks for stopping in. Show the confusion.
1日1日1日
Suitachi is the answer to ichi-nichi. Sorry. This doesn't actually happen very often. It happens like in the 71 days. It only happened twice. Like this thing. So it's kind of funny.
5月
5
1日1日
Okay. Why Duolingo's specifically, by the way? Me? Because I can stream it. If I needed to say a very particular thing that makes it involved in using Duolingo, it's because I can stream it. That separates from everything else.
土曜日
Doyobi.
日曜日
Ichi-nichi.
来月 5
5
月
月
5月
Okay.
5
I'm having a
Gatsu.
blast. 10
10
月 7月
1日
Okay, so all of these are ichi-nichi, even though it's suitachi. Suitachi.
8月
5月 Okay. Wait. So you're telling me if I type for science. For science. I hate you, Duolingo. They are doing it on purpose though. Like when they combine like commonly confused phrases, they are trying to like make you remember things, but this is clearly not.
1日土曜日
土曜日
9月
9月9月
1日来月
来月
5月
It's so funny. Sorry. It's kind of like discovering a bug in a video game. Oh my gosh. And you just know. You just got to know. So whenever someone like says like, why are you typing suitachi? And I'm like, it's a secret. It's a secret hack, you know? All right. Okay. 1時間 No, 1時半 Okay. How does this
1時半
overlap with something?
1日1時半
Okay, I can kind of see it. I guess. I can kind of see it. Oh my gosh.
1日
It's like meta. It's metagaming me now. I feel like I'm getting
1時
metagamed.
半1曜
Oh my gosh. Whoops.
曜時半1日
I'm so distracted.
1日
2
2
時
時
半
半土曜日
3
3
時
時半
1
1時
時
半
半
1日1日駅
駅
中山
Okay. Sure.
12月
Sure.
1日
I hate you.
1時半1時半1時半1日
I hate you.
1
1
回
回
2時半1
1
時半
時半
土曜日1日1
Okay, okay. We have enough. It's fine. Okay.
1日
Ugh.
3時6 1時半フル
Okay. All right. Okay, we're leaving Ichi behind. It's fine. It won't show up again. 月曜日. Sure.
月曜日
Oh no!
1日
Why?
月曜日
It's because of the B, isn't it? Yeah, it's because of the right hand kanji.
1日月曜日
I can't
月
escape
曜日
this. I thought.
月曜日曜日1日
Dang it.
月曜日
月曜日1日日曜日31日 Oh, okay, rub it in, why don't you? 木曜日
1日
Okay.
1日
Oh, okay, just that part works. When do you usually stream this? Might stop by from time to time and follow. Format is also fun. Best of luck with it. Thanks. I start pretty much 6 hours ago. So 6 hours until the next for like 8 hours. So 6 hours ago. Yep.
2年生
2年生. Oh, yeah.
月曜日
Sorry, I'm
行きます3 1日
I'll show you an
月
ichi
曜
nichi.
日 月曜日
Okay.
一日
日月曜日日曜日31日
1日1日
Oh, only that one works. I'm sure they'll fix it. Sure, right? Right?
1年生
Ooh, almost got me there.
水
Okay.
私月曜日1日
The shake up. Can I leave? Oh, we can leave now. Oh, go. All right. Go get Gogatsu. Yeah.
5月
That's fine. Go and Gogatsu. Sure. 7月50分 Okay. Oops.
50分
5分5月5 Okay.
5月
Gatsu. Imagine that a native Japanese might not get 100% on this. Oh, they would be so triggered. I think they would be so triggered. I love this kind of thing. I like inside jokes and stuff. As long as you know the right, like, you know what's going on, I think it's very humorous. I don't really get bothered by these things. It's actually really fun. Gogatsu.
Go.
It's kind of like having a really janky video game, and you got used to the jank, and then the jank is just like your special deal, right?
Go.
You're just going with the jank.
5月
Go. 5月15分5時50分 Okay. October 10月
10月
This is probably how Duolingo employees entertain themselves, and probably I could see that. 5月。
ご
10月。Okay.
10
10月。5月。5
5分
分。
50
50分。
20
20分。
5
5月。Okay. 5月。
10月
10? Okay.
10月
5月
I wasn't ready for that. Sorry, my pen slipped to the right. Okay.
5月
I'm so unhinged right now.
50
50
分
分。
10
10月。30分。
10分
Alright, that's the end of 15. I didn't even get a chance to practice the 2 kanji that I was given. I didn't even get to go, didn't even get to do it. We'll save it for tomorrow. We gotta do 5 lessons. This is the review of the first half, the outdoor activities. Okay, let's
キャンプはちょっ
let's
と
focus. I'm already over time. I'm surprised how much time spent discussing things.
キャンプはちょっと キャンプ
キャンプはちょっと。
はちょっと
I don't really like camping. Where is good? Yeah, where is good? どこがいいですか？どこがいいですか？
どこがいいか
来週ハイキングに行きませんか？
来週 hiking. Oh no, I needed to get one more heart. I don't trust myself today. I'm a little unhinged.
来週
来週 what?
来週ハイキングに行きませんか？
ハイキングに行きませんか？ハイキング
ハイキング
に
行きませんか？
Okay.
来月
来月
一緒に
一緒に
キャンプ
キャンプに
行
行きま
きましょ
しょう。We should go camping together. Yeah, yeah.
大きいバックパックはありますか？
大きいバックパック。バックパック。Right. It kind of sounds like buck buck. Okay. 大きい
大きいバックパック。
バックパック。バックパック。バックパックは、あります。
大きいバックパックはありますか？
Okay. 大きいバックパックはありますか？
大きいバックパックはありますか？
ありますか？ Okay. Do you have a big backpack? 猫。
猫。
モノレール。
オレンジ
ハイキング。
ハイキング。
And
キャンプ。
camp. It's kind of reminding of me like campus.
このバックパックは少し小さいです。大きいバックパックが欲しいです。明日新しいバックパックを買います。
Wow, they really don't care for small backpacks. So the person wants to buy a bigger backpack because the backpack is too undesirable. このバックパック、このバックパックは、いや、少し小さいです。大きいバックパックが欲しいです。I want a big backpack. 明日新しいバックパックを買います。I'm going to buy a new backpack. A bigger backpack. Okay. キャンプ。
キャンプ
キャンプ。茶色。
茶色。
茶色。
線香
incense.
量
section. And パンケーキ。
パンケーキ
パンケーキ。Sure.
今週末のキャンプが楽しみです。ハイキングは何時がいいですか？
Mhm.
午前7時頃はどうですか？
What are they talking about? Hiking. Camping trip. Hiking works. Their favorite camping spot. Or an upcoming camping trip. It's an upcoming camping trip. Because they're looking forward to camping. Or in this week. This weekend. Looking forward looking forward to enjoying camping trip this weekend. Yeah, it doesn't say hiking technically. Yeah. Although you can kind of infer hiking in a camping trip, but yeah. That's kind of clever. I like how they're getting a little bit more the last one, the cute and sweet. They usually give you a red herring, like an obvious red herring. But then they're getting like a little bit I like some of these prompts. These prompts are getting a little bit more catchy. There was one that I really love. My favorite prompt so far was it was 4 sentences. It was a college student. They said like I'm a Tokyo I go to college in Tokyo, or I'm a college student in Tokyo, and my roommate is incredibly noisy. I want a new roommate. That was 6, right? I'm like, all right. I can totally resonate with that. It said, oh no, the saying was the roommate practiced guitar for 9 hours, or like for like 6 hours at night. Like every night. The roommate practiced guitar, and the roommate is really noisy. I want a new roommate. I think that prompt got my cred. That's top. That's like that's top tier material at the moment. So 今週末のキャンプが楽しみです。Oh, and they're using the other phrase. They're using the other phrase to show you. So this is a duo thing, right? This is the other. This is the older phrase. They use des instead. And then hikingは何時がいいですか？午前7時。午前7時。ごろはどうですか？ Well, they actually ask when they're gonna hike, though. When they're gonna plan on hiking. But no favorite hiking spot. モノレール。墨。オレンジ。猫。バックパック。
バックパック
バックパック。Yeah. バックパック。It's kind of like a hold the talk. Hold the talk. バックパック。バックパック。hold the talk. Again, hold the talk. これは私の something 新しいバックパックです。Sure. New backpack. Fair enough. はい。ハイキングに行きましょう。
2、
いつがいいですか？
が
Fair question. When is good? Do you try to deduce the grammatical rules from seeing many sentences? I do. Well, sort of. I take all the patterns. I remember all the raw patterns from Duolingo and then from discussions with other people and Tofuku. So I take all the raw patterns. Duolingo is the inspiration for seeking all the grammatical rules. So I'm using raw input. So Duolingo only focuses on raw input, most of it. I think they only cover like 20 to 30% of the grammatical rules, right? In guidebooks and stuff. They're kind of adding more as they're going. But usually I just take the raw inputs when the pattern comes up very, very frequently. Then at night, after the streaming session, I go back and look at and just explore Tofuku's like grammatical section, and then if it comes up, and it's like the back of my hand kind of thing. You've done the pattern so often that the pattern immediately comes to mind the moment you read grammatical rules. So and then some people explain grammatical rules to me in advance, but that's so it's playing it like a video game, right? It's kind of like playing a fighting game. When you're playing a fighting game and you don't know the frame data, but you kept playing and you got used to it, and then suddenly you go and look at someone's teardown and analyses of the frame data, and you're like, oh, now that makes so much sense. Everything lines up, like, oh, that explains why I mechanically rely on these patterns and see these notes that repeat all the time, you know, like, and that's kind of the experience right now. Do I have experience learning languages? Technically, yes. And technically, no. So I have learned Spanish formally in high school to college. So about 3+ years in Spanish. That was over 10 years ago. So and I haven't ever learned language this way anymore. Actually, I've never learned language this way. So it's really fun. Yeah, right. So this is a different way of going about it. Yeah. So my way, the way that most people would say, is pretty much the way I agree with most people. However, that's not the point. My point is to do something different. So it's really fun and exciting because I'm doing something that I haven't been doing. Like all the weird things I've noticed on Duolingo, what it lacks and what it doesn't, it's offered me so many hours of discussion and talk and stuff, and then everyone else is pretty much doing what I would probably do as an adult, right? As an older person, because an older person doesn't learn this way anymore, in my opinion. Respectfully, the large majority of people do not take raw input pattern and have to waste a lot of energy, quote unquote, waste a lot of energy trying to take in raw input patterns instead of just going over grammar. So, you know, hard stop, pick out a textbook, find all the patterns, and it reduces the amount of input you need to get maximum output. Yeah, because of time. The one thing I can do, though, is I don't have a day job, Mohammed. You probably might have gathered that. So I do this every day in the middle of the day. So I do have time. So I'm exploring different ways to make this effective, or maybe not effective or something. Yeah. So it's quite a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for what it can do and stuff. Yeah. Thanks, I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah. Do you know Japanese, Mohammed? Like, what I mean is, are you like completely adapt to Japanese, all that stuff? I imagine you speak multiple languages too, just based on... You've been studying for 2 years? Nice. Have you managed to get an opportunity to use it outside of your studies? Maybe like studying abroad opportunities? I do know someone around your time zone. There's a chance, I feel like, based on how late it could possibly be, or maybe how early. We just talked about early and late. But I have talked to several people who have exchange programs that are coming up. Especially someone I met, Kishab. Kishab recently took the N5 exam to qualify for the Kishab is working on a study visa to go to Japan. So he recently the person Kishab, whatever he identifies, the person identifies as, yeah, they just took the N5 exam and they're waiting on the results. So there are quite a lot of people that are looking forward to exchange programs. I think there's one, I don't know who it is, but there's a Canadian, I think. There might be a Canadian somewhere that's also working on an exchange program. Well, working towards an exchange program. As far as you know, they require N1 at least, yeah. So they're talking about like next year. They're prepping slowly. Yeah, they require N1. I know. Ooh, yeah. For the visa, yeah. So exchange programs are one that has lower requirements, yeah. Or like maybe a little bit more accessible. Interestingly enough, I don't know how long it takes for people to prep for N1 exam. Are you doing so as well? Language learning is so interesting. I know, right? I know. It's for Japanese, it's maybe a little more extra interesting. The culture around Japanese language learning is a little bit passionate. I think the word I'm going to use. A little bit passionate. Your goal is not N1, it's just fun. Nice, nice. You can still like visit Japan, right? And maybe conversing with people, so like N2, N3. Yeah. Yeah. Me too. Me too. My goal, people ask me about my goal a lot of times, right? Because I usually don't think about the goal, but my answer is often, if I can use Japanese to learn Japanese from other people who use Japanese, then that's enough. It's enough. Do I want to go to Japan? My family wants to visit Japan because we have a family member that live in Japan. A family member that lives in Japan or resides in Japan, in a way, or like an extended stay for like the next 3 years. My sister. So it's probably in the near future. Yep. Yeah, and I imagine, you know, by late, how late are we talking about, Mohammed? You mentioned that it is late. Is it like you're in the nosebleed section? I'm gonna guess 4 a.m. 4 or 5 a.m. right now, if I had to guess. Maybe 5 a.m. The most effective way of learning, in my opinion, is, like you said, to understand enough to be able to understand. Stop stalking me. Okay. I know what you're gonna... So, based on behavioral patterns, I've collected, you know, like what you mentioned and the way you talk and stuff. It's basically you're around the same time that Kishab is. And it's based on your name too. So there's a lot of converging evidence that would suggest that you're in a specific region with a specific time frame. And when you said late, when I was trying to feed in the time, I could narrow it down to at least 2 time zones that you would be in. I have no idea. I just know that he wakes up. Like, I know that he wakes up in soon. He wakes up soon to start his day. So he's gonna like chill, eat a little breakfast, talk about something, and then he hits the gym most of the time. So he wakes up right around that time, which is about, if you have a regular gym activity, like type of behavior, it would put that person around 6 to 7 a.m. in the day. So if it's late for you, and this person happens to share some cross by your name and localization, then yeah. That's me minus the gym. Gotta hit that, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I took a guess. I took a wild guess. Obviously, there were enough converging elements. I like doing guessing games. And then, you know, sometimes I'm way off the mark. But this time, lots of... You're in France? Okay. Oh, you're in France. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm a little bit off the mark, actually. You're a little bit east. Further east than I thought. I mean, not further east. Further west. Slightly more west than I thought. I thought you were like 1 over. There are other French people. Oh, I've met so many French people. There's a French guy who's in art right now, who's studying art, and they want to work on an exchange to study in Japan, Japanese art, and they're learning Japanese from a French textbook too, a French to Japanese resource, as well as doing Duolingo for the time being. Right? I've met 2 French people. Interesting. You're in a country with the arguably one of the top 3 most non-native speaking languages. I imagine you know French as well. So you've got like English, French on the lock. Oh, but you don't speak French? Oh, I know. I assume you're Moroccan. Yeah, I was about to say. Sorry. But you're studying French. Your name, I don't know. I was going off your name, so I pretty much presume that you're probably Arabic of some sort. Like you have Arabic as your other language. And your name struck me as Moroccan. Sorry. I didn't want to presume too much. Yeah, not everyone uses their name for their username, right? So I appreciate that. Like it's not common to assume. That's a coincidence. That's a coincidence actually about Morocco. I met someone who is also beginning their journey, their Japanese learning journey, and they came across me using Duolingo, so they started from video 1, and she happens to be Moroccan too. Soka is the name she used as her handle, but she just coincidentally happened to be Moroccan. I think it's a pure coincidence. It's a pure coincidence. So I looked into Morocco. Like I try to remember things about anyone who has talked to me and communicated to me in any way. I go in a rabbit hole because I kind of want to know about other people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming, honestly. Like, there's really not a big incentive to stream language learning if you're not willing to interact with the people who are actually learning the language. Right? So, yeah. 2 years of Japanese. And then you have 3... You're juggling 3 languages. Your English is excellent, by the way. I'm sure I guess you did you learn English and Arabic together? Like at the same time? I do speak another language, but I'm illiterate in the other language. Obviously, I don't appear just your traditional multi-generational white American. So I speak Fujianese. It's a Mandarin dialect with my parents. Arabic is your native. Your English is fantastic. When did you acquire English? Sorry, I'm getting I'm getting so up in your business. Definitely feel free if you don't want to answer some of these. You're bilingual, so you learned French since you were little. I see. I see. Just watching people like me. Oh, for French thing? Yeah. Nice. I do that for my other languages a lot of time. This is the first time I've ever done this. This is the first time I've ever done this, and I'm trying to make the best of it, which turned out to be a very excellent choice, because it's always a challenging uphill battle with other people who have contrasting approaches. And I actually think it's a great challenge to think about how you could make this type of approach effective or more effective. I don't work for Duolingo, by the way. Sorry, not sponsored, but I don't work for Duolingo. However, much of my techniques that I bring to Duolingo are things that everyone else does. So oftentimes people like to ask, do I only use Duolingo? Actually, if I was doing this as a job, I would probably not use Duolingo because of efficacy, because of the comfortness of techniques that I use already. So I wouldn't have to retrain myself in the techniques, right? This can be very effective if primarily this is how you learn. And for someone that is incredibly learn forward, like if you're in college or university or postgraduate, these are probably the techniques you grew out of, as in you've evolved beyond, like you've have enough experience that go beyond using simple input based methods. Now it's very brute forcey, so you have to disproportionately put in a larger amount of time for diminished return over time. So how do you adjust it? You do other things, right, on top of it. Just listening to people while understanding most of what they say and then deducing the rest of the words. Yeah, it's the ideal way of learning. But like you said, as adults, it's not that doable. Yes, exactly. The raw method this is very conducive for kids, though. Holy heck, it's almost like to the point where I think sharp kids will find this really boring. It would not be fast enough. Like this stuff, when you're younger, you're just gonna soak it up so fast. Like each new pattern, it's already ironed out in like two reps, and they provide like 6 to 7 reps for each new vocabulary, which I'm adjusting to a little bit. They don't need any like meta layers of understanding. The pattern recognition is probably enough for you to use those patterns and then constructively learn somewhere else by using those patterns. The most effective way is just doing at least. Yes, it's still doing. Not doing is... Are we getting too old? Yeah, but we're getting smarter in different ways, you know? Like, you can't make abstraction and story immediately from patterns. Like, for example, one thing that lots of younger... Like, if you're comparing me with younger people, the one thing that they often talk about is, dude, this is dead construction, right? This is one thing that I do all the time with other people. Dead construction, as in there's no context. However, as an adult, the older you are, the more you can provide the context, right? As a older person, you will be able to form abstractions far more reliably without the need of literal abstraction. There's no literal, that I know how that sounds, but literal but figurative abstractions. You can do it yourself. So you can hypothetically create all the situations very readily because you are very well experienced as an adult. So usually those memory techniques are underutilized if it's not. Yeah. So if you can leverage most of your adult learning, even though Duolingo doesn't provide it, you can largely become very efficacious on your own. So that could look like, oh yeah, but you're doing most of the work. It's like, yes, you are, of course, right? But usually learning comes with doing most of the work. How do you get learning capacity? By doing most of the work. A tool is only as convenient as it is a crutch. So sometimes the most efficacious tools may stunt your learning due to the reliability on that tool. So it's kind of like a give and take kind of deal. So my enjoyment is the engagement of how this tool doesn't do a lot of things that I typically do. And now I'm exploring that. It's kind of like playing a video game that wasn't designed to pander to me. If you gave me a deck builder, I will swim forwards and backwards in a matter of 0 learning curve. But if you give me a game that has absolutely no explanation whatsoever, that's going to take some time. And it's like it reversed all the controls, dwarfed all the standardizations that you understand of controlling, you know, like intuitive design, like anti-intuitive design, then it will take a long time, which is kind of how I feel about Duolingo. It's like being a kid again. Like, how do you de-age yourself to enjoy Duolingo? You have to legitimately, mentally de-age yourself in Duolingo to be effective in their strategy, because they're targeting younger kids and expecting them to use their product to an age of which they grow out of it. If you know what I mean. They're designing and investing a lot of things to create community and engagement. And I mean, their streak goes up to a year. So they're expecting their product to be spoon-fed, dripped-fed for over a course of many years. So if you started at the age of 14, eventually by the time you become 19, you'll outgrow the drip feeding, right? And it's kind of reflexive of the language learning process. Your journey doesn't end with one tool. It's for life. At least I like to believe it's for life. And most people believe it's for life. As opposed to you can reach a specific goal and be like, oh yeah, I'm done with learning language. Not gonna lie, surprised you were able to reach this level with Duolingo. Not to diss them, just being, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's inefficient, but it's nothing. But it's better than nothing. I agree. I'm obviously just as a contingency. As a contingency thing, I don't have the goals of being fluent in Japanese. Actually, I don't have the goal of being fluent in any language. My goal is to create an environment where you can learn from any experience or journey and enjoy doing it. If you have to do something and use something that is accessible but not really that efficacious, you can still derive a lot of value from it by what it isn't. So oftentimes, the null hypothesis testing, like ways of using null hypothesis thinking, is the idea that, okay, well, you complain and you know exactly what the program lacks. Go find it. Oftentimes, not seeing what is not there is very effective at revealing what is required or what is needed. So it's much like when you're reflecting on yourself, what are your strengths and weaknesses? Well, if you're constantly boosting your strengths, knowing your weakness may boost your overall performance far more at times if they're neglected. So in this case, a lot of people complain and point out of the things that they're missing because Duolingo doesn't provide it. And ultimately, they end up choosing tools that provide those things, and they became successful. Those who quit usually quit because the thing that Duolingo provides a lot failed, and the alternatives don't provide that thing as well. And that's gamification, motivation, communal interaction, like we're talking about memes, like social media presence and stuff, and engagement, and then secondarily prioritizing learning language. So the idea is to increase engagement, and engagement doesn't necessarily correlate with raw learning efficacy. At the same time, those who find that Duolingo doesn't keep them motivated or engaged, all the other more efficacious rules do that less. It's very, very well known. It does less. All the other tools are more efficacious, provided that the people who use them are also unequivocally self-motivated, right? So the ones that quit Duolingo because it doesn't motivate them to learn anything, and then they find others, they are more likely to quit the other one. So that's kind of one of the double edges of things. Efficacious methods doesn't necessarily mean they will provide a encouraging and motivational crutch, if you will, or provide a lower barrier of accessibility to the person. Like if you throw Genki textbook, right? Hey, Genki textbook is the best. Here, I'm going to throw the Genki textbook at your forehead. They're going to, statistically, a lot of them are going to quit. Because the Genki textbook doesn't help with self-motivation a lot of times. And when I mean gears towards children, I mean young adults. Sorry. I use the word kids a lot because I'm kind of old, kind of. But anyone who's younger than me, I like calling them kids because they're so bright, potential, lots of things are going. I'm talking about young adults. So anyone like between the ages of 18 to 25, maybe 17 at the lower end and 25 at the, where they're like in this state of still discovering their own motivations, their learning techniques and all that, you know, going to college or maybe university or going for their first job or leaving the nest, all that stuff. That's the people I'm referring, not like very, very young kids. I have very little experience with kids much younger than 15. Yeah, your mother is a great example of that. She's trying to learn English. She tried once to switch to tools other than Duolingo, but she missed that daily motivation, so she got back to Duolingo. Yeah, because it was much easier to keep up daily. Yeah, and I think if you evaluate what Duolingo does for people, you can try to integrate that into other tools. So for example, if someone says, could you use Anki and tell me how you would use Anki? Well, I will take all the things that makes Duolingo engaging and I will implement something like Duolingo's motivational design while using Anki. So I'm doing the reverse. In Duolingo, I'm replacing all the functionality that Anki and other textbooks and JLPT guide stuff that's missing in Duolingo while I'm using Duolingo. So I'm engaging in what Duolingo has to offer, but at the same time, bringing in all the things it lacks. So it's understanding what the thing offers, taking advantage of that, so I don't have to spend time on it. I don't need to spend time motivating myself. I don't need to spend time reminding myself to do anything. I don't need to lesson plan, right? But all the other stuff, grammar points, it's missing, right? So I have to substitute that. Am I trying to start a perfect language learning app and take over the industry? Nah. Yeah, that's for more ambitious people than myself. I like running towards problems. So, by the way, my background is biology. I'm a biologist. So, I run towards problems. I like evaluating problems. So I'm like seeing incomplete things. Making perfect things, that's for someone else, in my opinion. It's too daunting to ever It's too daunting to even remotely suggest there's something remarkably like a catch-all. Like much like science and language and culture, it drifts. It's very dynamic. The human condition constantly adjusts. So what is very tried and true one day may not be so tried and true another day. And by another day, I mean figuratively. Like every generational drifts with the way they learn and how they engage. And nowadays, it's that again. That's why Duolingo exists. Am I done with my PhD? Yes, I have completed my doctoral thesis over 7 years ago. Has it been 7 years? It's like 6 or 7 years ago. It was in biology. I wanted to educate people. That's largely what I got science for. Not so much your like pioneer people who are like trailblazing discoveries everywhere and stuff. That not so much for that. More retroactively, the preservation of knowledge and education. Right. Posterity. Lots of education. All right. Thanks for all the questions. I enjoy answering. I want to know what you plan on doing in the future. I mean, you're already multilingual. That's incredibly impressive. We had this discussion with a lot of multilingual people. It might not make as a great of a like selling point, but at the same time, there are many applications of having multiple languages. But it's always fair to ask, what will you do with all your language learning? How will you apply it? Obviously, my PhD in biology doesn't necessarily require a use of multiple languages. However, I applied most of the things I learned from my PhD. All the skills that I cultivated in my PhD is largely how I evaluate Duolingo. You're studying computer science? Computer science. How long have you been studying computer science? What I was gonna go for. For you, honestly, I also see language learning as a way to learn how to learn. Exactly. That is precisely it. Agreed. I actually think playing video games. So before this Duolingo thing, I actually use video games. Video games as a platform. Unfortunately, video games have a lot of communal gatekeeping as well. So language learning is a little bit broader as opposed to video game. Like people think of language learning as learning, but they don't necessarily think of video games as a form of learning. But oftentimes I use video games as a learning process because I enjoy the hobby of video games. I naturally end up using the same techniques that I'm using right now in this discussion we're having. The same techniques, same conversational skills, but applied to language learning. Yeah, anything that's not so systemic is a great way of learning. Yeah. I like the way you think. I like the way you think. You are most definitely of the mind of a scholar. Sound very appropriate for someone who's pursuing higher education. Like math and science are straightforward, quote unquote. Yeah. Science itself, as opposed to like the discovery part of research, right? Research, if only research was straightforward. Research. If people think it's not a competition, but if people think if you think language learning has diminished returns in terms of how long you see progress with how much time you invest, research, yeah, it's not straightforward literally. Yes, I agree with you. You were thinking about you were suggesting it in a more of a metaphorical way. Yeah. But man, ooh, that's some snail's pace. That's some snail's pace. It's kind of like most things, right? It's kind of like most things. When someone is showing you the results, time is contracted. When you're in the process of doing it, time is dilated. In fact, it's not even, it's literally the same, but it's figuratively dilated. Time can seem like eternity when you're investing in something that has diminished return in the moment. However, when you see the results of someone's like 10 years of work, it may seem short because mentally it's a short period. You've experienced this person's 10 years of life experience in 15 minutes. I like the perception of language learning. Lots of times when it comes to Japanese language, or what is perceived online, is that, hey, I learned how to do this in 24 hours. So can you. That's eliminating the person's background of their entire lives, or all the contributing factors. So I tend to get this rudiment, like I tend to bootstrap through this idea of the hustle culture. Lots of things, especially language learning, feels like a hustle, but that's kind of what makes it reliable for them, right? Like the algorithm, content creators, that's what they thrive on. Like they need to be paid, you know, they're making a living and stuff and whatnot. It's very difficult to illustrate what 10 years of experience look like outside of literally recording for 10 years. That's kind of a tough ask. So a lot of times it's about the hustle. The hustle. Hey, I could say something like in the next video or something. I spent 500 hours using Duolingo, so you don't have to. And here are my takeaways. And I've immediately compressed 500 hours into 10 minutes. That does a lot for the psychological behavior and perception of how long it takes to do things. So nowadays, you can't help but have young, impressionable minds have this really warped sense of commitment due to the very nature of how convenient it may be to see work summarized in such a short span. And I don't necessarily think it has to be intelligible, as in a lot of this is intuitively unintelligible, as in they feel it takes a long time. They feel it takes a short time. A lot of this can come off as, I just spent 6 hours working on this one Duolingo lesson, but at the same time, like, I don't feel like it's any shorter or longer. Like, I actually love having these digressions all the time. You don't get to appreciate it unless you've been through the same thing. Yeah, it's very hard. The human mind does not work that way, right? We may be able to have some sort of empathy through first-party encounters. However, vicarious living is only so good, and also our emotional memory is, for lack of a better word, fluid. It's incredibly fluid. So what I mean is, the moment that moment passes in your emotions, your memory of your encoding of that thing begins to change. It will continuously be shaped by every new memory you're constructing. So as much as you want to think you know how it feels to learn again, like, you cannot unlearn and relearn the thing you think you remember about how it felt to start Japanese again. So why is that important to me is that when you're a teacher, when you're a teacher, you have to work through that. You have to work through that. You have to remember that as a human being, you cannot keep and hold on to being able to relate to someone in a position you once were in. You can't undo it. We're not talking about like crazy exceptions like amnesia or trauma or something. That's absurd. Like, let's not go with those things. But generally speaking, It is so difficult to remain effective as a teacher the longer you spend away not tackling the things that other people have tackled or will tackle again. So what's the closest thing you have to that, right? What is the closest thing you can do? And that's what I'm doing here. I'm literally recording the stranger of myself for tomorrow, the next day, years from now. When I look back, it is a stranger that I see, not me, as in always me now. The then me, the future me, will look back on the past me as inspiration. However, I can never relive all the emotional encoding and memory point to point. We have technology for that, at least, to at least record ourselves. Journaling before Twitch, before recording, there's journaling, right? Yeah, fitness diaries and food diaries, photographs. You try to capture as much of that. And I'm using this opportunity to do just that. Because when I saw my day one self, that person might as well be a stranger to me now. I no longer could comprehend Japanese the way that person does anymore. When I look back on day one about like how I wrote what I was interested in, and I do like summaries and upkeeps every like so often. And when I look at those reviews, I'm like, yep, I don't even know how that feels anymore. And it's been less than 71 days. I still don't know how I felt anymore on day one. Like I can't even remember all the thoughts that were in my head. Like, oh, where am I starting? What was I juggling? It's very difficult. At least you can capture a lot of it if you speak out loud, record yourself, do something, that kind of thing. Okay, this is a weird turn, but I think that's why people tend to forgive with time, if you know what I mean. Yes. I talked about this a little bit. Oh, this is a good digression too. I talk about this quite often from time to time, where a lot of people talk about this silver lining, or not the silver lining, but the benefits of having great memory, right? Like eidetic memory. Lots of times people would compliment me in my life, say, oh yeah, you remember a lot of things. It must be great to remember a lot of things. It's so convenient. And I'm like, I don't have eidetic memory, by the way. I'm not like gifted or anything like that. I don't particularly think I'm above average, I would say. But even then, when I think about it, in the evenings, I have mania. I have a lot of mania, okay? So it's largely because my memory doesn't consolidate that quickly. So what happens is, if something happens during the day, be it very exciting or very negative in a sense, you have to manage it somehow. And for those who have incredible memory, that kind of piles up quite a lot. I'm not saying that I have a lot of negative experience. I've learned how to cope or how to circumvent that. So most of the time now I turn everything into a constructive thing to manage my mania. When I was younger, like a kid, 13 years old to 18 years old, I lingered on every little detail during the day, and my environment was incredibly negative, and I didn't have enough life experience to interpret and how to convert strictly negative experiences into something useful and constructive. So naturally, I was short-tempered, arrogant, isolating, and I basically think everyone was out, like the world was not, I was born into the wrong world kind of thing. Nowadays, as an adult, my demeanor and stuff is a consequence of trying to negotiate that. However, for those who live a different life, I think the whole idea of forgiving over time also deals with how memory consolidates. It's kind of a defense mechanism, right? If you think about trauma, one of the first natural responses is to try to compartmentalize or ignore that trauma, or try to, remove that trauma quite literally from your memory. And there's a lot of like, philosophical and biological and evolutionary provocative hypotheses about how memory works, how memory is consolidated in our minds as a defense mechanism or as a consolidating mechanism for things like that. I'm sure you watch like media, movies, maybe TV shows about people who have really, really strong memories, and ultimately they live very, very miserable lives, right? Because the hypothetical situation is that they will remember they will be clustered to focusing all the negative things, because negative things by human condition are extraordinarily salient. They're incredibly more powerful because that's how you survive. You're often hyper elevated to remember negative experiences. So imagine if someone has a heightened memory, right? Heightened memory and for not forgetting things. Well, you relive those moments. You constantly are able to relive those moments, as opposed to being fluid, as in a bad memory may become a more useful memory, and then the more useful memory then eventually clusters into others. Do you think negative things have a stronger effect on people than the positive things? Yes and no. The short answer is probably yes, because everything contributes to something to some extent. However, it's no in a sense that I think whatever occurs more frequently become less significant. Whatever occurs more infrequently is incredibly significant. And oftentimes our life, we're technically surrounded by a lot of quote unquote positive things. The negative things are the things that stick out, because as humans, one may argue that we are kind of conditioned to focus on the things that stick out that you don't want to happen again. So negative things are far more frequent for most people than things that don't hurt you. So non-negative versus negative. Negative things happen way, way less frequently. So you remember them it's a lot easier to be distinctive. The reason why I say that is because people have incredible lives. They are so privileged, right? Yet that privilege doesn't hold a candle to the one time they are inconvenienced. You know what I mean? Like, as humans get more and more things, it's the one time that is irregular that sticks out, and it's often negative. Einstein did this once. It's a very iconic classroom setting where Einstein started writing a lot of things on the board, right? And they're all correct. But the moment he made an incorrect thing, the whole class took notice. And he made this remark about, well, where were you the 99% of the other time, right? It is the one time that stuck out, is the thing that resonated and was most noticeable. And that's kind of a touch on the human condition. In the long run, you have far more non-negative things that happen in your life that you have lost the appreciation for, because it is so high in frequency, almost to the point that it's the human condition to numb out things that happen repetitiously. Like Duolingo's way of learning becomes less and less efficacious over time. So yes, I do agree with most people. If you use Duolingo habitually, very long hours, it becomes less and less efficacious because it becomes more and more repetitious, and repetitious things become less and less appreciated. It's a human condition, right? However, when you switch to a new tool, or you swap it up all the time, that's how I made Duolingo more efficacious. Every month or two, or every month, like every 25 days, I swap up how I'm using Duolingo, as in what am I doing when I'm looking for prompts and stuff. And that makes it more appreciative again, as in the less routine. So it goes with the whole positive and negative thing. If everything around you is like not negative, then most of those things are not significant anymore. They become unnoticed. And then when a negative thing happens, it's going to shock your system. And that's the one thing that I would say, yes and no. Negative things, it's technically a yes, because negative things are less common than positive things. So it's a combination of what is more common and not noticeable, or routine or complacent, and what is uncommon. So to compare contrast, to contrast the opposite, you might be saying, well, then are positive things stronger than negative things? Early on in my life, I had nothing, right? Like my parents came back rags to riches, but the moment we moved to a new district, everything that was new was great. They were the positive things, because I didn't have a lot of positive things in my life. So much like the opposite effect, if you start a language and you immediately notice a gain, beginner's gain for a lot of things, that thing will be salient until it's not. So the positive works too. So my slight commentary is that it's probably less about bad and good and negative and positive, but more about how frequent something happens. So when you have a really, really bad day and a singular good thing happen in that day, that thing will be the most memorable thing about that day, because it sticks out. So if it rained the whole day and suddenly a rainbow shows up in the middle of the day, you're going to remember that rainbow. It's less frequent than the rest of the rain. I mean, in a very small time frame way. So that's the same as if you're a goal-oriented versus process-oriented learning. A process-oriented learning focuses on constantly changing the thing up. Goal-oriented tends to focus on doing the same thing to reach a goal. A lot of times. They skip the part where you have to keep changing things up to get to the goal. They think about the best method and just bootstrap the heck out of the best method to get to the goal. And in 2 or 3 years, they're going to get bored and diminish return on whatever method they chose, because that method didn't change forever. If you're so fixated on getting the best method to learn something and you think you have the best method, it is less likely to be efficacious over time. Usually is you change up your methods as you're going. Your methods are always constantly changing as you're going. So to elaborate on the zero-sum game idea, basically it's the same thing. It's as if the brain learns weights, to put in the emotional reaction to events in one's life. Yes, the zero-sum game. Yeah. The more frequent something is, the less weight it's assigned to. Yep. And vice versa. And so the goal is that the sum of the feelings, yes, negative plus positive, must sum up to 0 in the short term. Exactly. The zero-sum game. Yeah. If your life is composed of several events, how do you create distinctness and appreciation distributed in those events? You can have significant improvements in 3 or 4 skills versus completely investing in one skill. Let's just say not the core skills. Let's say you want to work on 4 different things, right? What are the chances that if you work on one skill, then you notice a diminished return, then you switch to another skill, work on that up to diminished return, then return to your 4th skill? How much more efficacious is that than sticking with the one skill and constantly? Overall, I would say, generally speaking, when it comes to practicing and learning, it often comes down to multidisciplinary approaches and to overall lift someone's aptitude a lot more, like overall. And it plays to the idea that selecting several related skills and distributing your amount of time between several related skills will boost an ultimate skill. Like what I mean is you can enter and use several related skills in order to achieve a goal. So what is the most effective way to learn Japanese? It's not one tool. It's not two tools. It's as many tools as you can handle. And those tools are not overlapping, right? You don't take what Duolingo does best, look for another tool that does exactly what Duolingo does, but a little bit better, and then switch to that, and then switch to another tool that does it a little bit better. That's still a singular discipline. Use multiple tools that engage multiple properties that contribute to the same learning efficacy. Like the efficacy, the goal that you're going for. So it's kind of like a strength training, right? Like, well, if you don't strength train certain things, you're only as weak as your lowest component that contributes to the execution of the thing. So oftentimes when people find dissatisfaction of a lot, they would say something like, oh yeah, I can read, I can hear, but man, I can't speak. It feels so unrewarding because it's not about the raw metrics of the person. I'm talking about more about the feeling of satisfaction and this feeling of engagement. Lots of times, if you round someone out in a discipline, you'd be surprised how far and more satisfied they are because they're creating an appreciation and emotional attachment that isn't just, I feel like I'm doing the same thing and it's not working. And you, do I have a background in psychology or something similar? I kind of do and kind of don't. So I did want to be a psychologist back then. And I did take a lot of psychology related things like logical systems, psychology, like basic psychology, like 101 and 201. I wanted to minor in it, but then we chose science. But it didn't stop me from pursuing behavioral science in general, combined with the observational skills that are required in science in general. Usually most of this stuff you can glean from by sampling people, and what bigger database that you have available to you than the internet these days. So instead of relying specifically on like metadata on like blind studies, you could anecdotally look at trends online by literally sampling them, right? Because there's a lot of closed communities, you can isolate them and do candid trend tracking, and eventually you get to a point where you can develop that and integrate it into your communication skills in order to vocalize and express these things. So in science, you typically teach you to do these things: look for patterns, observe a problem, construct a null hypothesis, kind of execute on it. We'd love to provide you with partner link if you'd be interested in streaming our content a bit. I don't know what that means. Your content? What is your content? Maybe a discussion off stream or something. I don't know what that means. So yeah, yes, I have a background in psychology, and it has been a very, I guess I wouldn't say it's separation. It separates from my curiosity about education. I think most people who need to interact with other people, especially from an educational standpoint, requires a background in psychology. Personally, I'm not holding other people to that standard. But for myself, I really believe earnestly that I need to understand a bit of sociology, anthropology, psychology, logical systems, maybe a little philosophy in order to better increase my efficacy in connecting with people you're educating. Oh yeah, sure. Sure, Jesse. Sure. No worries. I appreciate it. Yeah. Leave me an email. Thanks. So that's kind of where it is now. There's plenty of time to discuss more, but I'm usually streaming and we can pick each other's brains for sure. I would love to pick your brain on how you decided what the components of language learning the requirements for you. I've been farming basically. Now since I'm doing language learning, I've been asking the same questions, bootstrapping through the same iterations of inquiry to other people's learning methods, because you guys, people like you, Mohammed, and others represent the pool of people that I will be interacting with. So I naturally have started collecting all the information of like, what is the most common methods statistically? What have I heard? What is the most common criticisms? And then I pass them on, right? If you ask me, what are the most Japanese learning things I've collected so far, I usually summarize them. Every 25 days or so, I'll probably summarize them to some extent. Like for example, you like textbooks? Like if I ask you, oh, you found out that your strength is to learn from textbooks. Genki or mina no nihongo. If you like exclusively Japanese within a touch of immersion, probably mina no nihongo, as opposed to genki, which is geared towards translational method, right? Things like that. And things like if you want a more conversational heavy conversation, like conversation examples and stuff, probably LingQ for the time being. At least that's kind of approachable, and the cost variance is a little bit agreeable. And then there's another guy here. You can do kind of an exchange where you hire other people. Italki came up a bunch of times, which I found very open. So things like that. So I will farm and ask other people, and usually collectively. Rarely, not a lot of people actually ask me for advice, and I don't typically like to. I'm not too comfortable giving advice as well, because technically whatever you see on stream, I'm learning in the process. So it's rarely ever comprehensive, and I rarely engage in anything that I am professional at or I'm competent at. I usually place myself in a situation in which I am the less competent person, and that allows other people to offer me advice. And then when they offer me advice, I can grow and learn from that. There are a few people I know personally now that probably talk with me and interact with me in a very different manner. You are far more well-spoken than I am though. Like seriously, man, this has made my day even week. Oh, that's great. I mean, I'll humbly accept that. That makes me very happy that I could make your day wonderful. Your way of verbalizing your thoughts and just your thoughts in general are awesome. Well, I appreciate it. Would humbly accept that compliment. By the way, the thing I wish I knew of earlier the most is this browser plugin called Yomitan. Yeah, Yomitan is a big one. Love it. You should use it. Lots of people should use it. It's a very convenient tool. I myself have not. However, I've seen it in action. Yeah, I've seen it in action. It's fantastic. I do agree with it. And 2 or 3 other people have brought this up. Yeah, Yomitan is very good, especially Japanese. I manually do it. So I manually go to like a verb conjugator and Jisho. on the side. So if I have something inquiring and stuff, I'm actually doing it manually on the side using a cross-reference with gshow.org and a personal choiced Japanese verb conjugator and stuff. Various things. I think at the moment, yeah, Yomitan is probably the thing. I know it doesn't take long to set up. Don't be lazy for like 15 minutes. Well, here's the thing, right? You gotta ask yourself, am I presenting an example of laziness, or am I presenting an example of not being lazier? So like, I did talk about why I use a verb conjugator and gshow, but there are things that I like to do still manually. Just a joke. This is dedication. It's personal. Yeah. I will use it in the future, probably. When the thing I'm doing is not as engaging anymore. So, I'm using the combination of things I'm doing now, but it won't stay the same in the future. It's kind of like if you dangle a shiny smartphone in front of me, I will probably use it at some point. The moment the currently thing that I have is no longer engaging or useful, right? It's kind of one of those things. Keep it changing. So it's changed a lot. 71, I started with Duolingo on day 1. I now do at least 14 to 15 different things since day 1. And it has become a wonderful journey. Yeah, to say the least. And I'll probably cut this part. If you don't mind, like, I'll probably make this into a video about the dynamics, I suppose, of... I don't even know what we're going to call this. It's been a long digression. Yeah. You'll probably find that I do this quite often. It's fun because my main priority is not really focusing on the goalpost at the end. I am most definitely someone that encourages process-oriented thinking. As in, if you're interrupted or something comes up, right? Oh no worries about the interruption. It's ideal that I have interruption. Otherwise, it would be any other stream. It would be any other content creator, right? So I like to share and have the biggest opportunity to talk about counterpoints to things that are very readily available. So for example, if I didn't have interruptions like you, thank you for your time, by the way, Mohammed. I have to thank you for this digression, or the inspiration for this digression. These interruptions and like inspiration of discussion is what I feel is the greatest opportunity to introduce and verbalize and communicate things that are underrepresented online. It would be very foolish, in my opinion, to be someone who's willingly volunteering their time to present content in which I would say, and comfortably say so, that tons of many content creators have done to science. Like, so I'm not here to show you that, oh, I'm just another person using Duolingo. I'm here to use Duolingo as a way to understand all the critics and stuff. The downside is, if you're going to ask me, how am I going to do this in another 5 years with like thousands of people? My answer is, I'm not thinking about it for now. I'm definitely not thinking about it now, right now. In my own setting, I don't think I've ever like gotten to this level of discussion with more than like 4 people at a time. So I don't know how this will work in the future. Maybe I'll come up with some idea in the future. But for now, I can tell you that when you're asking for advice on learning language, I will likely be able to name several people you can probably use, like ask you a bunch of questions, right? Like when someone asks, how do I learn Japanese? What do you suggest? And then I would ask you 40 or 50 questions, get a cross profile, a very quick cross profile of the person, then cross-reference it to as many potential alternatives to match the appropriateness. It is definitely not me that can offer you how to learn Japanese, because I am learning it in the process. So you can join me in the process, but at the same time, I've collected enough information where if someone says, oh yeah, I need this and this, I think these are the things that work for me, these are the things that are weak, I can at least defer to the proper tools and whatnot. And that's kind of the idea, right? And then everything else I represent something that doesn't overlap. So I can't tell you how to conjugate all the Japanese predicates, but I can surely keep you entertained in the sense of finding ways to discover yourself on how to motivate yourself in the long run. I definitely most focus on problem solving and critical thinking. And one of the biggest problems nowadays, in my opinion, one of the biggest ones due to the result of the internet hustle culture is nihilism. Nihilism is one of the biggest stopgaps to learning, in my opinion. People who have lost the motivation to better themselves, being fully aware of where they have to be exceptional. Like, the internet is a repertoire of every instance of a person who has invested something before you even started. So not only that, you can remind yourself psychologically, like, oh yeah, but that's a different person and this is a different person. So these two people do two things I want, but this person invested all their lives to doing this one, and then this one's doing this one. But what happens is you start finding out, like, well, can you be person A and B at the same time? And that's absurd. No one's going to tell you that you can't be both of them. And I'm not telling you you can. I'm telling you there's a way you can make it work that you'll be satisfied in being, maybe like person A and like person B. But what you're trying to be is you. Whichever combination of all the people that you inspired off of. But nowadays, it's not that anymore. When you are young and impressionable, your goal is, okay, I'm going to be like person A. Done. I got to their level. Now let's get to person B. And then meanwhile, whatever they done with A, it slips. It diminishes. It fades into the past. So cumulatively, in my opinion, a lot of people see skills as checklists as opposed to constantly thinking about new ways to integrate and upkeep all of their skills. So what I mean by that is I'm not going to learn Japanese just to forget playing video games. I love video games. I'm learning Japanese, and one day I will play Japanese video games. Like in Japanese. My video games inspired me to learn Japanese. My parents inspired me to learn Mandarin soon. My college education will have me going back to Spanish. So I don't leave things behind. I don't try to compartmentalize. And one of the things that is underrepresented, one last thing about underrepresenting opinion, so this is a really unpopular opinion, is the idea that you learn language. You have to learn language with immersion. As in, at some point, immersion is the way. But I want to be very clear about this. This phrase is very nebulous. A lot of people describe immersion as a separation of language. So what I mean by that is you're trying to fight yourself, spend tons of effort, in my opinion, spend tons of effort to pretend like you don't know another language. Well, my counterpoint, as in, it may not work for everyone. It probably won't work with most people. But my question is, why not leverage this? So I might end up being worse, sure. Like, I don't know. But if everyone operates on this theory, then I think it would be very fun and educational to see what happens for a person who deliberately not separate their native language from their target language. So my progress with Duolingo is built on the idea that I use my appreciation for English to learn Japanese. Pretend not to be so, like, things like these phrases like, I need to stop translating. I need to only think in my target language. Right? Because this slows you down, right? The idea is, the goal is to become efficient. These are the things of immersion. What is the effectiveness of immersion, right? So this is true. I would say this follows very well if you want fluency and native-like speak, right? Native-like speak. Because this is separation. It's compartmentalization. You're using less effort distributing this, right? However, during the learning process, you are using effort. You need to use effort to first condition this behavior. So you spend a disproportionate amount of time trying to work on doing this, getting this successful. And then you'll get to native-like things. And I agree with that. I think that's excellent. So what am I doing that's different? Well, my attempt is, what if my goal is to be comprehensive? Like, I want to comprehend the language and not worry about this whole, like, native-like or being like something else. I want to comprehend the language, but leverage English. So instead of constantly saying, oh yeah, I shouldn't translate in my head, I do it deliberately. So what I typically do is I go from English to Japanese, and then Japanese to English. Rarely do I ever think, like, if I'm thinking in Japanese, I can stay in Japanese. I think in Japanese, I go back to English. When I think in English, I'm going to Japanese. What does that look like? That looks like immersion to me. So now whenever I do anything, like if I read fill in the blank, I'm also thinking in Japanese. Like, do I know how to say fill? I don't. I kind of know how to say day. I know articles are not in Japanese. And do I know the word for blank? I don't yet. So my argument is that I don't separate the two. Now every time I think about English, I think about Japanese. And every time I think about Japanese, I think about how to express it in English. It's constantly recurring. I think that if some things come up often enough, you naturally start thinking in Japanese for the most recurring parts. Yes, exactly. So my approach a lot of times is the idea of Japanglish. And this will be my next phase, by the way. This is the third phase. After day 75, I will slowly be speaking Japanglish. As in, what happens is, if I start Japanese and I don't know the word, I'll fill in with English. If I start English, I'll fill in Japanese if it reminds me of something. And I will utterly construct both times. So if it's Japanese first, Japanese grammar structure. If it's English first, it's English grammar structure. The reason why I'm doing this is because this is how I learned Fujonese. My approach is that my parents learned English without doing that because they learned most of it through me. So they put together the points. So if you don't know the things in Japanese, but you know in English, eventually you can associate it crossway. So eventually, when you said to yourself enough, like, oh, blank keeps coming up, like blank, what the heck is blank in Japanese? But you know everything else, the next time you hear something, you can fill in the blanks a lot more rigorously because you have all the infrastructure around that word already. So that's how I went about it here. Duolingo, I'm using it in that manner. And usually that's how I learn things. I learn it in the context of things I already know. So the reason why that's important is memory and practice, or like practice in general, to me, is most vivid and strongest if it's reinforced. So how do I know all the words that I learned every 3 days? It's because it's attached to all my English words, all my kana, all my romaji, and all my other things that I've established. And being bilingual or being multilingual, it's a shame that you're not leveraging that in a more literal way. Yeah, like it's like literally, it's just that it's in your head. Yeah, exactly. So the Japanglish thing, right? That's what I do in my head. Like, okay, so I could say something like benkyou shimasu. So I can study, but I don't know what science is. So, okay. Science o benkyou shimasu. Well, think about that later. When you're watching anime, what do you do when people say, oh, when you're immersing, you try your best to fill in all the things you know, like capture all the things you know, and then fill in all the things you don't know later. But you don't have to necessarily do that by being exposed to Japanese. You can do that anywhere. The moment you read an English line, can you express it in Japanese? Like, but what do you know in it, right? So that's kind of how I went about it. And when people tell me, oh, so what do you do when you're not streaming? I think in Japanese, but I'm telling you that I'm thinking in Japanese and English at the same time. Yeah, so that is definitely a very true and useful thing. But one thing that I found is I tend to mix in words from other languages in my sentence, and if the word in the other sentence is just easier to be, that's a consequence of being bilingual or multilingual. And you know why. If you become self-aware of it, you can easily flex between them, in my opinion. I tend to just use that word in the other language, and with the time I struggle with your main language, yeah. And when you become aware of it, it's a difference between, you know how some people say bad habits, right? Bad habits. This was one of the first things that people talked about when I started Duolingo. Does Duolingo create bad habits? Right? It's not a bad habit, in my opinion. It's not a bad habit if you're aware of it. And you know how to change it. Because if you know it's going to happen, you can also use it to your advantage. So what's an advantage? I can tell you an advantage that I've used a lot of times. So Indy yelled at me a couple times already for the Japanese word for restroom. And the restroom phrase is otearai with the honorable O. Otearai. But I had a habit of changing it for a. Because I'm already aware of it and people are aware about bad habits, it's very easy for me to remember like, oh yeah, it's restroom. It's an a, it's not an a, it's an o. Otearai. That's it. And you might be thinking like, well, that's an extra step, right? But if you think about it, I'm encoding more information than just remembering that it's otearai. Some habits are harder to fix than others, though. That's a little difficult to appreciate for me. However, if you're a habit person who change habits very consistently, right? If you're someone who's very prone to consistently change, it's negligible when you're thinking about a very specific habit in the skill set. So what I mean by that is, yes, if you're worried about which one is harder and which one is easier versus are these easy enough to change? So for me, I'm not worried about whether it's harder or easier. I'm just worried about if it's easy enough for me to change. Like, why compare? Why worry about comparing if you can do both anyways? So that's usually my perspective on people who are weighing. You're talking about habits that you build up on top of other bad habits. Associate them with good habits. Your good habits are probably stronger than your bad habits that you have undesired. Well, you don't have to trace them, right? You can change them. At least that's in my opinion. Whenever I think about people saying bad habits and good habits, I see them suggesting that bad habits are non-productive, right? And good habits are productive. So in my mind, I want to change the bad. It might not be your definition, but I would ask you, what are your bad habits? List your bad habits. List the characteristics that make them bad for you. And since they're already there, how can you make them productive? How can they become productive? And then build around them. So like, for example, otearai is most definitely a bad habit. So how do I make this into something productive? Well, for me, I like remembering who gave me advice. So you don't fix habits, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't see it as fixing habits. You're changing the habits. Your habits are there because they're convenient. The element of something that's bad or good is because you consider it as non-productive or productive, as in like it doesn't further your situation right now. But you develop those habits because they were convenient, as in they functionally had a purpose. Now you can readapt those purposes to other things or not. So you can spend all the time you want to get rid of bad habits, or you can change the habit into something that's useful, right? And I usually take the path of, ironically, I usually take the path of least resistance and try to convert something into something useful. Alternatively, habits, if you want to change a habit, I usually use the technique where you associate another habit to the habit that you kind of want to change. And then eventually you'll come up with ideas, in my opinion, for collecting people. You will associate ways to adapt this habit to making it useful to whatever habit you associate with. So for me, I need to remember that is otearai and not atearai. So I associate the bad habit with something that I'm already good at, which is remembering the person who's yelling at me. So every time I see Indy, I'm reminded of otearai, not atearai. So if Indy continues to show up, I will be reinforced in saying otearai, not atearai. And at some point, the a no longer gets reinforced because it will be gone. Yeah. Mixing two languages is the most okay, but then again, you gotta find someone who knows the exact same set of languages. That's fair. That's fair. Or yourself. You can talk to yourself instead. Some habits are harder to fix than others. Fair enough. I'm talking about habits that build up on top of, making it a chain of bad habits. Certainly, that can be very difficult to address. So then you have to retrace it back. That's fair. I just mean that sometimes it might be better to fix some habits more early on since they're be much. Okay, so we're talking about habits that already exist, right? That's fine. So you're looking for the worst case scenario. And I'm not necessarily talking about fringe cases. I'm talking about a lifestyle choice, right? So you can chip away at a worst case scenario at any point. At some point, you will not have the worst case scenario, which is developing a string of bad habits. Like you're talking about something like maybe someone who's incredibly chronically depressed. And yeah, these are extreme cases. As in there's so many bad habits that you have to find a way to break it. Like how you fix the bad habit. Well, to me, establish good habits first, and then proceed to do the same thing. So I asked the person, what works already? This is a hypothetical situation. I'm not offering this as professional advice. What works already and what doesn't work, right? So then we have all the bad habits and the good habits. Can we use the bad habit, the good habit, to pair it up with one of the older habits and then go from there? So at some point, someone has a pool of desirable habits and undesirable habits, right? So you have a working basis for many things. Oftentimes, if you spend the time fixing a habit, you have nothing to counter it. There's no counterweight. So what I mean by that is, when you're fixing a bad habit and only the bad habit, it's a net negative. It's always going to be a net negative. So in this situation, when someone's in chronic depression, like they only have negative, they have no extra fuel or any extra leeway, you have to go and either work on something that provides a counterweight or something that does work for them. And you start from there to change the bad habits, right? Fighting something is like, to me, like telling someone, forget your native language. Forget your native language. Forget your native language and dive right into your target language. So you can do that for sure. The first couple, like the first month, 3 months, etc., would be using energy to negate this, and with no reward, like you have no reward, what are the chances? How consistent is this for people who aren't motivated? Right? You have to ask yourself, like, what are you bringing to the table, right? So this requires an entire input of energy from you. That's like fixing a bad habit. You're fixing a bad habit with nothing that works. You literally have a bad habit in isolation and you want to fix it. You're not thinking about leveraging anything you know to help make the bad habit, or like whatever you want to do with a bad habit. So oftentimes it's a matter of idealism versus practicality. Maybe. Sometimes they're one and the same. What I mean is sometimes it's one or the other to some extent, but I think it's both. It's both. Like a pragmatic thing would be something like English. English is a language with something, but there's pragmatic similarities between English and Japanese. You can leverage that. That's practical, right? You can use those practical things. Ideally, you don't need the crutch of English and go straight into Japanese, right? And then you won't need leverage for that. It's a bit of both. It's like mixed. Typically I would say you find what you need, right? It's rarely ones and zeros. For my sake, I don't like inputting so much. Yeah. Ideally, you go into Japanese. That's the idea, right? What is the straight lace thing? How do you learn Japanese the fastest? Be born in Japan. Yes. Occam's razor. How do you become a native Japanese speaker? Be a native Japanese speaker. Now let's work from there. What do you have to work with? Well, you're not born a native Japanese speaker. So what do you have to use? Well, what can you leverage? Well, you can leverage English, right? But then you tell someone like, no, don't leverage your native language. What do you have left? What's left? In terms of language, what's left? And to me, that's my counterpoint. So advice of people, a lot of the current trending advice is the most effective way to get people to consistently learn a language is to pretend like you're ideally Japanese. That might work. If you're a kid without a native language. You see where I'm going here? The most popular methods are based on the idea that the kid, you have no interference. You're not juggling any interference. Like, you're not doing anything. You just soak it up. Like, you sit there and somehow you de-aged yourself and you've forgotten that you have a native language. So in my opinion, it's about 50-50. You get a little bit of mix of both. So 50-50, say you do a coin toss. Oh yeah, you ended up on the side of the place where you're an adult and you can't stop thinking about things in English. So the first advice you get is to stop thinking in English. Or in your native language, right? In this case, English for me. Like, well, I'm sorry, I'm on the other end. And what I mean by that is, ask yourself if you can do that. Not everyone should do this. Ask yourself. And then what I typically do is I make the method, I take the methods and apply it to what I need, what I do, right? What are my strengths and weaknesses? What do I require? well, I'm going to leverage English because I heckin' love language. I love the English language. I love the Japanese language. Why not talk about them both forever? Like constantly. Like when I'm running, I'm literally saying, oh, hey, that's a tree. It's also key. You know, I'm running, right? That's oh no. I think Duolingo introduced hashirimasu. So hashirimasu, right? Hashirimasu, to run, right? And that's kind of the idea. And instead of spending the effort to fight it off, just revise those habits later on. Exactly. And here's the thing, right? Those different methods aren't saying that one is better than the other. The idea is you offer as many ways as an expert, as I'm not an expert, by the way, as anyone who's a self-proclaimed expert, you offer them the most tools, and you are advising them on being able to pick the most effective way that meets their needs, is what I'm saying. And I get that comment all the time, like, oh yeah, I'm surprised you're still using Duolingo, and I'm surprised you're being... I'm not actually only using Duolingo, but Duolingo has inspired me to do a lot of things. So I love Indy's question a long time ago. This was like over 50 days ago. He asked me, so do you deliberately embrace bad habits in order to fix it later? My thought was, I'm developing habits now, whether they're bad or good, because they're convenient. And then because I understand they're convenient, I understand my habit formation well enough that I can use it later. A bad habit becomes constructive if it's used and altered in a way that's useful. Because the habit is formed because it's convenient. So there's something interesting and useful about it. I'm naturally doing that for some reason, right? You don't establish a habit because it's non-functional. As in, like, you don't overeat because it's a bad thing. As in, what I mean is, the intent of overeating is because it makes you feel good, not because it's functionally not serviceable. It's not sustainable. That's when we get into hairy territory. Bad habits, in my opinion, are not sustainable. As in, if there's a habit that makes you feel bad every single time you do it, that is a bad habit. Do I have those habits? Not necessarily. I do have them, though. I have uncontrollable habits that I must cope with. And there are unchangeable habits. However, we're not talking about habits that are uncontrollable. We're talking about habits that we are choosing to do, right? Choosing to be aware of. So if you become aware of a habit and its establishment, you don't have the insecurity and fear that you can't change it later for your benefit. So I know that the scary habits, and this is not advice for the scary habits. There are habits to be fixed. Like self-deprecation is a really real one. Mania and all that is incredibly dangerous. I just mean that sometimes. Wait, let me see. So basically, you become okay with a bad habit so that it makes it faster to reach a good enough level, then perfect the skill you're working on later versus talking an extended time of, yes. Preferably, for me, I prefer to do the things and see what happens. There's a chance that bad habit never becomes a bad habit. Like, you don't know. I don't know what the salient. So oftentimes the amount of rumination that you're taking is too much for me. If there's a point that the rumination takes more time than doing the thing and seeing if the bad habit ever happens. So for example, for now, lots of people tell me what habits that are a problem for English speakers, and that's really great because now I'm aware of them. The natural thing to do is those things don't happen, right? They may never happen. I'm not really concerned about them, but I do become aware of them. So far, lots of the bad habits come from us presuming that the methods are the same, like whatever I've done, right? So there are very classical English things that happen, and instead they became my assets. Not only do I like things like aru, iru, contrast, not only do I like how te get overlaps a lot of times with ni, those things became the assets. Like, as in, I wouldn't know. And lots of times that becomes very disparaging and discouraging. So there's a time and place to be worried about bad habits down the line. However, if you're able to be confident enough to know that whatever happens at the end, you'll be able to make use of it, that gets you doing things, right? Gets you to doing things. And usually these types of advice are for people who are choosing to do things. The stuff that we might not be talking about, which is what you might be alluding to, is things that are outside your control. Uncontrolled things, like dementia. We'll just throw in some things that are very dementia, or I don't know, compulsive eating, right? Compulsive eating, things like that. And I agree with you. This probably doesn't track for these, but these are like very extreme circumstances. Not largely the habits that I'm talking about are like language learning. They're voluntary. They're often voluntary. And usually they don't hold a candle to things like dementia, worrying about money, like social pressures, constant social pressures, and those things can be incredible. Okay, and then on a related note, it might be interesting to talk about whether when speaking you should try to use perfectly correct grammar only versus just saying as much as you can but also being aware of it. Oh, that's interesting. The mistakes you're making. That's a very good point. By the way, depending on how much you know about machine learning, there's an interesting analogy if you want to hear it. Sure. I might have heard it before, but we'll see. Thanks, Hunter. So, that's a good point. I want to say the whole perfectly correct grammar thing. Okay, so we're going to say perfectly in like super brackets. I'm not entirely sure this is going to fill that. But when I said Japanglish, right? Japanglish. Oftentimes, your reference is your grammar. Right? Your reference is your grammar. And then if you're going Japanese first, Japanese. Right. Someone told me about using this phrasing, so we're gonna avoid that. When I'm doing this, what's happening is you're also reinforcing grammar two ways, right? You're reinforcing grammar two ways. That also creates association with the grammar going across. Like if you know English grammar, you know what is not English grammar. And if you know Japanese grammar, you know that it's either not English grammar or not Japanese grammar, right? And oftentimes that is also self-correcting. So yes, you might not have perfect grammar because you might be mixing these two, like mixing English and Japanese grammar. However, at some point with this bootstrapping, you can distinguish between what is Japanese grammar and what is English grammar, while also knowing what is not English or Japanese. And oftentimes, it offers more opportunities to think this way, in my opinion. More opportunities. And my personal take on this is that you are thinking about Japanese and English more frequently, involuntarily, or not like voluntarily, but like when you think of something, every time you think of English, you're thinking about Japanese. That is still more frequent than setting time aside to only think in Japanese and only in English. So what that happens is then whenever you go to use English, you're going to stop thinking about it in Japanese. And then when you're only thinking in Japanese, you're going to stop thinking about it in English. Well, what is more functional, in my opinion? Well, personally, I would prefer that I be able to do both, right? Because why give up something I already have to acquire something else? You might be saying, oh yeah, but that's the sacrifice. That's the sacrifice you make. Well, sacrifice is subjective. To me, not so much. I prefer to increase the frequency. But so basically in machine learning, roughly speaking, you have an error function and you're looking to find a minimum. So you start from some point and then by calculating the gradient. Yes, exactly. Exactly. The gradient and derivatives, yes. And then basically giving you the direction you should be going in to find the minimum. Yeah. Exactly. 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 And also, I'm not saying... Also, I want to be clear. This is not a hack. This is not a hack. Like, what I mean by that is, you're not using this to substitute for something. You can combine them. I don't know, spend a month deliberately using English and Japanese together, if that's your native and target language. And then the next month, establish a new habit with Japanese only. And then take a break. Take a break for a month and use English only. What it is doing is, I'm also suggesting this is because usually it's all of the above. And what is the underlying theme in all of this? Problem solving. It's reducing tedium. Right, we already talked about how complacency is very strong and demotivating. So lots of times I switch up things towards a, I don't know, goal. We'll say towards a goal. But my approaches are constantly cycling. It's cycling through these stuff. So sometimes I might watch anime with no subtitles. Sure. Sometimes I watch anime with English subtitles. Sometimes I watch anime with dub in English with Japanese subtitles. Rarely do I settle on one type of learning method for an extended amount of time. There are multiple ways of going about it. Either you spend it, yeah. Okay, and so there are multiple ways of going about it. Either you spend a lot of time calculating this derivative as precisely as possible, thus making sure you're making the perfect step towards this minimum, but advancing slowly. Or you can calculate it roughly, allowing you to go towards the target less precisely, but while making larger steps. Yeah. So the analogy would be that rough calculation is bad habits, but advancing more rapidly. Yes. And here's another one. I don't know if this is a thing, but a lot of times when you start doing something, it looks like this in input energy. So, have you ever done crystal structures before? Have you ever seen crystal structures? And since you're in computer science, you're probably familiar with crystal structures. Using the mathematical bootstrapping model to fold protein, right? To fold protein. So lots of times when you fold a protein, say you have a native strand, right? It's the same as minimums. So instead of a minimum, it's minimum energy. So you're looking at minimum energy. Okay, your goal is to produce minimum energy. While it's in its unfolded state, it has many possibilities. Many possibilities, right? But if you start to just bend, as in seed, if you seed something by just doing, like for example, a wet lab did a partial crystal structure. Just do it. Just do it. It's not perfect. It's in it's there. You observe it. What happens it allows you to seed the structure, and what happens is you dramatically send it towards a particular configuration, right? Once you seed it, the start ends up becoming a lot more efficient as you're getting towards an answer. But the thing is, and this is what most people worry about, what if this is the wrong answer, right? Then you would have established a bad habit. However, you have established something that's informative. So in the amount of time you are trying to precisely do these steps, the delta t here is a lot of time, right? A lot of time. But if you seed it, you'll leap over this and come to an answer. The answer might not be the right answer, but this information is useful in changing this answer to a neighboring answer. And how much time does that take? It might be comparably the same. You see what I mean? Like it might not be, it might not, you can make an argument that the delta t, these two delta t's, like the delta t here, if you add these together, may come out to be maybe similar, maybe not. The idea is if they're similar, then why choose one method over the other? The simple answer, the more scientific answer is, why not both? Pick the most efficient one. The idea is like, I don't like the hustle of language learning right now, where they constantly fight and bicker about what is the most efficient. Like what is the, like hindsight is really great and all, like, you know, like there's a lot of hindsight in studies and stuff. At the same time, yeah, there's a lot of things going on, but I like to think that in human practice, I focus on the idea of consistency. And honestly, to me, if you're looking at thermodynamics, we'll do kinetics, right? Kinetics. I know this is hilarious. We're talking about kinetics now. If you decided that your if for Japanese, for example, to learn Japanese, if the activation energy is always constantly this high, what are the chances that you'll stay consistent? Right? But your results might be fast. It's definitely going to be fast. But what is the fail rate? What is the fail rate of this? Versus, okay, so yeah, all right, this is the effort curve, right? This is the effort curve. Okay, yes, yes, you're not going to get there as fast. It's going to take a really long time to get to wherever you're looking for, right? But what is the fail rate of this? Is it less? In my experience, it's less. However, that's only anecdotal. It's less, like, I'm not a professional. I don't bootstrap through all of this. But generally speaking, when you're lowering the activation energy, which is what I call, this is motivation, basically. Motivation juice. If you lower the crutch in motivation, you can probably continue to do that. This is not a great example, but I often think about like catalytic energy, right? Catalytic energy, and then maintenance afterwards. First, you have to catalyze it. If a person doesn't start, it's over. Like, if a person doesn't start, it's over. And oftentimes, if you can get over the catalytic energy, my take is that if you keep this low, from the catalytic energy that it's required to start, if you keep this low and progressively go up, you're far more consistent than trying to go over this and maintain an incredibly high rate. I think, to me, this is against, in my opinion, this is against a lot of human condition. Like, it's working against human condition, where like you hit the ground running and you're expected to keep on running. Well, you hit the ground running and you rest. And then maybe you run a little faster, but not as fast as your initial output. The idea is your language learning is a long process, right? It's a long process, not a short one. It can work for people who think of it as a short process, as in get her done. Well, what is my favorite analogy, like real world analogy for this? Hirakana. So there's two schools of thought, right? Or your kana. Your kana, right? What do? Oh yeah, just hit it hard. Like, you can get it done in like 24 hours if you just go straight 24 hours. Like, all right, well, that's cool. So the catalytic energy, the catalysis, right, for the energy is bonkers high. It's like, okay, sure. So if you don't achieve this, you're gonna quit. You can try it. I mean, it's only 24 hours, right? My suggestion is it's a little bit of a mix of both, but a lot of people would say read and know what you know and know what you don't. And the most important thing is the second part. Know what you don't. Because if you know what you don't, then you can find how to get to know it. As opposed to bootstrapping and constantly worrying about getting it right the first time. Or like right away and get her done. It is. But here's the thing. These are two schools of thoughts. Yes. So there are two schools of thoughts, but the idea is it's not one or the other. It's both. There are going to be things that you want to sit down for 12 hours. There are things that you're going to read and say like, yeah, right? So what have I been doing the last 71 days? Well, people still ask me if I only use Duolingo. Well, the answer is no, I don't only use Duolingo. However, I'll meta this even more. I haven't had anyone who approached me and asked me, do I only use Duolingo one way? Because when they ask, do I only use Duolingo, they assume there is only one way to use Duolingo. Only one way to use Duolingo. So they're not interested in asking me, how do I use Duolingo? Well, that would be an interesting question, wouldn't it? And I actually go over that. I try to go over it as much as I can. I swap up the way I use Duolingo all the time. If you watched a movie, right? Here's one that I love. I use this analogy quite a bit. When you watch a movie for the first time, what do you notice? What do you think about? Right? If you're the person that's asking me, do you only use Duolingo, and you only assume there's only one way to use Duolingo, you'll probably be also the first person that says, when you watch it a second time, you notice the same thing. Or probably the person that says, why would I watch it a second time if I already know what happens? Right? Why watch it a second time if I already know what happens? It's because you can only imagine learning one way from what you're consuming. So I don't have to, for me, I don't offer advice, in my opinion, based on efficiency. And words like best, worse. I ask the person. There are many ways to cross-reference behavior that benefits the person. Like, what I mean is, you could probably just ask the person, okay, how do you consume movies? Or let's say you have, you like video games, right? Like, you ask the person, you like video games, right? How do you play the video games? And I do this a lot because I play video games. And lots of people play video games. How do you play video games? Okay, so can you describe a time, you can get a lot of information by getting them to describe and express things. And because I'm more focused on understanding how this person learns, right? How this person learns. You can leverage your experience and apply appropriate methods. The problem that I have when people focus on best methods is they rarely are concerned with who they are talking to. Like, who are you talking to? You want the panacea of methods, but yet that's assuming it works for everyone, right? And it can work. More than not, the best method is what worked for you. What worked for you. And I often tell these people, you're projecting. You're more than likely projecting your experience. And thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for giving me your advice. And I spend a lot of my time trying to figure out if any of that advice helps me. So yes, I didn't reject most of the advice that people said. I took it, and I took the parts that work for me and filled it in. So all that, but it doesn't change the idea that they're projecting their experience. They're telling me what they know best. And what happens best. They haven't even asked me what I'm looking for. And it's not because they maybe aren't compassionate. They're probably very compassionate and empathetic people because they're motivated to help other people, even if it's projecting their own experience. But the idea is, if you constantly have a mindset of thinking about best methods, unintentionally you will sound like that. Like, oh yeah, man, oh, you speak English, oh man, it's going to be weird when you start pronouncing the da di do, right? It's going to be weird. It's like, well, I guess. It's like, I'll keep that in mind, thanks, I'll keep it in mind. They didn't ask me if I only speak American English, right? Because the best way they learned is if you see an English person, these are obviously the problems statistically. And I get it. You know, have I taught before? What do you mean by taught before? I have taught, but I've only taught science before. Although this is not very different from teaching science. I tutored most of my life. As in, I love doing outreach and helping people that struggle. So, and most of the time, they teach me a lot of things. I love, like, I run towards people. I run towards people with problems, and not in the bad way, like not towards like problems I can't solve. But what I mean is, when people trust me enough, and we want to solve problems, not in a like a therapy way or anything like that, but we solve problems together. And this is the very most important thing, right? We solve problems together. A lot of times tutoring is the tutor is trying to solve the person's problem, right? But the tutor themselves don't take it as a learning opportunity. What happens when the tutor fails? Neither group learns anything. So oftentimes when someone asks me for a question, advice, something, I would offer my 2 cents, but not before I ask them what they can teach me about their problem or their advice, right? Like if someone says like, this will happen a lot, and it becomes very pedantic, and not a lot of people are receptive to this, right? I'm not saying when people ask me, what's my favorite video game? What's my favorite video game? Right? My favorite video game. And then I ask them, what do you consider as a factor for favoritism? Right? Can you like give me an example from yourself? Like, do you have a favorite video game? I want to know how you quantify this, so then I can answer it, or I can attempt to answer it. So what happens is I learn about this person and exchanging it for my thing. So over time, if I do this constantly or consistently, I don't have a best method, is what most people say. A best method. I have an appropriate method. So all those students that struggle, if there are no any struggle students, to me it means I have successfully applied enough appropriate methods to reach a bottom line. However, now with that bottom line, anyone who's at the bottom line offers a learning opportunity for me to raise that bottom line. Like, to raise the bottom line. So how does Duolingo work and factor into this? Well, I know where the bottom line is. At least I'm pretty sure I know where the bottom line is in 71. After 71 days. Usually we're talking about like 500 hours now, right? So my goal is, how do I raise that bottom line? because my bottom line is only as lazy as I am. So like what I mean is, if Duolingo is not doing it, then I can do it. I clearly know now what Duolingo doesn't do. So whenever someone challenges me for doing Duolingo, to me, it's an opportunity to raise my bottom line. So much like science, your the strength of your data, the strength of your defense, right? Your thesis defense is how long you spent considering your opposing factors, the people who challenge you. So I often romantically say, what does the PhD mean? What does it stand for? It stands for critical thinking. And critical thinking is not confirmation bias. It's not confirmation bias. It's not dogma. Yeah, dogma is a big one. That's a gray area. Dogma, right? If you don't, dogma does not require critical thinking. Testing and experimenting and not having comprehensive answers. Not having comprehensive answers requires critical thinking. So yes, maybe other experts have solved the mystery of how to get people to learn, right? Let's just say that's how it works. They solved the mystery of how to get people to learn. Let's just accept that. For example, you have a lot of challengers. People come to me and say like, this is the best way to learn. All right. Is that objective? It's like, well, yes, it's the statistically objective way of learning, because that's what experts do. Okay. All right. I see that you're telling me you're objective. So let me propose a counter argument. If this is the objective truth of learning, then why is there spuriousness in the language learning community? So what I mean by that is, if you are objective, you can probably settle on the idea that there's discourse in learning methods. So how can you approach a stranger and tell yourself that you are magnanimous, benevolent, and somehow omniscient and know a secret, that you use strong language like best method and most efficient method, when you have to tell the person what is the best method? Generally, when something is objectively fact, it's dogmatic. And dogmatic tends to mean there's a lack of discourse. Like most people will agree. So the paradox in this is when someone says they have to elevate their position by saying, oh yeah, most experts and most like YouTubers and content influencers suggest this. I'm like, why do you need to say that? If it's so obvious and dogmatic, why do you need to say that to me? It generally means there's discourse. And discourse is something that if you work in the science field, this stuff will make you depressed. Well, okay, I won't say it like that. It is very likely to make you depressed. As in, I can't tell you how uncertain, the most uncertain part of my life ever was working in science. Because the moment you ask yourself, okay, I'm going to publish this. Okay, we're going to publish this. But millions of people who can possibly know anything can poke a hole into my publication. So now when we take that and gravitate towards polyglots or enthusiastic people and go around peddling like, oh yeah, everyone agrees with me. It's like, well, that's not true, obviously, because we wouldn't be having this discussion. It's a paradox. We wouldn't be having this discussion if you need to convince me it's the best learning method. So stop using best learning method and stop peddling it like it's objectively true. It's a great method. It is an effective method. It is an effective method. It may work for you. Try it out and integrate it into your thing. But you see, my strongest counter argument a lot of times is people come with double standards when they talk about best methods. And one of the biggest things I often hear is, oh yeah, don't knock it. Don't knock it until you try it, right? Like, oh yeah, I know the best method. Don't knock it until you try it. Like, how do you know I didn't? Right? It is arrogance, in my opinion, like this, that gets you to what my classic phrase is, come with a leap of logic. And that leap of logic leads to a double standard. Like, here are my best methods. What's inferred is, here are my best methods that you aren't using. Or, here's my methods based on all my assumptions. What are the assumptions? I see you using Duolingo. Obviously, you haven't used Anki. Obviously, you haven't used any other methods. That's the first thing. So, it's a telltale sign when someone asks you, are you only using Duolingo? Like this phrase, I can't really express how much language tells a person who focuses on communication. Like when someone asks you, are you only using Duolingo? As opposed to, what are you using? What are you using to learn Japanese? Now let's just think about these two phrases. What kind of person am I talking to when someone approaches me with this and someone approaches me with this? And I'm going to tell you now, 99.9% of my interactions, they start with this question over this question. There hasn't been anyone who ever asked me an open-ended question. Like, what are you doing to learn Japanese? The assumption is that I only use Duolingo or not, right? That's the assumption. So, lots of times when you think of the best method, how does this relate to all the best methods? It's often thinking about singular methods or singular workflows. And oftentimes my answer is, why not both? I mean, I get it. You'll probably lose some time if you're trying both, but man, I'll do this for 1 month. Sure. Extract the strengths and weaknesses of that, and I'll do this for 1 month. Sure. Why not? Right? If I really wanted to. But the idea is, I look for better and I improve on my model. So much like this thing, the protein folding thing again. If my goal is down here, which I don't know what this looks like, by the way. I don't know what it looks like because I'm not concerned with it. I don't know what that looks like. It could be fluency. It could be some of the best friends I've ever made. Some of the best acquaintances and colleagues I've ever made. I'm not concerned with this. What happens is I'm always working towards changing my approach. Like, the approach itself is dynamic, right? It's not static. I think lots of people who only focus on the goal think of best like that. What if the person they are speaking to is worried about the end result? My favorite technique, at least me, as a friend, not as a professional, but as a friend, I would move. So let's just say the finish line is here, right? They're worried about the finish line, right? And they're starting here, right? This is their position. I would move the goalpost closer to them. I would make a mini goalpost here. I might even add even more here, here, and here. And one day they'll reach this goal. Whatever it looks like, they'll probably have forgotten what that goal looks like. Because it became more than just that one goal. That's if someone is worried. So you're specifically saying if someone is worried about the end result. The idea is to give the person, you've probably heard this from other people in some form, like increase milestones, like mini goals, right? The idea is you're simulating the person to be able to see and grasp something, grasp a different end goal, like a different end result. So they're very goal to establish new milestones. What does Duo do to do that? To get someone worried about the end result? Well, they obscure. they obscure the end result. Like, what if I never become fluent? Well, you don't. Just do it one day at a time. Increase your streak. Increase your streak by 1 day. Then suddenly you notice that's 7 days. And then it suddenly becomes 30 days. And then it became 60 days. And little before you know it, it becomes 365 days. Even as simple as a goal of a day has that effect for those who worry. So if someone is worried about the end result, you find other ways to move the goalpost closer, right? Constantly move the goalpost closer while maybe revealing that every once in a while, right? Like, hey, you know, you wanted to run every day for 365 days? Start with a week. Yeah, one's got to... And this is for someone who's chronically worried about the end result. We're talking about someone who has no control over the end result. I feel like most people can manage in some way to some extent. But generally, you're basically moving it to a point that adjusts this so that it doesn't stop them from doing it, right? The inevitability is if they're worried about the end result and they never do it, then it's a failure. Like you don't get anywhere. So you start with something and they're like, okay, I think I can do 1 day. It's closer. It's 1 day. And then they're like, oh yeah, it's too tough. Let's move it even closer. Move it closer. Move it closer. And that's kind of I would say that's what I would start with. I would start with that if someone is like, they can't get up. And I'll give you very real examples. They don't want to get up and go to the grocery store and buy food for themselves. They have all the resources to buy food, but they can't. That goalpost is that it's so far away. Well, I will get in the car and I'll drive you to the grocery store. It's not so far away, is it? Like, what I mean is I'll remove the act of driving away. And then next time, maybe I'll drive half the way. Drive half the way and then let them drive half the other way. The idea is you're slowly inching closer to the goal, at least in my opinion. I randomly appeared on your YouTube, and honestly, I had your original question. The question? Supremacy? Maybe worried wasn't the right term. I mean, if they have a goal in mind. my challenge often, if they have a goal in mind, right? As in if they value the goal a lot, right? Like the goal a lot. Basically worried about it, as in like not in a negative way, but they are very they always think about the goal is what you mean. Like not in a negative way, but the goal is the most important thing in their mind, right? It occupies their mind, as in not in a negative. They always like to keep the goal in mind. Usually I like to ask them, what is the goal made of? What is the goal made of? Right? If they're really good, if they focused on the goal, they would be able to explain this. Usually, a healthy person will be able to say, well, sometimes it becomes a lot approachable if you know how to approach the goal. And that's where people seek like best methods. Right? Best methods. If you think about all the methods, you have an approach. So what is the goal made of? What do you need in those things? And oftentimes people will say, okay, well, let's see. I will use Anki. I'll use Anki for vocab. I will use Duolingo for daily maintenance. I will use anime for immersion. I will use so on and so forth. So what happens is that these people are successful most of the time. Yes, being to include more. And you'll learn, in my opinion, if I keep asking you every day, what did you learn from your goal? Yeah, so what did you learn from your goal, right? Okay, so you learned that, all right, Anki is helping me towards a particular aspect of the goal. And Duo is providing something else. And then anime is like, you can shout out, I'm an otaku. I love watching anime. So how can I make all of these related to each other? So you can actually use it in a different way too. So someone who's goal-oriented, not only can you break up your goal, you can also ask yourself, can you make, which by the way, Duolingo tries to do this, which I like. I'm not sure of I haven't used other tools, but Duolingo is like, yo, you know what? People love anime. They're so good. Why don't we add anime phrases into our thing? What does Duolingo do? They remove something else you could have done. So for me, I already talk about anime when I talk about Duolingo. I love English. So I'm gonna talk about English when I'm using Duolingo. Yes, I'm not learning Japanese, but I'm most certainly learning more English. It enriches my thing. So my progress in my English, if it improves, I don't know if it's improving or not. I actually sound like more Japanese, by the way. Sometimes I say things like, oh yeah, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Huh. The day of rest. Today is my day of rest, by the way. So what happens is I do other things to remind myself, right? And if you're focused on your goal, you can break up your goal and see if any of it fills your goal. And that's probably how I would make it more manageable. Lots of times when people see the word goal, they see this. If you're goal oriented, you see this. And then what you see is this. I don't know if you can see that, but that's the word progress. And then when you see goal, what happens is you see this word. Right? So it's very unmanageable. So what I typically offer is we sit down, we probably sit down and say, let's look at your goals. Let's break them up. Okay, well now you have all these sections, right? Let's go find something. Let's go find other things. How do you address these things? Right? These things, sometimes, I have a really bad example. I'm gonna give you one bad, like, not so, a sussy example of this. This is how live service models work, by the way. And it works very well, but it's not the greatest example. You know how, like, microtransactions. This works in the business field all the time. So, is it easier to make 30 $1 exchanges or spend $30 at once? Well, if the business owner's goal is to make $30, it's usually this, not this. It's a bigger perceived activation energy when it's all at once. What is the all at once approach? Immersion. If you can do that, do it. You'll probably be successful. If you can't, you're more likely to do something in smaller intervals. So if you're asking yourself, is your goal taking over your life? Is it like too big? Is your goal too big? Well, break it down. And I would probably be enamored to sit with that person and do it with them. Like, my goal is to understand your goal, and it will teach me something, right? It'll teach me some lesson on how to learn that stuff. And it's often I feel those people who are are worried about their goals, you underestimate yourself. I want to leave. I digress for a very long time, so we're gonna wrap this up a little bit. But I know this is gonna sound cheesy. This sounds very cheesy. Well, sorry guys for the cheese. Cheese is incoming. I like to end on a more positive spin. I think those who are incredibly goal-oriented, they dream so big that because of the way they dream so big, like you want big things, I think it causes insecurity and underestimates how competent you are. So what I mean by that is competence gets built during the process. A lot of times you can't see it by looking at the goal. It's very difficult for a human being to look at a goal. What's the goal look like? A YouTuber. Your favorite 10-year success story on YouTube. It's very difficult to see how it happens. You see what you want, right? But you are underselling yourself. Competence is built during the process most of the time. Things get easier, they get harder, they get easier again. How's that cheesy? Because I sound like a motivational coach. Motivational coach. And this, I'm not going to tell you, I'm trying not to sound cheesy, is basically it. I'm not going to tell you that in the end, you would fail your goal. And here's the flip thing. Here's the message. I don't think I've ever went out to achieve a goal and I succeeded. Because I think about the process. When you go to reach a goal and you start doing things, you start doing things. You keep on doing things. You keep on doing things. You keep on doing things. And you reached a new goal. So yes, most of the time that I go out to achieve something, I failed the original goal. It becomes bigger than that original goal. And the cheese here is that when you focus on a goal, you cap yourself. You cap yourself based on idealism. As in, the current you can only dream so big. But the you on the journey dream bigger. That goalpost is constantly moving. The goal can be here one day. It can be here one day. It can be here one day. It can be here one day. That goal is ever moving. If you're someone who is constantly striving to improve yourself, you don't end with this in mind, because when you start it, you can't possibly comprehend the cheese, here it is, comprehend how good you are along the way. So oftentimes I see, in my opinion, it breaks my heart, and I say this quite often actually. It breaks my heart that one of the unintended consequences of the hustle culture of the internet is that people don't even start anymore. They convince themselves to stop before they even start. I get that there are a lot of best methods. I get there are a lot of people hoping to help, right? Lots of experts, lots of XP. All this knowledge is not going to be helpful if you don't even start. Or if you don't continue going. If you stop here, you're not even close to your goal. If you stop here, yeah, you get past your goal. But rarely do people say beyond the goal or see any goal. And oftentimes, here's another thing, right? Yes, I would say you need to focus on a goal, right? Some people say, oh yeah, if I focus on a goal, it helps me guide my direction. Guide my direction. Like, you want to stay focused. Like, oh yeah, I need Japanese fluency. Let's keep my eyes on the fluency. The idea, though, is lots of people choose goals, successful people choose goals that move. They keep moving, as in it's flexible. Like, what is a goal of fluency? It's going to change over time, in my opinion. If you're someone who is like any other human being, in my opinion, the vast majority of humans, when you start doing something, your goal, even if it stays the same word, it's going to be different by the time you get to the end of your journey. Humans are miraculous. You are able to solve problems that I don't think you are even able to understand yet. You are incapable at the moment because you are inexperienced. So the idea is maximize that, in my opinion. If you're going to go on a journey, sorry, I'm like taking a page from Freehan at this point, the anime that I just finished. If you're going to go on a journey, why make it suck? especially Why make it suck when you choose to go on that journey? If you're choosing to learn Japanese, why are you going to make it the hardest way? Right? And yeah, I get it. It's the best way. Like, a lot of people say it's the best way. Like, why make it suck for yourself? Go find other people that will join you in the journey. At least in my opinion. If you're in it for the grit, by all means, go for the grit. I usually save that for life things, you know, like stuff. Only so many hours before you... Oh, yeah, that's fair. Gotta go to sleep? Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mohammed. I think we're gonna wrap this up for the most part. One of the most important points Mako brings up is that finding ways to stay motivated usually overlooked when discussing the best method. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you are happy, I think if you are happy and you are motivated, I would say keep spending that. That's your currency. Motivation is a currency, in my opinion. If you are motivated, that means you have lots of money. And I don't mean like literal money. You have motivation is currency. If you have a lot of it, spend it looking for the best method. Right? Right? So spend some of that motivation you have, make it hard for yourself, for sure. As in, like, go for the most efficient things. But if you don't have currency, as in you spent it all, right? You've allocated your stretched thin, step back, in my opinion, step back and get some of that currency back. You have to liberate from, you know, maybe free up some currency or make more currency. And for me, I do the make more currency approach. Duolingo is ineffective a lot of times. There are a lot of things it's ineffective at, right? So I'm spending a lot. Even though Duolingo is providing some of that currency, like motivation, right? I'm still spending currency, like spending time, right? Time is a currency. Time chips away at motivation. I'm doing other things, talking to people, going on Tofuku, and then I'm liberating some of the currency that I'm spending on Duolingo, and I'm distributing it here. Meanwhile, most of the stuff that I encourage people to do is to increase motivation. When you're feeling good, when you're feeling less apprehensive, when you're not worried about what will I be like in 5 years, you're going to liberate or generate more available currency, like motivation. And then you can redistribute that back into Duolingo, Tofuku, Anki, and whatnot. So it's been day 71. I have this chat all the time, by the way, guys. It's Mohammed mentioned something like I'm really well spoken in verbalizing this. It's largely because this is probably like the 100th time I've talked about these things in a different context. I usually talk about this in video games all the time. Right? So what I'm doing is I'm investing forward. All the time and effort, I'm making sure it stays with me. And one of the things that people always talk about is, oh yeah, but that's not important. Like, oh man, you know, I got this degree in math, but now I'm just dumping it because I want to be a computer science major, right? I'm like, wait, but can you take math and add it to computer science? Do you have to dump math away? Like, well, no, but man, I don't want to think about that stuff anymore. So that person ends up spending more energy trying to separate themselves from math. Like, okay, well, eventually they're gonna forget it. So not only do they spend energy to forget, in my opinion, they also lost investment. And I understand not everyone's very creative, right? You don't have to be creative about these things. But what am I changing Duolingo into? Well, it's not about just learning a language with Duolingo now. I'm doing this. I want to tell people like you, Tom, very excellent question, and Supremacy, and maybe Hunter and anyone else who's like really late now. Learn how to invest, in my opinion. And what I mean by learn how to invest is ask yourself, what is your threshold? What can you juggle? What can you do? What do your goals look like? And then budget a little. I know how this sounds, but this is also how businesses work. Sorry. Like usually like the psychology behind like microtransactions and like live service models, game design, lots of things that deal with business often are extensions of what I'm describing. So it might seem like I'm using that analogy, but I a lot, because the analogy is very tangible. It's a lot more resonating when you think of motivation as a currency, or your well-being as a currency in general. So I talk about this net positive lifestyle a lot of times. If you can get to a net positive, any amount above a net zero is currency you can invest into another skill. And that skill can give you returns, right? Any skill you discard and choose to discard is a net loss. So many people are more focused on maintaining zero, as in people who cope are maintaining zero. And then so many times when they go and try to acquire a new skill, they dip into net negative. As in you're spending currency you don't have. As in you don't have the motivation already. So you're looking for something to compensate for it. Is what I feel is the first question you need to, or people should be encouraged to ask themselves. Are you looking for a tool because you're already starting at a deficit, and that tool is going to get you back to zero? So that means, what does that mean to me? When you're already starting at a net negative, you're going to find a tool that pushes you way back to zero. The downside of this approach is any bumps along the road is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Like, oh no, like anything will drop you below a threshold and you'll have to address it. So anytime a new problem comes up, you're going to be worried about it. For me, my operating thing is, if I'm at zero now, right? My bottom line is zero. You know, like this is where you're like, yeah, I'm good. This is my bottom line. When I go and do something, I'm going to say I'm at a plus 20. So when I spend 10 to start using Duolingo each day, I have 10 left over. So where does that energy, why do I leave an overhead? This is more, I don't know if you guys like business, but this is more of a liquid thing, like liquidity. Basically, if something wets the bed, like if this investment sucks and I need to like recover from it, do I have anything to pay out, right? Like I'm not investing something I don't have. I have investments, right? So I have plus 10. Some days I have allergies. some days like this, I love to digress. Right? I love to digress and talk about this thing. I like to reach out to other people, right? And what happens is I use that extra energy to make more. So what am I investing in? Well, when I digress, I love interacting with people. People will give me more money. As in, what I mean is they will give me more ideas. They help me get more energy, right? So when more people, if I spend and invest extra of my motivation to motivate others, for example, to motivate others, they will motivate me, right? And it's a win-win situation. So most of the time when I'm doing something, I have to ask myself, is there any way to not start off negative? Because oftentimes when I ask someone, someone says, oh, I have thought about language learning. I've thought about a second language. And my first question is, why not now? Why not now? Like, why not? Why not start now? The first thing they're going to say is, well, I don't have time. There are other important things, right? These are very reasonable questions, for sure. There are other important things, right? What is also telling me is that they already have no room to acquire a new skill. They have no more room. So naturally, I wouldn't say like, oh yeah, go and learn it. It's this easy. Like, just pick up Genki and do all this and like, just go on Duolingo. It'll solve all your problems or something like that. That's very, very dangerous, in my opinion. If someone is already saying, I don't have time, there's other important things, they're probably sitting at a place that they're more or less steady state, right? And if you're suggesting and selling something like, oh yeah, don't worry, man, I learned in 24 hours, just use my method and it'll work out. Well, first, when you use that method, this person is going to expend currency and they're going to be angry if they don't get that currency back when you promised it will work. Thanks for the stream, Perfect Rap. If someone says they only have 10 to spend, I think you would be doing them a disservice telling them Duolingo is the best place to put their funds. Yep. That's it. For their purpose. For their purpose. Obviously, my purpose using Duolingo is very different. I'm getting a lot more return on my goals, and I don't think people have asked me what my goals is outside Duolingo. Some people did, I guess. Yeah. But yes, use what you can spend, I suppose. All right, that's a good wrap. I don't know what I'm gonna call this section, but I gotta finish this lesson and then. Oh, I gotta finish the next 4 or 5 lessons, which I'm gonna do. All right. Thanks for chatting, Tom. Good chat. Good chat. All right. Alright, so Hokkaido wa kirei na. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit faster. So, Tokoro, Hokkaido ni ikimashou.
Ni.
Nanyobi
Ga.
Nanyobi ga ii desu ne. So, what day? What day is good?
新しいバックパック。
Atarashi backpack. A new backpack? Hokkaido. Ooh. Oh, you're not gonna say it for me? Hokkaido no sakana wa oishii desu.
Hokkaido
Hokkaido no sakana wa
美味しいです。
北海道はとても大きいです。
北海道はとても大きいです。
Oh, I crossed midnight. Oh, I better get a book on.
5月
5月。
5月
Alright, we can focus.
5月1日
1日。
1日
1日。
1日
午後1時にピクニックをします。
午後1時にピクニック
をします。午後1時にピクニックをします。
ピクニックをします。Wait, actually.
午後1時にピクニックをします。
をします。
午後1時にピクニックをします。
I almost did a double G there. ハムスター耳口ピクニックピクニックビジネス。
5月1日も晴れです。5月1日も晴れです。
5月
も5月1日も晴れです。1日
Oh, why duo?
も5月1日も晴れです。
1日も晴れ
です。5月1日も晴れです。
Yeah. 晴れ is sunny. Yeah, May 1st will also be sunny. Okay.
よ
チェス
チェス
キャンパス let me try this again. ピクニック That's gonna be rough. What was this? Barbecue. 5月休みます。書きます。買います。Don't you better not 1日me. Do not 1日me. 1日 Okay, I was about to say. はい。5月1日がいいです。がいいです。works. 5月大きい。9月100 1日 Okay. What do we have? ピクニック。Yeah. ピクニックはどこですか？ That works. ね。何年生ですか
8月
1日。Oh, you butthead. Okay, 1日にピクニックをしましょう。5月1日はいいですね。がいいですね。
5月1日
1日
がいいです。
1日がいいです。いいです。
バーベキューパーティーをしましょうか。
Oh my gosh. That looks so weird. Barbecue party をしましょうか? Should we have a barbecue party? Yeah. Would you have a barbecue would you like to have a barbecue and a picnic? That's that's probably how you would express it, right? Although when you say a picnic, you they are different things, huh? I haven't even thought about that. Sometimes when people say if you have an outdoor picnic, it's inferred that it's a barbecue, but at the same time, man, that's definitely an Americanism thing. Okay, so barbecue to picnic. Shimasenka. Probably Shimasenka. Yeah, we have Shimasenka. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait. Yeah.
Barbecue.
I'm doing this like hand gesture to help me with picnic. Barbecue to picnic o shimasenka? I don't know why that helps, but it kind of does.
Picnic.
Okay. Yes.
O.
Uh-huh.
しませんか?
Okay. Tanoshi barbecue. Barbecue. Okay.
楽しいバーベキュー。
Alright.
雨
Ame.
雨
Can I get the kanji, please? Thank you.
雨
8時は少し早いです。
8時
8時
は少し早いです。
早いです。
Okay.
8時は少し早いです。
Alright. 8 o'clock is a bit early. Let's go. 8. 雨。1日。
1日
Okay.
5月
会います。
午前4時はとても暗いです。
午前4時は something 早い。
午前4時はとても暗いです。
とても暗いです。
とても暗いです。
Sure. 4 a.m. is very dark. Yeah, that's fair. 数学モノレールビジネス暗い and ツアー
午前4時はまだ暗いです。7時からハイキングに行きましょう。
They will hike at a very early hour of 4 a.m. 午前4時はまだ暗いです。Oh wait, they're going at 7 a.m. actually. Just kidding. Oh, that's a good one. It's too dark. It's still dark, so they're gonna go at 7 actually. 7時からハイキングに行きましょう。They're going at 7 because 4 a.m. is too dark. Good job, Duolingo. I jumped the gun.
金曜日
の6時はどうですか？ Sure. Yes.
バーベキューですか？明日はちょっと。そして木曜日は雨ですね。金曜日はどうですか？
Okay. Which day could work? 金曜日。金曜日はどうですか? They say 明日木曜日は木曜日 sorry. そして木曜日は okay. I guess 木曜日 technically. But that person's also asking Friday. Wait. 明日木曜日はOh, it's rainy. Just kidding. Thursday is rainy. They don't like tomorrow either. So tomorrow's not the way. And they're talking about barbecue. 日曜日の8時はどうですか? How about Sunday at 8? Or how about 8 o'clock on Sunday? Sure. 雨の日? A rainy day. は Oh, wait. 雨の日は好きですか? Oh. Liking rainy days. Do you like rainy days? Okay. 5時は多分暗いです。Where's 多分
暗いです。
7時はとても早いです。7 o'clock is very early? Sure. July and August don't work very well? Okay. So, 7月と8月はちょっと。
7月と8月はちょっと。来週は多分雨です。
来週は多分雨です。Okay. Next week will be rainy. Will probably be rainy. Short.
6時。
Oh no, 午前。午前6時はちょっと。Short. Is 7 a.m. early? 7時. Oh no, 午前。
ご飯。
Oh.
ご飯。午前。
No one saw that. 午前7時。午前7時。Oh, that's interesting. は早いですか? Two more.
川。
Short.
近くの川がいいです。
近く
の
Wait a minute.
近くの川がいいです。
近くの
近くの川がいいです。近くの川がいいです。
What?
近くの川がいいです。
Oh.
がいいです。
Wow. I couldn't hear the kawa.
近くの川がいいです。
Wow. I just completely blocked that out. 近くの川が近くの川がいいです。川がいいです。
川。
いつも外は本当に暑いですね。いつも本当に
something.
いつも外は本当に暑いですね。
外
いつも外は本当に暑いですね。 暑いですね。
Hold up. Soto is it's always it's always really hot outside, isn't it? Is that what that's saying? Oh no, wait.
いつも外は本当に暑いですね。は
Yeah, this makes a little bit more sense. Yeah. The outdoor is always really hot. Oh yeah, that's fair. Outdoor is always really hot. The other way around, sure. Yeah, the outdoors is always really hot. Fair enough.
外はとても涼しいですね。
You can
ピク
probably
ニックに行きませんか？
you can probably put itsumo after the wa actually. It's probably acceptable that way. What's happening here? Soto wa totemo Soto wa totemo suzushi desu. 涼しいですね。ピクニックに行きませんか？ You'll spend time outside.
山の景色も楽しみましょうか？
I wonder if people have indoor picnics.
山の景色も楽しみましょうか？
山の
景色
も
どう山の景色も楽しみましょうか？
楽しみ
ましょうか。山の景色も楽しみましょうか？山の景色も楽しみましょうか？
So, are you also looking forward to the mountain views? Oh, should we also enjoy? Right, not looking forward. Looking forward is a different expression, I suppose. But I feel like this. Should we also enjoy? I feel like it's about the same. Neko.
猫
ハイキング暗いバーベキュー景色川1日雨 Whoops 0 5月山がいいです涼しい山に行きましょう Okay, let's go to the cool mountain. Yeah, we should go to the cool mountain. Soto wa temperature. Atatakai desu. That works. 涼しい川がいいです。近くの川に行きましょう。We should go to the nearby river. We should go near the river? Nearby river, yeah. Sono, or the river nearby. Sono景色はとても something. The view, it's pretty. 綺麗です。We also enjoy the mountain views. Okay, let's see.
山の
景色も
楽しみましょう
か Anoshimi mashoka. Anoshimi mashoka. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't like the word breakup for that.
北海道を楽しみましょ
う。北海道を楽しみましょうか。ましょう。楽しみましょう。We should enjoy Hokkaido, sure. Samui, right? Samui. 外は寒いですか？
外
は
寒いですか？
Oh, wait. Kawa no chikaku. Kawa no chikaku no koen wa koen ga ii desu ne. Or desu. Ii desu. Wait, ga ii desu. So wait. 川の近くの公園がいいです。Okay. 北海道の川がいいです。
北海道の川がいいです。
Okay. One more. We're almost there. Almost there. My voice is pretty wrecked, but it's fine.
トマトは焼きません。
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 I don't grill tomatoes. Or we won't grill the tomatoes.
バーベキューが楽しみです。外で牛肉と野菜を焼きます。そして食べます。
They will grill meat and veggies. Barbecueが楽しみです。
楽しみ
Yeah, looking forward to barbecue. 外で outside 外で牛肉と野菜を焼きます。They'll grill beef and veggies outside and 明日 then eat. Right.
肉は大丈夫ですか？
肉は
大丈夫
ですか？ Are you okay with meat?
美味しい魚を焼きます。一緒に食べましょう。シーフードは大丈夫ですか？
What are they doing? Seafood or cooking food? Sure. We grilled tasty fish. We should eat together. Should we eat together? Sorry. Should we eat together? No. We should eat together. Then, seafood. Are you okay with seafood? Because it's seafood. You just woke up, Shizumi. Sorry, overtime.
ビールは大丈夫ですか？
Overtime. Check Duolingo data and a new update to the Japanese course is coming. Don't spoil it. Okay. You don't have to spoil it. I can't wait. It's been less than a month since the Japanese course got updated.
ビールは大丈夫ですか？
ビールは大丈夫
ですか？
That's so exciting. You don't know anything? Okay, okay. That's so exciting. That's... Oh, I'm so excited. Hokkaido no seafood wa oishii desu ka? Sure. Sumimasen. Seafood wa amari tabemasen.
Amari?
Tabemasen. Amari as in not really. Sure. Sumi.
部屋、
Heya. 牛肉。
牛肉、
オレンジ、
バックパック。バックパック。
バックパック、
That's kind of tough. You won't say? Alright, alright. I can't wait to talk about it later. She's me. Let's see if I can figure it out. It'll be pretty fun to discuss all the different changes. Yeah? Yeah? Also, good morning. Or not good morning? What time is it for you? Sumimasen. Sumimasen. 魚肉はあまり食べません。
あまり、
ビジネスぐらい。景色。胡椒。いや、胡椒。
胡椒、
Pepper. And
線香、
7 a.m. Ah. Well, good morning. Do you partake in breakfast? In Bangohan? No, not Bangohan. In Asagohan? Fill the Blanket is such a good ad. Yeah, I agree. I like my favorite ones are the listening ones without the prompt. Right? The chat and respond, but it's just listening. Sometimes? What do you have for breakfast when those sometimes happen? The Tokidoki times. Nani o tabemasu ka? Shio. Oh, hey. Shio to koshio. Oh, hey. They added salt. Shio to koshio wa
amari
tsukaimasen? Are you serious? That's blasphemous. You don't really use salt and pepper? Come on. It's often rest from the days before. I see. So savory breakfast. Ooh, hit me up. Any specific like items? We should buy salt and pepper too. Okay. Shio
塩と
to
胡椒
oshio. Mo kaimashou.
買いましょう。
エリカさん、卵は大丈夫ですか？
Erica, are you okay with eggies? Seafood と野菜。
牛肉も買いましょ
You love chives? Interesting. Like, are we talking about like raw chives? Or maybe chives like pan seared a little bit with like maybe some olive oil or something, like a light like char to get the aroma out, and then just, or are we talking about like straight up raw chives? Dude, chive dumplings though, the dry ones you add directly. Ah, dude, chive dumplings though at a dim sum place. I'm very hungry. I haven't eaten yet. So what are you gonna do? Anything you're worshiping? What are your plans today in terms of? Maybe we'll keep it to language learning. What's on the docket today? 今日に oh no, 牛肉も買いましょう. Okay. We should buy oh 牛丼も牛肉も買いましょう. We should buy beef too. Going out with the folks. Oh, that's cute. What do you usually is there anything you is this something you commonly do? Hang out with your parents? Maybe go for a nice walk. Maybe window shop a little. Share lunch, a great lunch. Wait, is it the weekend? Share a brunch? Oh, do you have brunch with your parents? That is absolutely adorable. Probably McDonald's. Okay, that's fair enough. Brunch at McDonald's. I think that's cute. Weekend brunch with the folks. Heck yeah, we won't grill the tomatoes. Okay.
トマト
トマトは焼きません.
焼きません
Oh. Okay, or sushi. Okay, who knows? Oh, and it's dinner? Or a diner? You're having... for dinner. Okay. Okay. Yeah, for dinner. Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, for dinner. Yeah. I thought you might be mentioning like a sushi diner, like a place that serves sushi or something. Yeah. Don't worry, it's English. It's don't worry, I got it. Yeah. Dinner is weird. Yeah, the thing I was thinking of is you might be referring to like a sushi diner, like a place that a diner that place a place that serves sushi at first. Aw, dinner with the folks. It's been a while since my entire family's been together. But yeah. Okay. We should use pepper and sauce. So
胡椒
胡椒とソースを使いましょ
使いましょ
う. Okay. And we're done. We still made time. All right. 2 to 3 long digressions and we still made time. My voice is pretty raw though. It's heckin' raw right now. So we didn't get to do the kanji. That's a wrap, folks. Day 71 down the hatch. Talked a lot about, got a chance to talk a lot about other things. But yes. I don't know about that last comment that other person said. Something about doing them a disservice, telling them that Duolingo is the best place to put their funds. It's not the best place, but I wouldn't say it's going to be an inappropriate place. So maybe that person was kind of projecting their own bias there. But I wouldn't say that until I determine what that person desires. So that's not really the message I was trying to send. But hey. One day at a time. Duolingo is appropriate for certain people. Probably not the ones that that person was referring to. This is the first half of Unit 17, and we'll go into the second half of Unit 17 soon. Eating in a restaurant. All right, folks. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for listening and also waking up and saying hi again. Thanks for saying hi twice, Shizumi. Yeah, lots of important messages, but one message that I would like to communicate, just to echo, is that lots of times people talk about disservices and services, but generally services are either appropriate or not. They're not necessarily a disservice, inherently negative or positive. So, although when someone says it, the perfect wrap is if someone says they only have 10 currency to spend, and that person thinks I'm going to do them a disservice telling them Duolingo is the best place to put their funds, that would be erroneous. That is assuming that I know what that person needs. If I don't know what that person needs, it is a disservice regardless. So, not that Duolingo itself is not the best place. It's a place. It's either appropriate or it's not. Right? So, when you think of, like, for me, the intent of the long discussion that you may be interested in, Sujimi, I'm gonna cut it out of here, is the idea that methods are appropriate for the person. So when someone says something that's inherently implying that it is going to be negative or positive, then it reveals to me that that person has a personal bias. So I am not here to convince that person, but generally speaking, I wouldn't be doing anyone a disservice by telling them what is appropriate if they trust me and also tell me about themselves. I will provide as appropriate of a solution within my best abilities, and that's all I can offer. But assuming that I will be a disservice by presumingly offering something proactively, that is not something I will find myself doing. So I do not want to give the people the impression that I offer advice based on nothing. A person that makes that suggestion is a person that presumes things. So I personally do not resonate with that type of comment, where you think something's going to happen before it even happens. As in, oh yeah, you would be hurting people by making Duolingo popular. That is a leap of logic. You can't possibly know that. It's like saying, oh yeah, this person fell down, and if you help pick them up, you're basically doing them a disservice by not letting them solve the problem themselves. Ask the person, do you need help? First. So, remove all doubt, but whatever that phrasing was, is I don't do people disservice by telling them anything. I spend time learning what they want or need, and I try to answer it to the best of my ability if they trust me. They naturally would trust me if they already went out of their way to ask me. So, just for the record, the word best place is not in this stream. You do not use language like that, and also you do not associate negative words. In my opinion, personally, I don't encourage people to associate negative language with anything, or even positive language. That's a personal bias too. So I encourage most people to spend time knowing who they're talking to and doing the best to exercise compassion. So whether that is projecting your own personal bias or not, that's respectful, but do not assert that I would be doing anything without knowing who the person I'm talking to. That is not the impression I want to give people. I don't give advice by telling people what they should or should not do. I share my thoughts, and you can take it for whatever you want. And that person clearly taking it for something that I did not intend. All right. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Go get them. Seize the day. Learn the language. Have fun. Spend time with family. Right. What have you. And as always, until next time, matashita. じゃあね。